I think it was the 29th of January. So this week's planned trial is not going to happen. And when I was looking around for articles on Sarah Boone, I came across this. This is Brice Rhodes, who is accused of committing 3 murders back in 2016. It's taken a while to get him here to trial because of competency issues and so forth, and probably the pandemic. I read in an article that he's kind of has a Daryl Brooksian kind of attitude, and that he's last week he got into a profanity laced tirade at the judge, and was accusing his attorneys of racism and so forth. And he's gone through a few attorneys. He spat on one of them, and so he was wearing a kind of vaguely Hannibal Lecter mask to keep him from spitting. He is wearing a shock I guess it's probably a belt or something. I'm not sure exactly where the shock thing happens, but anyway, if he gives any trouble, they're going to give him a shock. And so yesterday, there was about two and a half hours of trial. There was the opening statements followed by what appears to be the first witness. So since we are coming in on this on day 2, we're going to listen to it on 1.25 and cut out all the breaks so that we get caught up with what's happening. This is out of Louisville, Kentucky. And I guess without further ado, we will start the video.
If you are not cool with that, please leave now. Also, any sort of reactions are not allowed. You cannot speak out. You cannot make noise. Unreasonable noise. You can sneeze or whatever, but no like aiming any comments toward any party, aiming eye contact or facial gestures or body gestures towards any party. Anything of that nature will get you removed from the courtroom for the duration of the trial. All right, is there anything we need to take out before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and when I bring them in and have them seated, I'm going to go ahead and have their phones collected as well, okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Judge, all 15 jurors are accounted for.
Thank you. And Deputy Mills, if you want to come up to the jury box and get phones. So you all can sit down. While we're in the courtroom, your phones will go somewhere where you cannot access them. And when we go on breaks, we'll get them back. Thank you all for passing down. I appreciate that. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying earlier, we are ready to proceed with the trial of this case. You have been sworn in as jurors in the case of Commonwealth versus Brice Rhodes. Mr. Rhodes is charged with 3 counts of murder, 1 count of tampering with physical evidence, and 1 count of abuse of a corpse. I'm going to read the indictment to you. Under count 1, the allegation is that on or about the 4th day of May, 2016, in Jefferson County, Kentucky, Brice
One simple but brilliant trick to heat your home in 90 seconds and save thousands of dollars on your heating bill this week.
Well, we really do have breaking news tonight about one member of the Supreme Court's opinion about Donald Trump's claim that he cannot be prosecuted.
If you are not cool with that, please leave now. Also, any sort of reactions are not allowed. You cannot speak out. You cannot make noise. Unreasonable noise. You could sneeze or whatever, but no like aiming any comments toward any party, aiming eye contact or facial gestures or body gestures towards any party. Anything of that nature will get you removed from the courtroom for the duration of the trial. All right. Is there anything we need to take up before we bring the jury back in? All right. And when I bring them in,
He had a big old Band-Aid on the back of his head there. Wonder what that's about.
or used in such official proceeding with the intent to impair its verity or availability in the official proceeding. Count 5, that on or about the 22nd day of May 2016 in Jefferson County, Kentucky, Brice Rhodes, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, committed the offense of abuse of corpse when, not authorized by law, he intentionally treated a human corpse in a way that would outrage reasonable family sensibilities. And count 6, that on or about the 22nd day of May 2016 in Jefferson County, Kentucky, Brice Rhodes, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, committed the offense of abuse of corpse when, not authorized by law, he intentionally treated a human corpse in a way that would outrage reasonable family sensibilities. I'd like to briefly tell you how we'll proceed. In this case, just like any criminal case, the Commonwealth will make an opening statement. The defense then will have an opportunity to make an opening statement if they wish to do so. Opening statements are not evidence, but they are an opportunity for the attorneys to advise you up front of what they think the evidence will be and what will be important to pay attention to. After opening statements, then evidence begins being presented. The Commonwealth will present evidence in the form of sworn testimony by witnesses or by exhibits. At the conclusion of the Commonwealth's evidence, the defense may present evidence, but they are not required to do so. Instruct you on the law that you must apply to this case, and I will read instructions to you, which you will also get a copy of. After I have instructed you on the law of the case, the attorneys will have a chance to make closing arguments to you, which again are not evidence, but are an opportunity for them to sum up what they believe the evidence did show and perhaps how you should find. Now, I've talked to you a lot about the admonitions in this case, but I'm going to go through it one more time and will remind you must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here within the 4 walls of this courtroom. During this trial, you may not use internet search engines, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to conduct any research about this case, to post information about this case, or to help you deliberate on this case. During the course of the trial, you are not to communicate online with anyone connected to the trial, including witnesses, lawyers, other jurors, experts. Do not record or photograph any part of these court proceedings because that is prohibited by law. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source outside of these 4 walls, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. All right, Mr. Cunningham, are you ready for opening?
The Commonwealth is ready.
Thank you. Go ahead.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Callous and casual was the first murder. The two that followed were calculating and cruel. In May of 2016, Brice Rhodes snuffed out the life of Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. The evidence is going to show that these acts occurred basically as two acts. And so if this were a play, these would be the characters that are involved in the first act. We have Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway. Despite having different last names, these two are brothers that live together. They went to school at Olmsted. They liked playing basketball. They enjoyed rapping. They were always hanging out together. They had a home. They had a family. But from time to time, they would be out of the house for a few days. That wouldn't be anything unusual for them. They were born 2 years apart and a day, so they almost had the same birthday. And unfortunately, they both died on the same day, which we'll get to a little bit later. So these two brothers that were always hanging out together, 16 years old and 14-year-old, were friends with several people, one of which was Jacory Taylor. Now, Jacory, you're going to hear testimony from him. He's going to testify. He had a rough go of it. He had lost his job at White Castles. He was in and out of people's houses. He would stay in the stairwell at his girlfriend's house. He was just kind of on the boundary of things. And he was friends with both Larry and Maurice. And Jacory goes by Corey also sometimes. And Maurice Gordon also goes by Maurice. And they were mutual friends with Brice Rhodes, the defendant here, who went by Rambo. Brice Rhodes, was 25 years old at the time in 2016 when he was hanging out with 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds. Jacory was 17 years old. And there's one more person in this friend group. Antoine Carter, right here. And he goes by Buddha. And he was just a friend of theirs that would hang out. So as they were hanging out, an idea came about. This is a picture of Larry and Maurice, Mr. Rhodes, the defendant. It's a picture of Antoine and a picture of Jacory. Now I'm going to leave this up here just as a reference for you all, so when the names start going, you can look back. So one night with Brice Rhodes, we came upon an idea. The idea was basically to hit out somebody, and they were going to kill that person and collect on him. Brice Rhodes was aware of this hit and knew who would pay on it and knew who the target was. So on May 4th, 2016, now keep in mind, all the events from this case happened in May of 2016. So when you see witnesses on the witness stand, they don't look at all the same as they look back then. And also people's memories are a little bit different because this happened a while ago. So the idea was this. They all hopped in the car on May the 4th, and Maurice was driving the car. It was a blue Mazda that was owned by the defendant, Mr. Rhodes. The front passenger seat was Larry. Brice Rhodes was in the back behind the driver's seat. And Jacory Taylor was on the right behind the passenger seat. Trailing in a different vehicle was Antoine Carter. He's in a truck that's following behind his car. So it's nighttime, and they're driving around looking for this guy, looking to collect the price on his head. As they approach, picture of Antoine, who was the follow driver. He was 17 at the time. As they approached 41st Street, there's video of the car driving by, then video of the truck. What happened was a man was walking out in the streets, and he had long braids. And so he looked like the guy that Brice Rhodes believed the hit was on. So Brice Rhodes rolled down his window. The guy was walking out of the street, cars parked in the road. He's walking out into this, away from the street, in between the cars. Brice Rhodes yells out the window to him, "Hey, get out the road, bitch," and then shoots him one time in the side. The bullet wound is going to go through his arm and into his side. Police are going to be alerted that there was a shooting and respond to the scene. The man on the pavement there is Christopher Jones. He had nothing to do with any hit or street business. He was just in the wrong place in the wrong time and ended up being shot. He was still alive, but non-responsive there at the scene. EMS took him to the hospital where he passed away. This is the intersection of the nearest street the police reported to. There's another picture of Mr. Jones. And this is a picture of, from the body cam, of approximately where his body was in the road as the car drove by. You can see this is the clothes he was wearing, and some of the items that were on his person. And that's what he was reduced to after he was shot by Mr. Rhodes. You can see a single bullet wound in his arm, and then the entrance of the bullet wound that turned out to be fatal into his chest. So that's the end of what, if this were a play, if this wasn't so serious, we'd call the first act. Now, a couple different ways it happened, but essentially, Brice Rhodes became aware by overhearing a phone conversation with Jacory talking to Maurice that they were talking about the murder that had happened, that their family knew about it. And as soon as Mr. Rhodes knew that the boys were talking, even just to their family, he knew that they had to do something about these boys to keep them from talking, to cover up his first murder. So this is a black Dodge Charger that Mr. Rhodes had access to and often drove. And you're going to hear testimony that on the 22nd of May, just a couple of weeks later, this black Charger picked the boys, Larry and Maurice, up at their house. And that was the last time that anybody from that apartment was going to see them alive again. So Maurice and Larry are obviously going to be the victims in this second act. And it's going to be carried out by a defendant named Tyrion Coleman, by Antoine Carter, who was involved earlier, and by Corey Taylor, and by Mr. Rhodes himself. So I'm going to leave that up there for your reference. So this is Brice Rhodes' apartment that he lived at with his mom. He had the boys over there. It was 4 of them, well, the 6 of them, 4 individuals listed there, Maurice, Larry, and another individual. And as the night got on, boys started wrestling around, and there was a little bit of a skirmish that broke out with Maurice. And so Brice Rhodes said it was time to discipline Maurice. Maurice had pulled out a knife on somebody, and so Brice hit him upside the head pretty hard. Took him out. Then said, "It's time for you to be disciplined." So he went up to Maurice, put a toboggan on his head, and pulled it down over his eyes so he couldn't see. And he tied his arms behind his back so that he couldn't move. And he made him beg for forgiveness and plead for his life, which he did. He was begging everyone in that room to spare him and apologizing and saying he was sorry. So Larry, his brother, was taken and held in a different room. And from Larry's room, he could hear his brother pleading for his life. He could hear what happened to his brother. And what happened to his brother is that he was punched a few times by Mr. Taylor. And then Brice Rhodes took a knife and began stabbing him over and over and over again. In the chest, in the midsection, and in the genitals. He was screaming and crying out for help, and his brother was helpless a room away to do anything about it. When they were finally done, they rolled Maurice over, and then they brought Larry into the room. And then they repeated the process. Took the toboggan off, they put it on Larry's head. They put something over Larry, and they started stabbing him until he died there in that apartment. Brice's mom and sister, who shared that apartment with him, were out of town that weekend. So he had the place to himself. He had the people involved help him take the body of the boys and put them in some totes, which he then carried down and put in the back of his Mazda. Some in the back seat, and one of them in the back seat, and one of them in the trunk. And then he drove off. Now he left Anan and Jacory at the house to clean up because there was blood all over the carpet. He gave them cleaning supplies, and he gave them towel. And just for good measure, because his mom was out of town, he had them also do his dishes while they were scrubbing up the blood. He and other individuals went and dropped the body of the boys off, dropped their bodies off. He also set fire to the items that were associated with the stabbing and left it in a dumpster. Dropped the bodies off around 4028 River Park Drive, which you can see from the area is near the park, near Wyandotte Park where they play ball. So on the 22nd day of May, this is what somebody in the neighborhood discovered. 2 boys, mutilated, stabbed, set on fire, and left like trash. So boys' parents are starting to wonder where they're at when they don't come home after the first day. And so mom gives them a call. Well, the person that answers the phone isn't Maurice, it's Antoine Carter. And he tells her, kids are fine, they're doing something else, I just borrowed the phone. So police discover the 2 bodies. And eventually they have sketch artists come out. They can't get fingerprints because the bodies are too badly burned. Sketch artists come out and draw a picture of how the boys looked, and they're looking for, checking news stories for missing boys. Eventually, they find that there's 2 boys that are missing from Olmsted School, and they have the boy's mother come out, and she identifies that, yes, that's them. From there, police realize a couple things. They know who the boys left with that night. They know that it was Mr. Rhodes. They also know that they left with Antoine Carter and Jacory Taylor. So police track the phone, and eventually it leads them to Antoine Carter. And Antoine Carter eventually ends up talking to police and explaining what happened after some little bit of give and take. He finally got to the story of what happened. About this same time, police pick up Brice Rhodes. He gives a short statement, which you will hear. Police go out to Brice Rhodes' house once they've heard what happened, and they start pulling up the carpet from his house. And when they do a DNA analysis on that carpet, of course, they find the blood of the two brothers is there on the carpet. Police also learn that after this event, after that night, when Brice Rhodes comes back from dropping the bodies off, he picks up the two boys that were left to clean up the house. Corey had with him the boots that he wore in the house. And he left those boots at a girlfriend's house. And so police got a search warrant. They go to that girlfriend's house, and those boots, the DNA on those boots, comes back to the boys as well, corroborating what was said earlier. He also gives a statement to police, and it pretty much matches the statement of Antoine Carter that I've just relayed to you. So, this picture of the apartment, how cleanly the flooring was stripped from Brice Rhodes' place. Another thing that police did once the investigation got underway was they went and looked at Brice Rhodes' blue Mazda that had transported the two victims in the tote sacks. And you'll notice this is a picture of the back seat of the Mazda. All the cloth seating has been ripped out of it. And this is a picture of Jacory at the police station giving his statement. You can see, I want you to remember how young he truly is. At this point in time, he is 5'5", weighs 122 pounds. Brice Rhodes is a 25-year-old grown man. This picture of the boots that were recovered from the girlfriend's house. You're going to hear from a lot of different people that are going to come through here. The police that were involved with both of these investigations that had to piece together that the two investigations were connected and take over. So there's going to be two different lead officers. You're going to hear from experts and you're going to hear from the medical examiner. You're going to hear from CSU professionals. You're going to hear everything that the police did to make sure that the three victims in this case get justice. And I hope at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case, you will give them that justice. Thank you.
Counsel, could you approach for just a moment?
Okay, take a look at this Band-Aid here on the back of his head. I want to know what that's all about. Oh, they're not covering up his tattoos on his hands, or we can see a little on his wrist. Seems to be using his beard as an adapter. Now, until fairly recently, he was facing the death penalty, but the judge ruled that he was had some intellectual disabilities and so therefore was ineligible for the death penalty because it's unconstitutional to execute a person who is mentally incompetent by insanity or I guess because of intellectual disability, but obviously he's been determined to understand the difference between right and wrong because he was found competent to stand trial after some time where he was incompetent.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Ms. Jones Brown to return.
Okay, it looks like our defense opening takes about 25 minutes. And let's see. And it looks like there's some kind of break. At which point we have a police officer on the stand. Well, we get two witnesses.
If everybody who's already seated could move in towards the wall, please, and make room for anyone else who wants to come in during this break.
Three
Have a
witnesses.
seat.
And there's another break, so we'll get to cut out
Would the
some
defense like
time.
to make an opening statement now? All right, please go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Defense opening.
I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Ladies and gentlemen, these are quotes from someone involved in this case, but these are not quotes from Brice Rhodes. These statements were made by Anonia Carter. Anonia Carter talks about killing his best friend, Maurice Gordon, and running over a helpless Christopher Jones. Anonia Carter is the prosecution's main witness in this trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I know Brice is also grateful that you are here because he has waited a long time for you all to hear the evidence. The evidence, or the lack thereof, will show you that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of these accusations. The burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt, why do we keep talking about that? I know you've heard that many times already. Our system, our government makes it so difficult to take someone's freedom that we can't let the government make any mistakes. And we want to be sure that no one is ever wrongfully convicted, especially in a situation where the stakes are this high. The government has made some very serious accusations against Brice. And I'm not here to undermine the loss that the families and the community have suffered as a result of these senseless deaths. But I'm here to make sure that nobody is wrongfully convicted, and that's why you are here. As jurors in this case, you guys have a great responsibility. But with that responsibility also comes a great power. You all have the power to hold the government to their burden of proving Brice Rhodes guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the power to say no. You have the power to say we are not convinced. And the power to know that that decision is okay. So how do you make that decision? As Ms. Jones-Brown told you earlier, none of us can define reasonable doubt for you. That's up to you as a juror. That's up to you as an individual. So what are you going to use to make this determination? You will hear evidence over the next several days. You will decide what evidence you find credible, what witnesses you find believable. So what evidence do you all expect to see to help you make this decision? It's a very important decision. Eyewitnesses? That might be good. I think you'll find that there aren't any eyewitnesses who were not themselves involved in these crimes. There are no neutral witnesses. Do these witnesses have a motive to lie? Can we trust them? You might expect to see a murder weapon. There's not one. Is there physical evidence? Yes. Can it be trusted? That's up to you all to decide. Let's talk about the physical evidence. The Louisville Metro Police Department found tire tracks and footprints at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were found. The tire tracks could not be linked to Brice's vehicle. The footprints did not match Brice's shoes. Brice's fingerprints were not on any evidence. evidence. Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found on any evidence except for on the steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle. Let's talk about Brice's car. The Commonwealth showed you a picture of the Mazda. Louisville Metro Police Department searches Brice's car and claims that the entire back seat of Brice's light blue Mazda had been removed in an effort to conceal evidence of these crimes. No DNA linking Brice to those crimes was recovered in that car. You'll hear that Brice borrowed Chris Jensen's black Charger to drive these boys around. And when you hear from Mr. Jensen, note that he is not going to be able to say that anyone was with Brice when he picked up that black Charger, nor was anyone with Brice when he dropped off that black Charger to Mr. Jensen. These are things to consider. I want to give you an alternate perspective, if you will, than what the government has. Have they accused the right person, or was Brice an easy target to blame? Has the one who already committed these crimes pled guilty? I ask you all to listen to the evidence, observe the witnesses, and ask yourselves if something isn't quite right here. The evidence will show that there is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Let's talk about the detectives in this case. As you all know, the Louisville Metro Police Department was the agency responsible for investigating both of these murders, both scenes, or excuse me, both incidents on May 4th and then again on May 22nd. And there were two lead detectives, as the Commonwealth told you, Detective Griffin and Detective Tonelli, and you'll hear from both of them. But I want you to think about how many hands were involved in this case. When it comes to handling evidence, interviewing witnesses, executing search warrants, mistakes were made. And I want you to think, can we rely on every person that works for the Louisville Metro Police Department? You will learn that the Louisville Metro Police Department investigated these homicides. And once again, this is the same force that murdered Breonna Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, looks like the prosecution took exception to them invoking the Breonna Taylor I don't see how you can kind of tie these two cases. I mean, one is a guy who looks like he's a skinhead, and the other is a black woman, and he's still alive. I don't get it. So let's see, can we speed up through this sidebar? Looks like we got a few seconds we can shave off.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in the case, there has not been any evidence presented that links any information in this case to the case of Breonna Taylor. I'm going to admonish you to disregard counsel's last statement at this point.
Exactly as I thought.
Ladies and gentlemen, even if you find Detective Tonelli and Detective Griffin, the two lead detectives in this case, as I mentioned, there were so many hands in this case. Can you rely on everyone else that works for Louisville Metro Police Department? Detective Tonelli lied under oath about one of the biggest pieces of physical evidence that the police possessed. He told the court under oath not once, but twice, that law enforcement had a piece of evidence that they did not have and do not have. So you might be asking yourself, I can see how some evidence could be lost. Maybe it was a tiny piece of hair, maybe it was a speck of DNA. That seems reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, no, it was an entire back seat of a car. It's gone. You know how I told you earlier that the police stated that Brice's back seat had been removed. Detective Tonelli told a judge and then a grand jury that the Louisville Metro Police Department had found and collected a burnt back seat from a dumpster that matched Brice Rhodes' back seat. And now it's gone. I am mystified as to how you lose a piece of evidence that big. It's huge. It's a huge piece of evidence, not only physically, but to the case as well. So in an effort to get Brice charged, the court was misled, the grand jury was misled about a piece of evidence in the LMPD's possession. Did they lie under oath about having it? Or did they dispose of it because it didn't help their case? You all decide that. The Louisville Metro Police Department searched the home of Brice's mother, where he was residing on Hyde Avenue in Louisville, 2 times. The first search, officers found nothing incriminating. They even commented on how clean the apartment was. The crime scene unit was there, detectives were there, officers were there. It was a big search. Nothing was found. And then they decided to just go back. The officers go back, decide to search the home again, and now claim that they have found evidence that Larry and Maurice were killed there. Now there's suddenly blood there. First of all, is that how search warrants work? You keep going back until you find something, and if you don't find anything, you find a way to come back and find something. If at first you don't succeed, try again, huh? But that's not how search warrants work, ladies and gentlemen. Despite all of those officers being there, I've never seen a video recording of the search at Hyde Avenue. There's nothing for you all to watch to see what actually happened. I want you to consider that when you hear about how the evidence was collected. Consider that reasonable doubt as to the guilt of Mr. Rhodes. I want to talk to you all about the investigation in this case, or the lack thereof. I think it's fair to say that you all could conclude that the police had tunnel vision in this case. And when I say tunnel vision, I mean that they focused in on Brice Rhodes, excluding all other possible suspects. Elizabeth Wren, the mother of Larry and Maurice, was the first to point the finger at Brice Rhodes. But why? She didn't see anything. So what was her problem with Brice? Was it their romantic relationship had gone bad? I feel for her. She lost both of her sons. She's a grieving mother, and you will see that when she testifies. But I'm going to ask you to look past that and think about the part that she played in this. Consider the reliability of her statement. Evidence will show that she is a known drug user who was aware that her juvenile sons were hanging with Ja'Cory Taylor and Anan Carter, were involved with guns, and even knew her son's friends bought a gun out of her own home. She was naturally distraught when she spoke to the police, but also very likely under the influence. And I'm not saying that to speak ill of her, but as a jury, you have to know that the police took her statement and did not investigate anyone else. The police didn't care that she hated Brice. The police didn't care that they had a relationship that went sour. The police didn't care that she hadn't actually seen anything. They already had a name, and she was happy to trash her ex-boyfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, no other suspects were investigated. Not a full investigation was done, as you might expect to see in a case of this magnitude. There were, however, other suspects to investigate. Just prior to the shooting of Christopher Jones, a Louisville Metro police officer reported a suspect in a white shirt, reported receiving a report of a suspect in a white shirt riding a bicycle and waving a gun around in the area. It's not a coincidence. It's a high crime area. It wasn't investigated. Another witness reported seeing a black Chrysler 300M near the scene of Christopher Jones's death, and even stated a person got out and messed with the body, but then fled before the police arrived. This was not investigated. Another possible suspect comes to light in the statements of Anan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. They both described 2 other men being present at and participating in the murder of brothers Larry and Maurice. Tyrone Coleman was eventually charged and convicted. However, the other individual was not charged or even questioned. There is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. There's no clear motive for Brice to have committed these crimes. The police allege that Brice Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones in the presence of Ja'Cory Taylor, Ann Carter, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. And then about 3 weeks later, the police think that Brice stabbed Larry and Maurice because Brice was afraid they would go to the police and rat. But the other two who were present are still alive. Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor were there, and they are still alive. Does this make sense to you? And I would like to talk about those co-defendants. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Ann Carter was facing life in prison for his actions against 3 innocent people. He was facing life in prison. And the prosecution said, that's okay. We'll give you probation. But to get the sweetheart offer, you got to give us someone else. Ann Carter pled guilty to the murders of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, Larry Ordway. And in exchange for that, the prosecution was okay with probation, or maybe a little prison, left it up to the judge, if you testify against Brice Rhodes. Ann Carter gave a name, the police took it and ran with it. Up to that point, all they had was kids killing other kids. They wanted an adult to stick it to. And here we are. 2 people have already admitted to killing Christopher Jones. Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. 3 people have already admitted to killing Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. Again, Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, plus Tyrone Coleman. They have all pled guilty to their murders. So why are we here then? Because in order for those men to get very lenient deals from the government, they agreed to testify against Brice. The evidence will show you all that those responsible for the murders have already been convicted and are now trying to put the blame on Brice Rhodes. There is reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. The evidence will show that the testimony of Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, who you will hear from, is not believable. Both of these men are known criminals. In fact, Ann Carter is currently in prison right now in the state of Florida. Guess what for? Gun charges. He had a loaded weapon on him. So after he got his sweetheart deal here in Kentucky for killing 3 people, he went to the state of Florida, joined a gang, and again got arrested. He changed his statement at least 3 times to the police that I can think of. At first, Mr. Carter even told police, I do not know Brice Rhodes. I've never been in a car with him. However, after having time to consult with Ja'Cory Taylor, a plan was concocted to point the finger at Brice Rhodes. These 2, Taylor and Carter, had a chance to get their stories together. There weren't any suspects initially after the Christopher Jones murder, but about 3 weeks later, Larry and Maurice are killed. Ann Carter wasn't questioned until about 2 days after that incident. So all of this time, Carter and Taylor had time to get their stories straight, to come up with a plan of how to get themselves out of this. A plan to make themselves look less guilty for murdering their best friends, Larry and Maurice. A plan to blame Brice. Ann Carter admitted to running over Christopher Jones's body in a pickup truck that he had stolen, that Mr. Carter had stolen. Do you know what kind of vehicle witnesses reported seeing at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were recovered? A pickup truck, not Brice's blue Mazda. Ann Carter admitted to stabbing his best friend, Maurice Gordon. Carter claims to have seen Brice Rhodes shoot Christopher Jones, but the evidence will show that what Ann Carter in fact saw was a hand out the window shooting a gun. If you recall, Mr. Carter was in the vehicle behind where the shots were fired, the vehicle that the shots were fired from. It was dark outside, and Carter could not see the face of the shooter. Ja'Cory Taylor was in the back seat where the shots were fired and had just bought a gun from the boyfriend of Larry and Maurice's mother. And Juan Carter saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun. There's reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Ja'Cory Taylor admitted to buying that gun right before the shooting of Christopher Jones. He admitted to getting into an altercation with Maurice Gordon right before Maurice died. He admitted that Maurice Gordon pulled a knife on him. And then he admitted to stabbing Larry. Again, reasonable doubt. At the conclusion of the evidence, you will be asked to make a decision about Brice's fate. You have promised that in order to find anyone guilty, the government has first proven to you that that person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the government has not done that, you all must find him not guilty. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. You all get to decide what is true, who you believe, and what is reliable. I ask you to use your power as jurors to tell the government you are not convinced. Tell them that the evidence is not sufficient, and tell them that we will not wrongfully convict Brice. Thank you.
Before we begin hearing testimony, does anyone want a short break, 5-minute break? 5-minute break, just come back at 3:40.
All rise for jury.
Okay, let's see about skipping over this break here. Let's see.
I know it's very hot in here. You don't need to take your coats off, whatever you need to do. So I'm going to try to get the big fan in here for tomorrow, something to get the air moving around. It's just when it's warmer outside, it gets very, very hot in here. All right, Commonwealth, are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
You may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is going to call Officer Thomas Franklin.
Good afternoon. I can have you please raise your right hand. Please say the truth and the whole truth. Thank you. Can I have a seat?
Can you state your name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Officer Thomas Franklin,
And Officer Franklin, where are you employed?
Louisville Metro Police Department,
How long have you been with the police department?
roughly 10 and a half years.
And were you with the police department when this case occurred back on the 2nd day of May of 2016?
Yes.
And how did you come to be involved in the case?
At the time, I was a patrol officer in the 1st Division on late watch, and I heard a shot fired while I was at roughly 28 in Broadway. Started going towards, and then was later updated that there was a shooting that had taken place with the victim, and therefore continued that direction.
So you actually heard the gunshot yourself, and then you became aware that
Yes, sir.
it was fired. And have you had an opportunity to review your body cam from that evening?
Yes.
And did it fairly and accurately reflect the events as they unfolded?
Yes.
Move to admit and publish officer's body cam. It's actually going to be Commonwealth 6. Not 5 photos.
Thank you. So admitted.
Reshot. Oh, here we go. Okay, here. Yeah, I got it. Everybody stay with me, all right? What's your name, man? Died, abdomen. 112, I go to the abdomen. Brain, I'm not conscious or alert right now. Hey, buddy, what's your name? Hey, buddy. What's your name, man? Talk to him. Can you hear me? He's not really responding to anything. Oh, here we go. Hey, you're good. You're good. You're good, dog. It's still, man. Stay with me. It's still. EMS is here. Can you hear my boy? Can you hear me? What's your name? Got a wall back here. He's moving his arm, but it's not like he's just responding. Right underneath this. I don't see an exit wound. Yeah, there's one patient over here. No, it's over here by EMS. Don't worry about it. You guys are fine. Yeah, only seen one. Right here underneath my arm. Yep. No, he's not responding to us. He's moving his arm though a little bit. He may have another shot right here. Yep, right there in the arm. Another one. You're fine. This one's a through. It looks like it went through this into him. Open. I got it. You're fine. You're good. Today, this right now. You hold down for today. I don't know. It went into him. It's stuck in there. No, it went through the arm here into here.
Is that a night you remember pretty well, safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you walk the jury through what do you do once you get the call? What steps do you follow?
This one, again, I was in the parking lot at 28 and Broadway and actually heard the shot and started going that direction. At which time it's updated to a shooting with somebody that's been struck. I'm a first division officer that borders the second division. The actual location was in the second division. However, because of short bodies, people already on runs and things of that nature, I decided to continue to go anyways because I had determined based off what dispatch had been saying and whether people had been responding, I would still have been closer to help provide aid and continue to go that direction. So I continued going, observed EMS in the area beforehand, and notified radio that they were staging.
And I don't think I asked you, do you remember what time it was that the call came out?
It was after midnight. We work 7 to 7 at that time, I believe, but 12-hour shifts. So it was after midnight, but not too early in the morning.
Said it was a minute to 1. Would you believe me?
Yes, sir.
So you pull in, we saw how fast your cruiser was going. You see somebody down. What's the next thing you're doing there at the scene?
Next thing I did is I grabbed a roll gauze, medical supplies from glove box, show up on scene. There was another officer there, and put on PPE, gloves, then immediately went into trying to address wound, figure out where the wound was. Obviously, this is our victim here that we are attempting to help, and located the abdomen wound, which time, at the time, putting pressure on was the best option. And based off my experience and training and everything that I've encountered up to that point in time in my career. Again, en route, I'd seen EMS, so I knew they were close by, and just take care of the scene as far as making sure that it's safe for them to get there with their higher level of medical expertise.
And may I approach your honor?
Yeah.
Showing witness with pre-marked exhibits 145. Are you familiar with these photos?
Yes, sir.
And they all fairly and accurately represent what they purport to be.
Yes.
why don't you walk the jury through what these are photos of? This is Commonwealth's Exhibit 1 to admit and publish, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, actually, sorry. I think I admitted and published. Should have checked with you first. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So the first picture was a driver's license. Why is that significant?
And so it was driver's license that was in the wallet that was located in Mr. Jones's pocket. He had longer hair that night in the picture.
And then we have a picture here of this intersection.
Yes, that's the location roughly close.
And there's a picture of the numbers on this pole. Why is that significant?
I did not take those pictures. We used the numbers on the pole for years. LG&E uses them at specific geographical and longitude, latitude locations. We use them for our traffic accidents when reporting locations for traffic accidents in the past. But again, that picture I did not take.
And then this is Commonwealth's Exhibit 5. This is that same pole behind the car. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you answer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, that's the vehicle from where the back bumper where Mr. Jones was at.
Oh, it's just a little bit better. But what is this picture of?
That's the location that we found it.
And there's items that are in the road.
Yes, as from the body camera to render medical aid, some clothing items were cut off, taken off to better allow the medical crew to address the wounds.
And that's what we saw happening in the video.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to show you this final picture here. There are yellow cones, numbered cones on the scene. What's the significance of that?
I did not place those cones. That would probably be a question for a detective. In the past, cones have been used to mark key pieces of evidence or things that they want specifically documented.
Things that you've identified as significant on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And so how long was it from the time that you showed up on the scene to the time that the victim was taken away in an ambulance?
The perception of time in instances like that, it seems like it could take a long time or a short time. Everyone's is different. For me, again, it's documented on the video. I would better reference that video to answer that question.
And then, did you do anything else of significance at the scene?
After I was done helping with aid and EMS was there, at that point in time, as a patrol officer, understanding this is now a crime scene, depending on what has already been done, crime scene tape was already in the process of being put up, at which point I went and people had started to gather and come outside because of the commotion and the lights and the sirens, and therefore just tried to identify anybody that may or may not have been around or seen or heard or anything like that, try and get information on them. To better identify them for a detective to follow up with.
Thank you, and please answer any questions for the defense.
Officer Franklin, I believe you told us that you are part of the 1st Division. Does that just refer to the area that you patrol?
Yes.
It's not a ranking of any sort? Okay. So you're a 1st Division officer on patrol that night?
Yes, that night I was.
Yes. And you testified that you were the first officer on scene that night?
One of the first officers on scene. The body camera video will show again, going from 1st Division to 2nd Division, I'm not as familiar with all the streets. I was able to see another officer in front of me turn down the block, and then that's when the video kicked on, turn down the other block, and then come to the location.
So you were the first or maybe the second officer on scene?
So yes.
And when you arrived, however, you were not the first person on scene, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Because EMS was already there?
No, EMS was not there. I would say there were other people, obviously bystanders, I at one point in time told to go back, sidewalk, and we'll come talk to you.
So when you arrived, EMS is not currently there?
As far as first responders go, I was, as the video showed, the second officer there.
But there are other people who are not involved in law enforcement or first responders at all, correct?
They were already there as I was approaching.
And when you arrived, let me go back. You testified that you heard a single gunshot,
Yes, I heard a gunshot.
just one single gunshot,
Yes.
not 5 gunshots.
I heard a gunshot.
And you found a single bullet casing.
There was a casing near, and because of rendering medical aid, at one point in time it was moved. However, I made a point of it further on in the video to identify that that was it, and we still had it located. Whether I moved it, I bumped into another officer, or EMS did at that point in time, in our chain of importance, rendering medical attention is more important than that.
So I think you said your first, was it fair to say your first priority in responding is to preserve life, if it's possible to do so? And then the next priority might be preserving the scene.
Yes.
So your first priority when arriving was to render as much aid as you could.
Yes, and it's safe to do so. Again, you have to have the scene safe. Only 2 officers, 1 person, you're kind of delegating and playing off each other as far as tasks. 1 person is security, you still don't know is the individual who shot, area, etc. So going into medical aid, I had the gauze. I remember to grab it when I was taking out the car.
The casing that was found, that was put into evidence and preserved.
I was not part of that process.
But Brice's fingerprints were not ever found on that shelf, correct?
Excuse me?
Brice's fingerprints were not found on that casing.
Not part of that process.
I believe you said that after the scene was secure, you interacted with some of the bystanders.
Yes.
To try and see if anyone had seen what had happened.
Yes.
And one of the bystanders was Keith Taylor.
Yes.
And did you speak with him?
I did.
Or not? I forget that specific time.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
No further questions.
Thank you. So you can step down. You're free to go. I'm all prepared to call our next witness.
Oh, we are, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Sergeant Anthony Wilder at this time.
Thank you.
Hey, Sergeant. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anthony Wilder, Wilder. I'm currently a sergeant with the Louisville Metro Police Department assigned to the Public Integrity Unit.
And how long have you been with the police department for?
Approximately 19 years.
And do you remember what your role was with the police department back in 2016?
From 2010 to August of 2017, I was assigned to the homicide unit.
And where is that what you were doing back on May the 2nd of 2016?
Yes.
Do you remember how you became involved with this case?
I was working in the homicide office, and I was notified by radio that 2nd Division officers were responding to a reported shooting in the 800 block of South 41st Street. It was approximately 1 a.m. I believe it was Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
And what was your first action that you took once you got to the scene?
Once I was on scene, I made contact with the first officer that responded to the scene, Officer Franklin. Spoke to him about what information he had learned upon his arrival. And then after that, I conducted a neighborhood canvass of the immediate area, spoke with several of the residents, and then I conducted the scene investigation for that location.
So can you explain for people that aren't familiar what goes into a neighborhood canvass?
I went door to door along that block and tried to make contact with residents to see if anybody had witnessed anything or had any information that would help with the investigation. I spoke with several of the residents, but I don't recall any specific information being provided.
And do you memorialize that search in some way?
My activities are documented in an investigative report that's provided to the lead detective and maintained in the case file.
So what do you do on the scene as far as the scene investigation goes? What's your role there?
The crime scene unit was contacted and they responded to the scene, and then they work at the direction of the detective, which in this case was me, conducting the scene investigation, do a walk through the scene and identify items of evidentiary value. And then the crime scene unit will do a series of photographs and video to document the scene location, and then they'll collect the evidence for preservation.
I'm now going to show the witness Commonwealth's Exhibits 7 through 19. Take a look at these photos and see if they're familiar to you.
These are some of the photographs taken during the scene investigation. They show typically there'll be 3 sets of photographs taken. The first set is an overall scene, and it shows the scene as it's found. The second set, markers are placed down. They're usually a plastic type of cone with numbers, and those are placed next to items of evidence. And then another set of photographs is taken, and then a third set is taken where the evidence is it's a close-up of the evidence.
Why is that done?
It's just for documentation and to be able to show perspective of one piece of evidence to the other.
Okay, and we'll just go through these photos real quick. Start with this first one, and I'll go ahead and publish these to go.
This one is marked Exhibit 7. It is one of the first overall photos.
And that's
It's showing the scene and items of clothing that were eventually collected. Yes, this is just showing from a different angle the clothing.
same 9, 10.
Yes, these are just showing different angles and perspectives of the scene during the first set of photographs with no markers.
All right, what about 11?
Markers in this photograph have been placed to help identify the items of evidence.
And 12.
It's the same, it's just showing a different angle.
13 through 19 together. What is this?
These will be, it'll show a close-up of the marker and the item of evidence associated with that marker. So for marker number 1, I believe that's a pair of dark-colored jeans.
And picture 14, marker 2.
Marker 2 is a shell casing.
Marker 3.
Marker 3 is a kind of a plastic wristband.
4.
Is a Cricket cell phone. There's several pieces of clothing in 5. I believe there's a jacket, some white and red T-shirt, and then a cigarette butt.
And 6.
It's a red and black hat with a U of L Cardinal logo on it.
Now, were you the lead on this scene?
I was not.
So what do you do once you gather all the information and help identify what the significant evidence might be?
Once I've completed these activities, I document what I did and my findings into an investigative report. And then as the case would progress, any further assistance that's asked of me by the lead detective or as the investigation develops, I would provide further assistance and then document those activities in separate investigative reports.
And 41st Street is the address of this incident was in Jefferson County, is that correct?
It was in the 800 block of South 41st Street, and that is in Jefferson County.
Detective, you were the first member of the homicide unit, correct?
I was.
But you weren't the lead detective.
I was not.
And you arrived on scene about 15 minutes after the call came in.
Approximately.
So you didn't witness the shooting.
I did not.
And you arrived 15 minutes after.
After the initial 911 call. By the time I got there, the victim had been transported to the hospital and was not on scene.
So when you arrived, you never once put eyes on the victim in this case.
That's correct.
And you testified that you conducted a neighborhood canvass.
Yes.
You attempted to or spoke to a number of folks who were in the area.
Correct.
But there were no eyewitnesses to this event.
I did not identify any during my neighborhood canvass.
One of the individuals that you did interview was Keith Taylor.
Yes, I believe he was one of the first 911 callers that reported the incident.
There was another report that night of someone riding around in a bicycle carrying a gun, correct?
Officer Hendricks for the second division. He was the first officer from the second division to arrive on scene, and he did advise me that there had been a report prior to that 911 call of an individual reported to be riding around on a bicycle with a gun. I can't remember the address he gave or the location, and I don't remember how far the 800 block of 41st Street is and the location he provided. I'd have to refresh my memory with a review of my investigative letter for the location that Officer Hendricks provided for the bicyclist.
But you didn't locate this individual riding a bicycle and waving a gun.
I did not.
And there was another report of another vehicle, a Chrysler 300 on scene that night, correct?
Mr. Taylor advised from speaking with him, I learned that when he had stopped his car, as he pulled up on the victim in the street, there was another car that pulled up with him. Both individuals exited their vehicle, saw the victim. Mr. Taylor called 911 and remained on scene. The driver of the other vehicle got back in his car and drove away.
And the other individual drove away in his car before the police arrived, correct?
That's my understanding from speaking with Mr. Taylor.
No more questions at this time, Brenda.
Thank you. Can we go?
Mr. Taylor had said that he and the Chrysler both pulled up after the shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think I misquoted the date on this. It actually occurred on the 4th. It was late at night on the 3rd into the early morning of the 4th.
I believe the call came in at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any thoughts?
Detective, were you the officer to recover the shell casing?
I was on scene. It was collected by the crime scene unit.
Was it collected while you were present?
That's correct.
And where was it located?
There was a green Camaro parked on the, I believe it's on the west side of the street facing south, and the shell casing was near the driver's side rear tire, which would be facing the street side.
And this casing would have been placed into evidence.
It is.
And Mr. Rhodes' fingerprints were not found on this casing, correct?
I wouldn't know about that.
No more questions. All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Give another witness a call.
May we approach on?
Sure. We are expecting to finish before 5 today, but right now we're going to take another 5-minute break so they switch those to restroom. Just be back in about 5 minutes, please.
All right, so jury.
Then please remember the exit. Good afternoon, Detective. Detective, raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Griffin. I was previously employed with the Little Metro Police Department, and at this time I was part of the homicide unit.
And how long were you with the homicide unit for?
I was with the homicide unit for about 2 years, employed at that time for 5 years, I believe.
And what do you do these days?
I'm a commercial real estate appraiser.
So back in 2016, May the 4th, you were with homicide then?
I was.
And were you called to the scene in this case?
I was.
What was the first action you took when you arrived on the scene?
So when I arrived on scene, it was about 1:30 in the morning. Detective Wilder had already made his way to the scene and had started that scene investigation. When I arrived on scene, the victim had already been transported to University of Louisville Hospital. So at that point, we were conducting a scene investigation. So my first actions when I got on scene was to see what we had and then to start the neighborhood canvas.
Okay. And did anything interesting come about as a result of your neighborhood canvas?
For my part of the canvas, I was unable to locate any witnesses along in the 800 block of South 41st Street. I was canvassing house to house. I had no answers on doors. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. So on my side, the houses that I knocked on, front doors, I was not able to talk to anybody.
And do you recall a report of a guy that had a gun that was on a bicycle?
There was a report of that. I didn't have any further information on that. I was unable to.
Was there any statements from anybody that he was in any way involved in this?
I didn't have any statements to that effect.
And can you tell us a little bit about the character of this neighborhood? Is it residential?
So the 800 block South 41st Street where this occurred is a residential neighborhood south of Broadway and the west end of Louisville. It's predominantly a residential neighborhood. There's people out. Just depends on the time of day, but there are people out at all times of day. So someone on a bike is not out of place.
And no one said that someone on a bike was at this scene, or even on this street.
That's correct.
Okay. So, did you go out to the hospital that night?
I did. Once we completed our scene investigation, I went to University of Louisville Hospital.
May I approach the Commonwealth's attorney?
Okay. You also have-
No objection.
Is this photograph familiar to you?
Yes.
What is this photograph?
This is a picture of the victim at the University of Louisville Hospital.
What's the number on it? That's Commonwealth's 20. And had he already passed away by the time you got to the hospital?
When I arrived at the hospital, he had already succumbed to his injuries.
What did you do after that? Did you do anything else with respect to the scene?
When I went to university, we had concluded this investigation. It was in the middle of the street for him on South 41st Street. So we concluded that scene investigation. Then I went to the hospital I believe it was Detective Baker that went to the hospital first. So we kind of split duties while people are investigating the scene. Somebody else will go to the hospital to speak with the doctors there to get a report of what's going on with the victim to get an expectation there. So as soon as I was done with the scene investigation, I went to University of Louisville Hospital to talk to the doctors there to determine time of death and the injuries that had occurred.
And did you also attend the autopsy?
I did that. It would be that same morning at that point.
And was there anything significant about the autopsy?
Other than the injuries he sustained. He sustained a gunshot wound that went through his right arm and injured his right side.
So after the autopsy, after the scene, did you have any suspects on this case?
I did not.
Did you have any promising leads on the case?
I did not.
So what was the first thing that broke for you on this case?
I believe, and I would have to look at the exact dates. Roughly 2 weeks later, I received a call. I was off at the time that there was an interview. There were interviews taking place. That the individuals that were being interviewed had information on my case.
And who was that call from?
I believe it was Detective. It was one of the detectives in the homicide unit, but I can't remember who exactly called me. If it was Detective Tonelli or if it was another person, I believe it might have been Detective Tonelli, but I can't remember the exact conversation.
And as a result of this phone conversation with Tonelli, what was the next step that you were able to take on your case?
So at that point on my case, I came in to witness the end of the interviews. As far as in my case, we had a statement from one of the co-defendants in this case.
Is the stand if you want to need to approach? Okay.
So, as a result of your investigation, did you come across any surveillance videos?
I did. I had made several attempts to recanvass the 800 block of South 41st Street where this occurred, in hopes that it was late at night, maybe somebody would be awake the next day or subsequent days. I had a chance to go to, I believe it was 823 South 41st Street, where I obtained some surveillance video pointing out the front of the house towards the street. I was able to collect that.
And what was significant in that video?
That video, it faces the street. It does not capture where the victim was located ultimately. However, it does show the victim walking down the street right around the time of the incident, and then it shows two vehicles that are coming up the street. They would be driving northbound prior to that, right after he walked by.
And you've seen this video before. It fairly accurately represents the video you recovered. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to admit, publish Commonwealth Exhibit 20.
Okay. All right, that's good, and you may publish.
And do you know if the timestamp on this video is accurate?
I would have to, I don't remember. I didn't look as I was watching it. If you
Put the
if
last
you
clip back
rewind
up.
it would have been, so frequently whenever I have been looking at video for surveillance on private homes, it's frequent that they're not on the correct date or the times could be off. As for instance, this is showing 5/3 of 2016 at 23:51 hours. The incident in this, for this case occurred on 5/4 at roughly 23:59 is when we got the call. So roughly an hour later from this, which could be from several things. If people don't change it with daylight savings time, if something like that occurs, the hours could be off by a little bit. So the timestamp on this will show within an hour of when we received the call.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon. I want to start off with something pretty easy. Is it Brian or Ryan?
Brian with a B.
With a B.
B-R-I-A-N.
Correct. Griffin.
Yes.
That's my fault. Okay. You were lead detective on this case?
I was for this case, yes. Christopher Jones.
Did you remain lead detective on it until you left the Louisville Police Department?
I did.
Okay. Which was when?
It's January 15th of 2021.
A couple of things I wanted to follow up on with you. You're familiar with your report, right?
Yes.
And your initial report in this case is actually only 2 pages, right?
That's probably fair assessment. The initial report for anything is the pertinent information on it, and we'll add to that as time goes on.
2 pages.
Probably.
In that report, you indicate that there was a shot followed by 5 more shots.
I believe that was what the call came in as, that there was the caller for the dispatch run said that they heard a shot and then 5 additional shots.
So today, you would agree that that was incorrect.
I was not there at the scene to be able to say whether that was correct or not. She could have heard a total of 6 shots. I don't know. I can't speak to what she did here.
Okay. Well, you were the lead detective. There wasn't evidence of 6 shots.
There was not evidence of 6 shots, correct?
Nonetheless, your report indicates 1 plus 5. Right?
That was the initial call, yes. From the call taker.
But you don't have, you have the ability with, I know those reports are done by computer, right?
Correct.
And you, when you figure out something's wrong, like an error, right, you can go back in and fix it.
Correct.
But you did not.
I did not correct the initial call takers, what she took from the person who called in. Correct. I left it as it was called into dispatch.
you didn't include a correction that says, in our investigation, we determined, in fact, it was only one shot.
I did not, and I did not change the initial report to change it from what the call taker took as it came in to say that there was only one gunshot recovered or one shell casing recovered or one gunshot that was heard, because the call came in that there was a gunshot and then she heard 5 additional. Whether it was accurate or correct, it still was something that was called into dispatch, and that's how we received the initial call. So to preserve what we received initially, that was left the same.
Let's talk about this one shell casing.
Okay.
That shell casing was still present on the ground when you got to the scene?
Yes,
And it was collected,
it was.
it was tested.
Yes.
That's one of the routine things that lead detective does, make sure everything gets tested right.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, one of the things it was tested for was fingerprints.
Yeah, it was tested for fingerprints, but I'll let you ask the question.
Okay, thank you. And Brice's fingerprints were not on the shell casing.
No, sir.
And the reason we test for fingerprints is because things like shell casings actually do take fingerprints.
They do, and they often also burn off from the shell.
I want to ask you about another aspect of the case. You went to the autopsy.
Correct.
Which was
The morning of the 4th.
okay. All right. Was it the same day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was by the time that we finished the scene and I went to the University of Louisville, it would have been about 4 something in the morning. And then it would have gone over to the autopsy right after.
And you're familiar with the contents of that report?
Yes.
You were present at the autopsy.
I was.
In addition to the injury from the bullet, the single bullet, right? There also was an injury to his head.
Yes, sir.
That was documented. You were able to see that, right?
Yes.
And that was also documented on the autopsy report
I believe so.
and was observed by the medical examiner.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that I think you talked about doing a neighborhood canvas, right?
Yes.
Your report indicates that you knocked on 5 doors.
I did. There was additional detective there that was doing an additional canvas on the additional side of the road within the immediate area.
Things a few weeks later, it would be 18 days, something like that.
Roughly.
A week after that, there's no indication that you did any follow-up work on this case.
That's not entirely true. There was additional follow-up done. I followed up with the leads that we had. There was additional cell phone search warrant that was done for the victim's cell phone, as well as additional canvases that occurred that did not yield any results.
Looking at your reports, I think you said before when you were asked by the prosecution, you don't have any leads.
They were not no, the leads on this case were not very good.
You may not have recall of this next question, but I'm going to ask anyway. About how many murder cases would you say you had that you were working in homicide?
Correct. Were you asking that I was the lead on or that I worked on in general?
That is a fair follow-up question. I meant as lead.
Okay. I would have to get the exact for you. It was within around 10.
Okay. And that's fine. I was looking for the ballpark. I was curious. And then how many additional ones that you were not lead?
That was not lead that we worked on.
That you were part of. Do you guys do it all by teams?
It just depends on the situation. It depends on the amount of cases that are being worked at the same time, depending on the day. It varies, unfortunately. But we worked over 100 cases a year, and I was there for a couple of years. I did not work every single case, but a fair amount in some form or fashion.
I think I did a bad job asking my question. I'm going to ask it better. In May of 2016, how many cases would you have had open either as lead or as part of a team?
This would have been the only homicide that I had open as a lead.
And then as part of a team?
As part of a team, I would have to look. I don't have that number.
Sure. I know you don't have the number. I just meant,
I worked several, but I was also working non-fatal shootings as well. So I couldn't give them 7 years ago. I can't remember the exact number of cases from that one.
Okay. You were unable to find any other leads the next day, the next week, week after?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you leave the Louisville Police Department?
Family reasons, sir.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. You mentioned someone had come forward and said that they heard 1 shot and then 5.
Yes, I believe that was the initial call for the call for service that came to dispatch, that came through dispatch for patrol response.
And it was phrased that way as 1 and then 5.
Correct.
If somebody had heard 6 shots at once, you think they would just say they heard 6 shots?
That would be what I would assume. In the area that was in, it is not uncommon for there to be multiple different gunshots from different areas that would be audible in the same area.
And I guess the question was asked, because someone gives a statement that has facts in it that don't jive with what other people said or what your theory of the case is, you don't get to go back and change what they said, right?
Correct. That was what I heard. It would be, after going to the scene and seeing 1 shell casing, to amend it to say there would be 1 would be fair, but the call came in that there was one shot, and then an additional 5. Whether that's accurate or inaccurate, I left that there for transparency.
What you do know is there was 1 shot at yours.
Correct.
Was anybody's fingerprint identified on the case?
No.
So there were no fingerprints on the case. It wasn't just that Brice Rhodes' fingerprints weren't on the case. Nobody's.
Correct.
Do you recall when you saw an injury to the victim? You mentioned his head. Where on his head was the injury?
I would have to look at the report to be sure. I can't. 7 years ago, I can't remember the head injury very clearly.
Do you remember seeing the head injury when he was laying in the street before he got medical attention, or do you remember seeing the head injury at the hospital or at the autopsy?
It would have been at the hospital or autopsy because I did not see the victim on the scene. When I arrived on scene, he had already been transported to U of L while they were trying to give him medical attention.
No further questions, John.
All right, you're free to go, Detective Griffin. Thank you. Don't want to touch. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening, but I'm going to read the admonition again. Before you go, please recall my earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. Also, if anyone tries to speak to you about the case, tell them you are under an order not to discuss it and that you cannot continue to discuss it. I'm going to ask you all to be back outside the courtroom tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And don't forget your phones. Thank you. Oh, yes, sir.
Our notes?
Just leave them here. Yep, you can just put them face down and leave them here.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying to pull up day 2 here.
Take a break for the evening.
Oops. Okay, let's. Just looking to see if we've got. Well, let's start with the beginning here. Let's see if. Let's. Doesn't look like we've got anything for the first few minutes, so let's skip ahead a bit.
Ready to get started? Please try to be on time. I really
Looks like we've got a sidebar. There's no indication the jury has come in yet. Let's go a little further. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what I was told by Ballinger. That number 2 should be confused.
Okay. I still don't see any sign the jury's come in yet. Looks like there's a lot of dead time here. Okay, let's skip forward about 10 minutes. That looks frozen. Okay, looks like there's a break. Maybe they had some complication with the stream.
Okay, great. Anybody have anything that they need to talk to the court about with regards to the admonition? Come on up. Attorneys. Good morning. Let me just get everybody up here.
May need to adjust the volume. Oh, I thought we were. Looks like we've still got some more dead time. Okay, I had a few more minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, we've skimmed off about 20 minutes.
Good morning.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Could you tell the jury your name?
Anonia Jones.
And are you related to Christopher Jones?
Yes.
How are you related?
I'm his sister.
How old was Christopher in May of 2016 when he died?
He was 40.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury a little bit about him?
Well, he was the middle child of 3. I'm the youngest. He has an older brother, Sean Jones. Chris has 3 children, a daughter and 2 sons. I don't know.
How old are his children?
I'm not quite sure their ages, but I know his daughter, she was an adult when this happened. And his youngest was maybe around 6 or 7. And then his middle son was probably around 8 or 9, somewhere around there.
And does your family live in Louisville?
Yes, yeah.
And did Christopher work?
Yeah, he had jobs. I think he worked at the 3 Brothers that was like right there at the corner of 41st. At one time, he also worked at was it Rallies on Broadway? So he had like little jobs like that.
And was his murder a surprise to you all?
Yes, it was a very big surprise.
As far as you all knew, did he have any enemies?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from the defense?
Oh, sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is my brother Chris.
Your Honor, if I'm welcome to introduce this.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I can just show the jury.
You may.
I will mark that as 21.
Any questions from the defense?
Ma'am, I'm sorry for your loss. We don't have any questions.
Feel free to go, Ms. Jones. Thank you for being here. Commonwealth could please call their next witness.
That should have been 22. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
The Commonwealth calls Jesse Silveria.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. You can just come right up here to the witness stand. If I could please have you raise your right hand. Please swear to tell the truth and the whole truth.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
What is your name? It's Jessica Hoffman, formerly Silveria. And where do you work now? I'm the Commonwealth's detective at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office in Bullock County. In 2016, where did you work? I was a crime scene technician with LMPD. And how long were you a crime scene technician? Since 2004. Okay. When did you leave? I left in 2018 just due to an injury that I couldn't work that type of job, hazardous duty, anymore. Can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does? Sure. So as a crime scene technician, we work under the discretion of officers. We will be called out to runs either from dispatch. We'll hear that on our radio. Officers will call us, or they'll come down to our office and say, hey, I need for you to come out to a location with me. So we're a secondary responder. So for example, if I was called out to a scene by a detective, we would go out, document everything when we got there, take pictures of the scene as is. We may videotape the scene if it needs to be videotaped. Example, if it was a homicide or other type of major crime. Then with the direction of the detectives and with them, we would take measurements if need be, which is also documenting the scene. Like I said, the videotape, we may do some presumptive tests. We'll collect the evidence, make note of the evidence in reports. We will measure where we found the evidence. Some people in the unit would scan the scene. So that part is collecting, documenting, preserving the evidence. After that, we may go to an autopsy. After that, evidence is going to be logged into the property. We may photograph it further at the crime scene office and do further development of fingerprints or presumptives, which could be for like blood and other items and other materials. Then we would place the stuff in the property room and we document that. And then I would say like our final step that the crime scene unit does is taking the evidence to the KSP crime lab for analysis. We bring it back, secure it back in the property room. And then finally, like I'm here today, it's been years, but we have our reports and then we testify as to what we done. And how do you, when you find a piece of evidence at a scene, how do you ensure that from collection to lab to courtroom, that it's the same piece of evidence? Right. So we'll also put markers down. I forgot to mention that. So there will be a marker down at a scene so that later we can recognize, hey, exhibit 1's at marker 2. You can look at it. You can see exactly where it was at. So that piece of evidence, to ensure that it's been packaged and secure and in the same thing, like it might get put in a paper bag and we'll write on there 1, because we're just doing preliminary documentation. So it would say 1, I'm just making up shoe. We're going to record 1 shoe. It was at this marker. We know where this location was. It was photographed. It's in this bag 1. When we get back to the office, it may, if it doesn't need to be dried or anything, it can stay in that bag. And then we're going to put a label on it. 1 shoe, all the case information. Or if it needs a new, most stuff is packaged in paper to preserve the evidence. If it needs a new packaging, if it needs to be dried, that gets labeled so that we know what we have, but then it'll get put maybe in an envelope and you'll see like yellow envelopes or a bag with a label on there. It says evidence, you'll see evidence tape. That's how we assure that that's that item. And why is paper a good substance for storing evidence? Well, especially when you have items that might have at one time been saturated with any kind of material. And I'm not speaking specifically to this case, but say you had, it was wet with water, it had blood, suspected blood on it or blood or any kind of other thing that was wet. You don't want to create mold. Everybody knows you can have a piece of moldy clothing. If you had left the bathing suit out too long, you can have moldy food. If you put it in plastic, that's just going to create more moisture. So you want to put your evidence in paper bags so that it's breathable a little bit, but it's protected and then it stays dry. It doesn't deteriorate further. And why do you dry some evidence? Because biohazard evidence, for example, blood, just in general, you don't want it to saturate that bag and then later get on some other evidence because it's going to the property room. So you need to make sure it's safe and secure. It's been packaged properly in that bag and it's not going to contaminate any other evidence. So you want to make sure that that evidence is staying contained to that bag. So how do you dry evidence? We call them the CSU drying cabinets. Basically, it looks like a big refrigerator, but it's open and it has shelves, has a glass little window where you can look in there, and it has a contained filter. So we change the filters. We put butcher paper, which is like the brown paper that people put meat and different things on. The reason we do that is because we line the shelves. That makes cleanup easy, gives a little extra protection. And what we would do is we make sure that cabinet's clean with bleach. It's always sprayed out before and after with a bleach solution. I believe it's 10%. And then we have a hose. There's like a little hose that's connected to it. So basically you're spraying it out. Then you're going to hang your clothing or your items in there that are wet. Like you can put stuff on the shelf on top of the paper. You hang your clothing up with the hangers that are plastic, and then you close that. And then you're going to put a little note on there. Case number 12345, items 12345, initials. And then you don't get in there until you get them out to package them, and you may photograph them before or after.
And you mentioned evidence tape. What is that?
Sure. Evidence, there's evidence tape, which you might hear is the crime scene tape from the crimes that's yellow, do not enter, but there's also crime scene packaging evidence tape. And you'll see it's either yellow, blue, or red. It's very thin. There's little edges. So say this was the package or the envelope. I would seal it here. I'm going to initial it. I'm going to date it. If anybody opens that or even tries to, it rips so easy. So like at the lab, it may be cut through the envelope just so that they don't have to mangle all the tape. But if somebody tried to open it where that seal is, you're going to rip that tape. So it comes in a box in a roll, and we just basically secure our evidence to show it's been properly sealed.
So that way you can see if it was tampered with.
Correct.
And then does the lab put their own tape on after they open your tape?
Yes, the lab will have their own tape, and then they'll put their initials on there.
Turning to May 22nd, 2016, did you get called out to a scene?
Yes, I did.
Where did
Okay, I think we're having a sidebar. Doesn't look like it goes on too long, so we'll let it roll. Okay, where'd you go?
on May 22nd, 2016, did you respond to a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I'm going to have to refer to my notes if that's okay, because it's been a while. So these are my reports, and it looks like I was called out to the rear of 4028 River Park Drive in Louisville, Jefferson County.
When you say the rear, what do you mean?
The rear of the house.
Is that an area with alleys?
Yes.
Okay. Were you responding right off of an alley?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to go there?
Detective Jason Vance called me, and that was how, like I described, sometimes they call us. He called me to respond to that scene about 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m.
What did you see when you got there?
So when I got there, I would have to specifically refer to photos for exact scene details, but there was 2 victims at the scene and other items of evidence that I collected.
While you were there, did you take a video?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's known as a scene video?
Yes.
And when you take scene videos, what are you looking to put in the video?
So the scene video, we walk around with one of the detectives. I know that I walk around with them, and what we do is we document the crime scene. For example, if this was a scene, I would walk to the front of the house. I would show the address, might show any street signs. We're going to follow around to where the scene was, which is actually the majority of the scene at the back of the residence of the alleyway, which we're calling the rear. And you would document everything as is before you start, collecting things. I have not reviewed all of the photos yet today, but usually we don't put markers out until we've done that. I'm not sure if there was ones put out at this time, but we try to document it as is when we get there first.
Would the scene video in this case be a fair and accurate representation of how the scene looked that day?
Yes, it would.
The Commonwealth moves to introduce the scene video as exhibit.
No objection.
All right, admitted.
That guy's trying to. Oops.
Now that street we could see beyond the boys there at the end, was that the alley that you spoke of earlier?
Yes.
Were detectives already working the scene before you were called to the scene?
Yes.
How long, when you first get to the scene, how long is it before you start seeing the video?
Basically, we do a quick walkthrough. Just this is what we have. Make sure you don't step on this. Make sure you're aware that this is here. We make notes who's there. Usually, when we get there, we get the basic information, and then they're going to give us a basic little walkthrough. And then the video is usually what we do first. According to my notes, I videotape the scene first, even before I photograph the scene, just to show it as is.
So that would have been, as far as you know, how police first found the scene.
Correct.
Did you then take photographs?
Yes. After videotaping the scene, I photograph the scene.
I'm going to show you what we marked as 24 through 51.
Thank you.
And let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
No objection.
So admitted.
Switch over to the photographs.
Okay, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is going to be the front of the location of the scene, showing the house 4028, which is where I responded, and then the house to the right of it, 4030.
Flip through, feel free to start describing.
Sure. So basically, due to media arriving, more people showing up, just trying to preserve dignity, we've already taken the video. We are allowed to put up privacy screens, and that's what this black screen is at the scene.
So beyond that screen, would that be where the bodies
The bodies are behind that. And this photo is showing from the alley of 4028 looking towards the back of the residence. And as you can see, the privacy screen, the back of the residence 4028, and then the bodies of the victims. And this is the victims. We have put markers at 4 or 5, and I think that corresponds so that we could say which piece of evidence was with them. So, actually, it should be 5 is one of them, and then 6 is one of the victims.
And I think there's some leaves obscuring.
Yes.
6 marker.
Yeah, you can kind of see it too at the foot, the left foot of them facing down, the lime green in there.
So, and these markers are obviously things that you all brought and put at the scene, correct?
Correct. They're sanitized and packaged back up in their case and brought to each scene. This is a close-up picture of the victims.
And at this point, are they lying how they were found?
To the best of my knowledge, when I got there, that's how they were laying. And this is a close-up of one of the faces of one of the victims, especially to get a recognition picture. This is a picture of the other victim's face close-up. And this is an angle from the head torso area of one of the victims, the one on the right. And this is a mid-range torso view of one of the victims.
Were you able to determine what that white substance is on him?
I can't technically determine it, but there is obviously charring. This is a picture of the legs of the victims with what looks to be like charred items. And as you can see here, with common knowledge, it appears to be charred items of clothing and skin, the leg waist area. This is going to be a close-up of one of the arms of one of the victims, and there seems to be a belt or leather material tied around the arm and knotted.
At this point, have you all moved the victims to see their backs?
I believe they have been turned. That would have been like after we got all the photographs. And normally the coroner would be present and the detectives. This is all with their discretion. This is a back photo of one of the victims, just showing the laver, which is like the discoloration of the skin, and just showing if there's any defects in the skin, a picture of their back. This is another angle further out of one of the victims showing their torso and the back of their skin on their legs. Appears to be charred. This is going to be a picture of a defect. I don't know to get into what I'm allowed to say, but appears to be a defect in the wrist of one of the victims.
A defect, you mean wound?
Yes. This is showing at marker 2. We've got a scale down, and I believe we suspected it might be some partial like tar prints and some other types of evidence. So we put markers down and a scale so that we could show where it was at in relation to the scene. So you see 1 and 2, and then you've got the big scale with some suspected tar prints in the middle of that.
Is this between the alley and the victims?
Yeah, this is like the alleyway, but still kind of like where the weeds and the dirt are, not necessarily like the big concrete alley. And here you can see we've got that big scale. It's used for photography purposes so that later you can tell the exact how big it was, and then it's like an L scale so that you can see the measurement this way, you can see the measurement this way, you can triangulate, coordinate where specifically something might be that might be important. And again, that's just a 90-degree angle of that suspected tire tread impression. And also you can see like there's debris, pressed down as well. And then we've got exhibit 3, there's a White Castles box. And you can see now that in relation to where exhibit 3, 4, and 5 are by the victims, it just shows you like how close that evidence we collected. Where it's at, that's why we would have collected is it's that close to our victims.
So you don't know at that moment what's important, right?
Correct. Just using common knowledge and, working knowledge from having done scenes like that, we know to collect that type of evidence. This is just another angle, and it's showing 5 and 6. Earlier we referred to, like I was telling you, the victims are at marker 5 and 6, and then we later identified them. That way we can show which piece of evidence was by them, and we can refer to that later.
Were you able to edit your report to say which child is which marker?
Yes.
Who is 5?
So we have marker 5. So marker 5 is on the bottom or the right, depending on how you have the photo rotated.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So we'll just start on the left. So marker 6, we have identified Maurice Gordon Jr. And then marker 5 at the foot, we have identified Larry Ordway.
At the time that you were at the scene, did you all know who the victims were?
To the best that I can recall, no, because fingerprints were taken or it had to be positively identified. I know that fingerprints were taken and then they were taken off for identification. This is just another, and that's just to the best I can recall on that. But on markers 4 and 5 is just showing these White Castle boxes and how close they are to the bodies of the victims. And then at marker 4, you've also got what appears to be suspected shoe print impression, like how you would see on the heel of a shoe. So again, there's debris in the way. We put a scale down just so that you could see in relation, like for future purposes, where exactly that was at in relation and with the inches of the L scale. And this is also a further out photo of Exhibit 4. It shows some other items to the left of it that we collected. And then to the right of number 4, where the suspected shoe print was, you can see we took a little casting. So that's a dental stone that we poured into where you can see it's marked number 4 on the underside of it. We let that dry and then we collect it.
What substance is that?
It's basically dental stone that we use, that dentists use for hardening for like when they make dentures and take impressions. So this is also an impression underneath of it, an impression of tire tread, impression of a tire track, like if you push something into the mud or Play-Doh. We try to photograph it just in case, because sometimes these don't turn out so well. So then after photographing, you've got the scale. We went ahead and mixed it up. You mix it up with distilled water and then you pour it. We used just like a little box since it was the small area as like a border, like a buffer. And then you pour the material in there. It starts curing. It gets a little warm. You have to leave it for a little while. It depends on the temperature outside. And then once it's dry, then you pick it up. You don't peel it off. You don't clean it off. You package it, let it dry a little further. And then that's going to eventually go to the crime lab. So here, hold on, I'm just gonna flip this around, sorry. So now you can see, if you remember where markers 5 and 6 were, is where our victims were, they've been removed. And now we're going to look for any other evidence that could have been underneath of them. We've got a little bit better view of that area, so we may put additional markers out now. It shows Exhibit 4 still in relation to where they were at.
So are those markers exactly where they were when the victims were still present?
Yes.
And who removes victims from scenes?
The coroner's office. They will call either ties or a pickup service, but they'll be there to supervise that along with the detectives.
What is ties?
I'm not sure of the exact acronyms, but they come and transport bodies to the coroner's office for a medical examination.
What was marker 7? What was at that marker?
Let's see, marker 7 is going to be our Exhibit 8, and I have it labeled as a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of victim located at marker 6.
And let me flip this one on. Is this showing the distance of the bodies to the alley?
Yes, it is.
Okay. After you took photographs, what did you do?
So after I took the photographs, I know that the castings were done. A lot of the set we collected. Me and one of the other technicians, Sparks, collected, I believe I was the lead in it, all of the exhibits. And then as far as what I did, let's see, I collected some more exhibits.
Can you tell us what was collected from the scene?
Yes. So just go through the list.
Sure.
Okay. So we have one is the videotape, which you've already watched. We have Exhibit 2. Do you want to know what marker they're at or just Exhibit? Exhibit 2 was a cast of a partial suspected tire impression. Exhibit 3, cast of another partial suspected tire impression. Exhibit 4 was an empty white and orange White Castle box located in the grass near the victims. We have number 5, empty white and orange White Castle boxes located in the grass near the victims. 5A is a wet napkin because it came out of that box. We labeled it an A. It was a wet napkin which fell out from one of the boxes of Exhibit 5. We didn't want to just, guess where it came from, but so that's why we labeled it 5A. So Exhibit 6 is a cast of the suspected partial shoe impression east of the victim located at marker 5. Then we have Exhibit 7, a torn piece of a brown bag with blue appears to be a White Castle's bag located in the grass. And then we have, of course, again, our victims located at marker 5 is Larry Ordway. Victim at 6 is Maurice Gordon Jr. 8 is a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of the victim located at 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. 9 is a cast of a suspected partial shoe impression. Remember me talking about the impressions. Northeast of the victim located at marker 5. We have Exhibit 10, a wet mainstays washcloth with suspected blood located between the victims. And then we have Exhibit 11, one partially burnt empty white and orange White Castle's box with suspected blood located between the legs of the victim at marker 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. We have Exhibit 12, a broken piece of a red plastic jar ring located in the grass. 13, debris from under the victim at marker 5, which is Larry Ordway. It was burnt with suspected body fluids, suspected blood. 14, debris from under victim at marker number 6, which is Maurice Gordon Jr. And it was burnt with suspected blood, suspected body fluids. Exhibit 15, a piece of blue plastic located under the victim, located at marker 6, which is again Maurice Gordon Jr. That was the exhibits I collected.
And would you have packaged them as you described earlier in the brown paper and taken them back to CSU?
Yes, I would have put them in their initial bag. They may have remained in that bag and then labeled, or they may have been packaged further.
Did you take fingerprints of the victims? Or
The-
did you observe your
I
partner?
observed the technician Sparks that was there with me taking them.
And is that because you all didn't know who they were at that time?
From what I can recall, they did not know, just from what I can recall, they did not know who they were at the time or had to verify, but that's why he took them to be examined.
Okay. And how long were you at the scene there at River Park?
So I have that I got there, my time's listed at 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m. And actually, I'm sorry. I got the call at 1:10 p.m. I got there at 1:38. So 1:38 p.m., 13:38 hours. And then I cleared the scene at 17:15, which is going to be 5:15. So from 1:38 to 5:15.
And did you do anything on this case the next day?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
And I'm sorry, it's been a while, so I have to refer to my report. So the next day is going to be the 23rd. I responded to pathology, which the location at that time is 810 Barrett Avenue still, to the autopsies of both victims.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a medical examination of someone's that's deceased, and often with circumstances that are other than a normal death. The medical examiner and myself will take pictures, observe and document the body and collect any evidence, take weights of organs and different things, and then so that they can make a determination of death.
And does CSU attend all autopsies of suspected homicides?
Yes, we do.
Did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes, I did.
And were they done simultaneously or one at a time?
What do you?
Did the doctors do one autopsy and then stop and do another, or do you?
I did both autopsies, so I would have had to done one at a time.
May I approach you? I'm going to show you what we have marked as 52, 64. I know those are photos that you recognize.
Yes, they are.
And what are those?
These are photographs of one of the victims from the autopsy. And we always start out taking pictures of like the face shot just for identification, both sides of the face. We'll take pictures of any wounds. We'll put scales. Am I allowed to show anything or no? That's okay. We'll put scales down at the little ruler. Sometimes they're sticky little ruler. Sometimes they're a large ruler, just so that you can get a good view of the size of something. For example, if it's a wound, if it's a laceration, if it's, a piece of hair. And then also we'll show like if there's any defensive wounds, any damage to the tissues, any clothing. But that's what the photographs would be. And then we'll also lay the clothing on the brown paper again so that you can get a better view of it before it's packaged and transported again.
What's that, 53 to 64?
All right, so admitted.
No objection.
If you could now tell the jury specifically about each photo.
Yes, and I don't have the ME number on here, so I don't know which victim this is, but this is going to be a side view before they're cleaned and washed up, because that does happen after initial photographs. So this is looks like the right side of one of the victims. And this is a face 90-degree angle showing one of the victims.
If you looked at the,
That was with the marker.
yeah, if you can tell from the marker which victim this is, referring to your photos from the scene.
It's kind of hard to tell that way. Is it the red? 5. So number 5 is going to be. Let me refer to my notes again. This one is at marker. Kind of hard to tell from here.
I'll pick a different picture.
Yeah,
I see the
thank
problem.
I just don't want to guess.
Okay, so referring to exhibit 45, which shows the markers
Okay.
by the feet of the boys. Is 5 in the red shirt.
The red shirt is 5,
Okay, so
which is Larry Ordway.
And then the other boy who was not in the red shirt.
The other boy who's not in the red shirt is Maurice Gordon.
And does his photo, which is 30, match the photo from this autopsy?
This is
This being the autopsy.
number 5. I'm sorry, it's hard to tell from
Sorry.
here.
If we walk back and number 6 does not have the red shirt.
Then number 5 has to obviously be Larry Ordway.
Right, and number 6
Is Maurice Gordon.
and the victim who is not in the red shirt, being Maurice Gordon, does his photo from the scene, exhibit 30, match the photo that I just showed you from the autopsy?
The one that's up there.
Sorry.
Is the one in the not in the red shirt.
Right.
So that is Maurice Gordon Jr. I'm sorry.
I'm
it's
sorry,
hard to
that
tell
was
from
really
pictures. I don't want to guess.
Right, so
So this is Maurice Gordon Jr.'s autopsy photographs. Better correct than guessing.
oops, sorry, let me go back.
Okay, so this is going to be a photograph of the hand of the victim. And if I'm looking down at it, you can see it appears that the thumb is this way. So the left hand, and it's got charring on the fingers and skin sloughage and removal on it. And you can see with the scale just gives an idea of like how large that is. That's a 2-inch scale, I believe.
This is another view of the hand.
This is another view of the hands, and it just shows the extent of the charring. And this is a defect of a wound that appear. I won't say how it appears to be, but these are. This is another L scale, and I've just got a picture of these 3 wounds in the middle of it before it's all cleaned up.
And were his organs out of the body when found?
Yes, they were. If you look above that scale, that's going to be intestine. This is another picture of the photographic scale. See where it says ABFO, it's a photographic scale. It's got 2 wound defects in the center of that.
Are those centimeters or inches on your scale?
They're millimeters.
So broken up into centimeters? Or
It appears to be, but like, for example, if you looked at the 1 millimeter, you know, I'm not going to guess on that. It just says 1 millimeter. This is a rear photo of the torso showing defects or wounds.
And has the body been cleaned at this point?
Yes, it has.
Why does that happen?
Because that way, now that we've already got the photographs at the scene that you saw what they look like as is, and then you had photographs as is at the medical examiner's office, they want to clean the body up, the victim, because it'll show more wounds, it'll show bruising, it might show patterns. You can't see it as good when there's a lot of blood, you know, with the coloring, everything just kind of runs in together. So this way you can get an idea of exactly how the edges of everything looks too. And this is going to be another photograph of the wounds cleaned up. Another photograph of those 3 wounds. Now you can see the torso. To me, that appears to be the navel. So you've got, you know, just here I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a large 5, and then a large mass of possibly more than 1 defect together. This is a picture of the clothing that was on the victim. As I talked about, we put some of that paper down, just that way we could lay the clothing down as soon as we got it from the autopsy. That way you could get a good view of it with the charring. You know, it could further deteriorate in a bag, and it's nice to get a picture before further deterioration. This is a picture of the boxers that was collected, Lucky brand, and then we've got a scale down just for reference. Here we've got some debris and pieces from the clothing that have come off and charring, and again, the scale.
Is this listed as a white t-shirt?
Let me look.
Suspected white t-shirt.
Let's see. We are still on Maurice Gordon Jr., correct? So I have his items collected as several charred sheet pieces, Lucky brand boxer shorts, 37 starter pants. Let's see. So it just says several charred sheet pieces and then the shorts, starter pants as far as clothing.
So safe to say it was so burnt.
That's correct. That's just what we observed and just note for our notation.
Did you collect the clothing?
Yes.
And store it?
Yes.
Did you collect anything else?
As far as with Maurice or in total?
With Maurice.
With Maurice, of course, I photographed, I collected exhibits, I obtained his fingerprints, and then I forwarded them to the LMPD latent analyst, and then I placed those items in the drying cabinet like I talked about.
Do you or somebody that you observed take nail scrapings and from victims' fingers?
Looks like on this one, at the scene, the hands were bagged to preserve any trace evidence. That way, on the way, nothing falls out from the nails. So what we did was we took fingernail clippings from the victim's hands. Those are packaged as evidence in case we want to send those off to the lab. And then, so those would be included with the fingernail clippings.
What evidence are detectives looking for when they take fingernail clippings as evidence?
For any trace evidence, for any sign of any struggle, like say you were in a struggle with somebody, you might have scratched somebody, you might have got some material from somewhere else under your fingernails. You know how like when you're putting on makeup, just if everybody looks at their fingernails after doing anything, you can see you might have something that might be trace evidence, might be matched to something later. Or DNA.
And do you also collect blood standards from the victims?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
In this case, yes, I have a victim blood sample 31 that the medical examiner would have got. We would put it onto like a little blood stain card, and then that's sent out for future comparisons and elimination. So we can say this came from this person, this one's not from this person. It's just a standard that's used.
After Maurice's autopsy, were you present for Larry's?
Yes.
And did you take photographs?
Yes.
And we'll get to those through another witness, but what did you collect from Larry?
From Larry Ordway, I collected, along with the doctor, hair sample. Of course, they did the blood sample, put it on the card that I brought, and it's going to be labeled. Again, the bags that preserves that evidence from his hands, the fingernail scrapings like we talked about. This time it was fingernail scrapings. Sometimes if your nails aren't long enough to cut, they'll do a scraping, opposed to just clipping the whole nail and presenting it as evidence. Then we collected several charred, what we believe to be was sheet pieces from over the victim with suspected blood. Then we collected, I collected a K.A. Knights short sleeve polo shirt. It was size medium 3840 with a W logo, W as in William. And actually it's a Wisconsin on the back neck area. It was charred with defects, which would be like holes in suspected blood. Then there is a pair of black Mars and Ditch cargo shorts, size 34, charred with defects in suspected blood. I collected a red pair of Hanes boxer shorts that were charred with defects in suspected blood, and defects again are me referring to holes. 2 metal D-rings, you know, the little D-rings that you'll see on clothing, usually they're like metal. 2 metal D-rings from within the body bag. It appears to be similar to the D-rings on the shorts of Exhibit 25. So they could have just came off because of the charring and falling apart. And then a suspected hair that we noticed on the victim's buttocks area, and it was put onto a trace lift. And then that would be it for those items.
On May 25th, did you collect from Detective Holland some items?
Yes, I did. On May 25th, Detective Holland came to our CSU office because sometimes detectives will bring stuff down to us. Like if they've collected it or they need processing, they'll just bring it on to us for further photographs or collection. I collected exhibits 88 through 98 and then 99 through 106.
And what would those be?
So I have exhibits.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're fine. I have exhibits 88 and 98 coming from, the detective said they were from Brice Rhodes. So it's Fulton Street in Jeffersonville, Indiana. I have 89 fingernail scrapings from Brice Rhodes. Obtained an address on Haight Avenue. 90, a gold tone Saint or street strill cross pendant on a gold tone chain, so a cross pendant. And then I have 91 control swabs, which is like a Q-tip that I'm going to use to take a buckle or DNA standard. Then I have 92, the actual buckle swabs, which is taking the swab to get a DNA standard on somebody's cheeks. So they had 92 and 93 buckle swabs from Brice Rhodes.
Can you describe more in detail
Sure.
what buckle swabs are?
So if you had a Q-tip and you wanted a DNA sample, you're going to take a control swab, one of those Q-tips that's not used, you're going to put it in a box. Then you're going to take a left cheek and a right cheek, and it's okay to keep them separate or together. You're going to take basically that Q-tip, and a lot of people have been doing the DNA ancestry stuff or the COVID test, the ones in the mouth. Basically, you're going to rub that Q-tip all over your mouth, the inside of your cheek. That's going to pick up buccal cells, which is used for DNA. They're going to process that to get your DNA profile. So they have those collected from Brice Rhodes. And then 94 is a white short sleeve Hanes t-shirt, size large. And then we have 95, a black HDMI laptop tablet. The serial number, I'm not going to read the whole thing off, ends in 14627, 14627. It's in a black case with a charger cord. Then we have exhibit 96, a black 47 brand hat with the LA logo on it. 97 is a pair of snakeskin like Nike tennis shoes, size 9.5. And then finally we have 98, a pair of Trevero jeans, and that's all from Brice Rhodes.
And we've skipped some numbers. Is it safe to say there are other CSU analysts collecting other
Oh,
evidence?
in between. Yeah, so there's a lot of things going on at the same time. So like, just because I'm at the autopsy, there could be search warrants being served, there could be cars being processed. You know, as more things come to light, you have detectives and other crime scene techs like basically could be all over the city working on this case, collecting stuff. So when we get back, we check in the evidence, we have a computer and you put your exhibit numbers. And so I'm like, oh, this person ended in exhibit 10, I pick up at 11. They'll look up later and say, oh, I picked up at 15. So there's multiple people working on multiple things at all times.
Okay. And did you also collect items that Detective Holland brought you from Chicory Taylor?
Yes.
And what was that?
I have from Anan.
Oh, sorry.
Carter.
Carter, yes.
I have exhibits 99 through 106 from Anan Carter, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. 99 was a control swab, what we talked about, didn't have anything on it, the Q-tip. Then we have 100, a buccal swab, like I talked about, from Anan, and 101, the right swab from Anan Carter. So those are the buccal swabs for DNA purposes. 102 is a pair of black socks. 103 is a black Ellison shorts with red RCHS Lions with basketball logo. 104 is a pair of black Nike pants. And then we have 105, a pair of black and neon red Jordan tennis shoes, size 9. Then lastly, we have 106, a gray short sleeve Levi Strauss t-shirt, size medium. I believe that's it as far as exhibits.
As far as in May, is that
For the month of May, yes. Yes, I did.
what day was that?
July 11th, 2016. And that's a Monday, I believe.
And what did you do?
So on that day, would have got a call from Detective Tonelli from Homicide, and he wanted me to respond to the auto theft garage with him to process a vehicle.
Is the auto theft garage where all vehicles involving crimes are brought, not just stolen vehicles?
So the auto theft garage is a secured padlock facility, and it's coded, it's secure. It's in the same area as the LMPD tow lot, but it's a special area for processing vehicles, and that could include if there was an auto theft, if there was, a homicide, just say somebody messed up the car and you want it fingerprinted or anything. So we process any vehicles there.
And what did you do at this garage?
So at the auto theft garage was located at 1547 Frankfurt Avenue. I met with Detective Tonelli, and then we photographed the car again as is. It was a 2007 Mazda 3 with a Kentucky license plate of 484 N as in Nora, T as in Tom, 484 NTT. And then the VIN, I'm just going to read you the last of it, is 82818, 82818. Since I photographed it, then I collected some exhibits from the vehicle, exhibits 139 through 142.
You're on that first witness. These photographs, which are the 65 through 68. Did you take those photographs that day?
Yes, I did.
65 through 68.
No objection.
And then?
This is going to be a picture of the back of the driver's seat of the car, and then a little bit closer picture of below the headrest. And this is going to be where there was this red suspected blood, and I'm just saying suspected, and we took a cutting of it so that it could be sent to the lab. This is showing the cutting, and it's got the scale in it again. It's a 2-inch scale, a 5-centimeter scale, showing relation to the size of the cutting. Yeah, I would have packaged it, and then the possibility of it being transported to the lab, that would be at a later time. I don't have things with it. That's common practice.
And are you always working at the direction of the lead detective or somebody working with the lead detective?
Yes, at their direction and together, yes.
Further questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. I'm not going to walk back through everything.
Sure.
If any of my questions are confusing, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the house and the scene of the alley.
Sure.
Okay. Were you part of determining who owned that property?
No.
Okay, so you don't know anything about that location and the property ownership and all that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. Because that's not your job.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to flip now all the way to the car.
Okay.
Fast forward. You said that was in July, so that's 2 whole months later, right?
Correct.
In the time your earlier testimony had a lot of activity by you for about 2 days, right?
Correct.
But between May and July, you weren't really working on that. You were doing other stuff. You have other cases.
Correct.
Okay. In July, you went out to I'm going to just call it the car warehouse. I know it has a different name. And when you got there, you weren't the first person to examine that car, were you?
I don't know who else examined it. I just have my report as to what I did with direction of the officer that day.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge.
And specifically, the officer who was giving you direction was Detective Tonelli?
That's correct.
All right. On that particular day, you don't know how that car got there. Like, you weren't part of transporting the vehicle to that warehouse.
Correct. I would know common procedure.
But you don't know literally how that car got there on that day, do you? If you do, you don't.
Common procedures of record taking it, but I did not witness any of that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My point, you didn't have I guess I'm probably being confused. My point is, it was there. You didn't have anything to do with
That's
putting
correct.
it.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Yes.
And you didn't have anything to do with processing it before that day in July.
That's correct.
So you got there, you did what you were told to do, asked to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were examining the vehicle, am I correct that it had no back seat?
I have to refer to the pictures again. Is that okay? Let's see. If I'm looking at the pictures, it looks like you can see, can I show that?
Sure. Go ahead.
This is just my observation because this is how I would determine that. It looks like there's a lot of metal here. So it looks like maybe there's a cutting or no, and it looks like there could possibly be no seat just by seeing this metal. But I don't recall any further than that unless I see more pictures.
Okay. So looking at your pictures, looks like there's no back seat in that car.
That's correct.
All right. And you, on that day in July, 2 months after this happened, approximately 2 months, you weren't asked to examine the car seat.
The back car seat where it previously was?
Well, there was no car seat that you were asked to examine the back, right?
I only took cuttings and samples of what I was told and recorded here.
Right. So you were never asked to examine the back car seat.
That would seem correct, but I just don't recall the whole specifics without like further detail, just because my mind is scientifically thinking about the car, you know what I mean?
Okay. But you also have your report, right?
Which it wouldn't have said each seat, but I only took the samples from the ones that I said from that back car.
Right.
Yes.
And so looking at your report, it's okay.
Yes.
If you want to. You did not examine any back seat of that vehicle.
I did not take any evidence from any back seats. Correct.
Okay. And if you had, it would be in your report.
That's correct. Yes.
Additionally, you did not examine any car seat somewhere else. Like for example, at a different location, at CSU headquarters, anyplace else.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and I'm just trying to be clear. So on that day in the back of the car, there was no backseat that you examined. And you also didn't examine a backseat anywhere else.
Correct.
Okay. You did your examination on the 11th of July. I think you said you thought that was a Monday.
Yes, sir. It's July 11th, 2016.
But you didn't put your results into evidence until Wednesday, 2 days later. Is that right?
So on here, it says I photographed the pictures, and then I, on 7/13, placed them in the property room. They would have been secured. We had an evidence locker area. They would have been secured in the evidence locker area that you have to use your ID or code to get into, just because sometimes you're on other runs in between other things. So they're secured until you can get to them to package them to take them to the property room.
And if there had been a car seat that was removed, that would also be kept in that evidence room, right?
It could be kept in the evidence room or the secure CSU evidence area. It's only people, it has, like, we have cards that we have to use. Only the techs can get in there. I can't say where that was stored. There's several areas that could have been stored, but they're all secure.
Okay. And that's, you already jumped to my very next question. Those areas are secured so that people can't get in who were off the street, for example.
That is true.
And in fact, you have procedures set up so that anyone who does access evidence has to log it in, right?
Any evidence logged into the property room?
Yeah.
Yes. So we get a property room report. We take it to the property room. It gets checked in. So there is dates and times that all of that occurred.
And even if someone is working for the police department, those rules are still followed. You have to log in, access to evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And different people have different sort of clearance. They have different cards and things like that. There's a procedure.
Yes, but as far as once it's in the property room, they are in charge of that. You just can't go walking about in there just because, even us.
Exactly. Even the folks whose job it is to take care of the evidence, they still have procedures and still follow them, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're
I have no
welcome.
further questions.
No redirect. All right, ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you.
I think this is a good point for us to take a break as well. Let's see, it is 11 o'clock. You can go ahead and go. Thank you so much. I will go. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Deborah Wren.
How do you spell your last name?
W-R-E-N.
Ma'am, how are you connected to this case?
I'm a grandmother.
You're on your way out for two witnesses. Do you recognize these photos?
It's Reasonberry.
You know these photos you all gave us of the boys?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 16 and 70.
No objection.
Admitted.
Which one's Reese?
That's Reese.
And obviously that's Larry. And if you could, I know it's hard, can you tell the jury about Reese and Larry?
Reese and Larry were really good kids. They did good in school and they played sports and they were really good natured boys. They never been in trouble. They were very loving. They got along with everybody. They were well liked at school. Their teachers really thought a lot of them. They were involved in sports. They were just good boys.
In May of 2016, how old was Maurice?
16.
And how old was Larry?
14.
Did they usually hang out together?
Always.
What school did they go to?
Homestead Academy.
Homestead. What neighborhood did they live in?
It's around the Beachmont area.
Is that in around Iroquois Park?
Yes, Iroquois Park area.
And how are you related to them?
I'm their grandmother.
Right. Are you their mother or father's mother?
My daughter is their mother.
Okay. And what's your daughter's name?
Elizabeth.
Who are their fathers?
Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon.
So they were each a junior? And was your daughter involved in their lives?
Yes.
And were their fathers involved in their lives?
No.
At that time, was your daughter having a few issues?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe a little bit about what the home life was like?
She was just having a hard time, you know, with just doing things and, you know, trying to make ends meet and things of that nature.
Were there times when there wasn't enough food?
Yes,
Did they have, at the time, did they have any siblings?
yes.
And who was that?
20, so their sister.
How old was she back then?
I'm gonna say about 9 or 10,
Okay. How old is she now?
17.
And is there a new sibling that they would have met if they lived?
Larissa.
Larissa?
Mhm.
And when was she born?
September the 22nd, 2017.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
The defense?
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Redden, you are free to step down. Thank you, ma'am. Next witness, please.
Calls Detective Officer Stephanie Spalding.
Thank you. Hi, Officer Spalding, can you come on up? If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, officer. You can have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. What is your name?
Stephanie Spalding,
Where do you work?
LMPD's 3rd Division,
How long have you been with LMPD?
since 2009.
And when you say the 3rd division, is LMPD divided up into a number of divisions?
Yes, I apologize. We have 8 divisions and then several other specialty units, but now I'm in the 3rd.
And does each division cover a certain geographic area?
Yes,
At the time of May of 2016, where were you working?
in the homicide unit.
Were you aware on May 22nd of the case on River Park?
I'm not positive of my work schedule that particular day, but I did not respond to that particular scene.
And how many people were in the homicide units back then, approximately?
Approximately 25 to 30.
Okay. And how do you all divide up responsibilities?
As a new case is called in or we're notified, then that particular detective would then take that case and we would fall in line right behind them.
So is there a rotation and
Yeah.
just your day, that's the case you get?
Yes, and we would often help others, but we may or may not be available to respond to every single scene.
So on May 22nd, was the case assigned to Detective Tonelli? The case on River Park?
According to the case records, yes.
So obviously, not all 25 detectives rushed to River Park, right?
Correct.
Because everybody has their own cases. Okay. But did you all help each other as needed on cases?
Yes, we did.
So at some point, were you asked to do some things on this case?
Yes.
And what was your first role in this case?
My first role was actually on May 24th. So it was a few days later, and I was working in the homicide unit at the time in the office, and I did take a phone call from JCPS.
And what were you directed to respond to a certain school?
Yes, I was asked to go to Olmsted North in regards to an assistant principal who wanted to speak with us more in depth about the 2 young victims.
And at that time, prior to this phone call, did you all have an identity for the victims?
No.
And did Olmsted give you names of children that they thought it might be?
Yes.
How did LMPD put out information about the children?
There were sketches that were released to the media of the 2 victims.
And why sketches and not photos?
We were unable to identify them, and it would have been too difficult for anyone to have to see those things.
The actual photos of.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So after you responded to Olmsted North, did you then have an identity of the children? A possible identity?
Yes, we did. And then we went to the address that was provided to us.
Who did you meet at the address?
I was with another detective who then interviewed their mother.
The mother of the children?
Yes.
After that, did you all get information that led you to another address?
Yes, and at some point during that day, again, we do go to several different scenes and help detectives on various things that I went to Haight Avenue.
And who did you understand that address to belong to?
Brice Rhodes.
Okay. What did you do at Haight Avenue?
First, I was sent there to keep it as a secure location to make sure nobody came in or out of it while a search warrant was being written. So I remained outside of the building.
Was the search warrant completed?
Yes.
And did you all go into an apartment?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall the address?
May I reference the letters?
If there's no objection, yes.
Okay, thank you. The address,
Yes.
763 North Height Avenue, number 2.
Do you recall the layout of the building 763?
Yes.
How many units are inside of it approximately?
So it's a building of, I believe, 4. If it was only 2 stories, so you go in and into a main doorway, or then you go downstairs for the unit, or you can come back up and go to the upstairs for units 3 and 4.
And what type of apartment complex was it?
It was a gated townhome community.
And were there lots of other units sharing a parking lot?
Yes, maybe 15 to 20 buildings or so.
At the time that during the search warrant, what was your role?
I was the person who logs the items. When maybe another detective locates an item, then they inform me, and then I write it on the log sheet to be sent back with the warrant during execution.
So are you actively searching?
No, I'm usually stationary with the paper.
Okay. And did you write down items for the warrant?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what was found during the first warrant?
As listed on the log, there is a small knife and a large knife that was collected by another detective from the bedroom.
What happened after you all finished logging the search warrant?
Then we secured the location.
Pardon?
Then we secured the location and exited.
Okay. And at that point, did you understand that you all were just leaving?
Yes, we did believe at that time that we had completed our part at that location.
What happened next?
Then I left and I did inform Miss Rhodes that we were finished with the search warrant. And shortly after, approximately 20 minutes or so, I was instructed to return back to the location and remain outside again to keep it secured in order for a second search warrant to be executed.
And during this time, did you speak with the mother of Brice Rhodes?
In between?
At any point at Hyde Avenue?
Yes, before the first one, and then I did inform her that the second one, or before the second one.
Did the second search warrant get executed?
Yes.
And what was your role in that one?
I was also the person who logged the items.
And what did you log that time?
May I reference the sheet? It's difficult to read because it is a copy, so I can't read all of it. So there's probably a better sheet that maybe has more things, but from what I can see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items total that ranged from small to very large. If you'd like me to try to read it, I can.
Sure, if you could.
Okay, the first one says carpet from living room. The second says carpet padding from living room. The third is artificial plant and says living room table, and artificial plant from kitchen table. Apologize, I cannot read the next item other than a lanyard from within the living room. And the third, or the sixth, I'm sorry, is also a carpet from the living room. I'm sorry.
Did you do a canvas while you were at Height?
Yes, I did.
And what did that entail?
I went through to each of the units and attempted to tenants for all complex.
You also go
the garage to process for a search warrant.
Was it the same day?
It was May 25th.
May 25th. Okay, the next day.
Yes.
What car was it?
It was a blue Mazda.
Okay, and what do you recall from that event?
I know we did process it and they took photos and that there was, I would say, evidence collected, but that doesn't mean necessarily a physical object.
Okay, that's fine. Well, and we'll have another detective to testify to that. So thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Detective Spalding, were you you were the last one to exit the search of the residence on Hyde Avenue, correct?
I
can't say I was the last person to actually physically leave the particular unit, but the complex itself, yes, I believe I was the very last person at that point driving.
And after the first warrant, you testified that you had actually told Brice's mother, Mrs. Rhodes, that she could go back in and the search was over, correct?
According to my investigative letter that I encountered her outside, may I reference that real quick?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Before I drove out of the gate, I did observe Miss Rhodes sitting in her vehicle, and I informed her that she could go back into her unit. Yes.
And so then at some point later, or shortly thereafter, you said within 20 minutes, you told Mrs. Rhodes that she had to leave again because you guys were coming back.
Well, it was an approximate that I gave, and within my letter, I cannot state anything that's not in here because it was quite a few years ago. What I do know is that based on the times of when I was asked to return, so I left, according to my notes, I left at approximately 20 to 11 hours, so it's just before 11 p.m. And then I returned at 22:35, so within the 20-minute range or so. But I do not recall whether Miss Rhodes was still in the parking lot or in her unit. I do not recall.
But you did just testify that the search was finished.
Yes, we left after the first search warrant, and that was complete.
You said you found not much. It didn't sound like in the first search. You collected some knives, you said, I believe?
I did not collect them. I logged them.
You logged them.
Yes.
And those didn't end up having any evidentiary value, correct?
I cannot answer to that.
Did you, in your duties, happen to video either of the searches of Mr. Rhodes' residence on Hyde Avenue?
No, not in my capacity as a detective, no.
And then you said that you were present for the search warrant of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a back seat in that vehicle?
I apologize. I do not recall.
No further questions. No,
All right. Officer Spalding, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Almost like goodness. Oh, sorry, you can come right up here to the witness stand. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can take your hand down.
Good morning, sir. What is your name?
Kevion White,
Could you spell that?
Keyveon. Last name White, White.
Back in 2016, in May, where were you living?
I was living with my auntie, Miss Red.
Your aunt?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all have roommates, housemates?
Not sort of. We was considered our family.
You were all family? Were those people Elizabeth Wren and her children?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you related to them or just really close friends?
Just really close.
Okay. And did you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were you in May of 2016?
15, about to turn 16.
Were you friends with Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
On May 21st, which would have been a Saturday, did you see them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you see them?
We lived together, so we woke up together.
Okay. Do you recall what they did that day?
I think that we went out to like Bush Lane. We had played.
Sorry, somebody coughed. You went to where?
We had went to like Bush Lane, a little neighborhood, and played basketball, I believe, that day.
Okay. Anything else you recall about that day?
Not that really stuck out besides a bunch of phone calls.
Did you know who the phone calls were
No,
from?
ma'am.
Or were they phone calls that they received?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they both have a cell phone or just one of them?
They both had cell phones.
Were they both getting the phone calls?
No, just one.
Who?
I think it was Reese.
Did anything happen as a result of the phone calls?
No, we had continued to play basketball until we had went home later on.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
Yeah, they did.
And who did they leave with?
Honestly, ma'am, I can't recall who the driver was or who was driving the car.
What kind of car was it?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling Mrs. Wren at the time that they left with?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Don't want to approach.
Let me back up a second. Did they leave? And did you go with them?
No,
You stayed at the house. At some point, did their mother ask where they went?
yes.
Did you have a conversation with her?
Honestly, I can't remember the conversation that we had.
Do you recall what you told her? Do you recall a statement you made even earlier today about recalling that?
Yeah, I did, but a lot of it's out of hurt. I can't honestly say that I seen them leave with that man over there.
Okay. Do you recall telling her anything along those lines, the mother?
Yeah, we had made phone calls and such after they hadn't came home to their so-called friends, and certain stuff just started adding up and going together.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Certain things started adding up and going together.
Okay. So was it your understanding during the time they were missing that they had gone somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you think they had gone?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
Give us a statement.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
You're free to go, Mr. White. Commonwealth's next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Jason Vance.
Thank you. Ready to go, huh? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you.
Please tell the jury your name.
My name is Jason Vance.
Where do you work?
I work for the Little Metro Police Department
What is your position there?
currently. Currently, I supervise the audit unit in the Accountability and Improvement Bureau.
How long have you been with LMPD?
Approximately 18 years.
In 2016, where were you?
In May of 2016, I was in the homicide unit.
Were you dispatched to River Park on May 22nd of 2016?
I was.
How did you find out that you needed to go there?
I was contacted via MetroSafe. It's our dispatch center that homicide was needed at the location for an investigation.
And what did you see when you got there?
I was met there by members of the Louisville Fire Department's arson unit. There was also some patrolmen from the 2nd Division, and there was 2 deceased persons laying in the back of a vacant property.
Could you describe the property?
It appeared to be vacant. It was a transient area. You could tell that it was in the back of the property. So it was there was an alley behind the property, and you could, in my description, it would, or the way I would describe it would be, is that people used it like as a cut through to get to other places.
Did you all observe anyone residing in the house in 4028?
No.
So you say arson was there.
Yes.
When do they come to a scene?
When there's a fire that consists of a criminal act.
Did you all have reason to believe that the fire had still been burning recently, or did you have any evidence of when the fire was?
I did not. No.
Were you the lead detective on this case?
I was not.
How does that work with the homicide unit?
So at the time of this notification, I was actually on another scene, which delayed my response to the location of River Park. But we work shift work. We also have a rotation about how we're assigned cases. So, if you are if you're number 3 on the list, as that third homicide, in sequential order, you would get that third homicide that occurred. And it could be months, could be days, could be hours. You don't know.
So what does everybody else do?
So we assist in investigations, but it's in this time frame we're talking about. We also do a lot of death investigations as well.
What are death investigations?
Suspected criminal acts, and at the time it was policy for the unit and the department that we would investigate all overdoses, which kept us extremely busy.
But this was obviously not a death investigation, right?
No, it was an obvious criminal act.
Were you, I guess, what you all call the scene detective?
Yes.
What does that entail?
So my job was to make notifications to our command, and then the command notifies the person that's going to be assigned as the lead investigator. Try to obtain as much information at the scene as I possibly can. Make sure that the scene integrity is there, that all the evidence that is identifiable is secured, and then subsequently calling CSU, our crime scene unit, to help me process the scene, collect evidence, photograph evidence, as means to collect all the evidence related to that incident.
What sort of evidence did you notice here?
There was obviously the two persons that were deceased. They appeared to have been burnt, at least their clothing and some of the tissues were damaged. There was, it was in the back of a vacant property, so the grass was tall. There was trash everywhere. There was there was one tire impression I remember that we end up plastering to get to compare potentially for as information in the case would progress. We did, we tried to identify there was tree branches that had been potentially like damaged as a part of maybe a car. So we took photographs of that damage. Tried to identify as much evidence related to the incident as possible and collect it or photograph it.
Were you present when CSU Tech Silveria took photos and did the video?
Yes.
Did you all believe that the victims had been killed there?
No, we did not.
And why is that?
Because of their positioning, and they had obvious injury that would have resulted in blood evidence, and there was virtually no blood evidence on the scene.
After, so how long do you end up staying at a scene usually?
It depends. Typically, it takes between 8 and 12 hours to do a scene. I'm not sure the duration of time I was on the scene, but it's usually a long time.
Were there other detectives besides yourself?
Yeah, so the process, the way it works is that initially, because I was on duty at the time, I respond, I make notifications, and then the command within our unit starts making notifications for other detectives to respond as well and assist in the investigation. There was a lead investigator assigned. So as the time went on, more people showed up to assist in canvassing or other jobs, responsibilities as part of the investigation.
And at that time, did you all know who the victims were?
No.
What was your next involvement with the case?
I spoke to a few people on scene that day. I believe that I handled the initial. We were trying to identify who the victims were, so I communicated to the CSU laden examiner and started that process.
What is laden? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So in an attempt, to identify the persons that were deceased, we use latent fingerprints. So we take fingerprints, and in some cases, and I believe it was this case as well, that because of the age of the victim, that we wouldn't necessarily have their latent prints on file, so we would not be able to identify them through that mechanism. But that's the first process.
Okay. What happened next?
Honestly, I don't recall what my next step was. I know at some point during my participation in this investigation, I was called to another location to assist in the location of one of the victim's cell phones.
Before that, did you ever go to the home where the boys lived?
Yes.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Tell us how you got, why'd you go there? What happened?
At some point during the investigation, their identities or suspected their suspected identities led us to a residence, and then we responded to that property and spoke with the family.
Do you recall where that was?
I do not.
Did you speak with Elizabeth Wren?
I did.
How many people were at the house, if you recall?
4 or 5, maybe.
Was her brother there?
Yes.
What was his name?
I don't remember his true name. I believe he went by TJ.
Okay. Did he have information that was helpful to you all?
Yes.
What was that?
Judge, I'm going to object to your side.
Do you want to press?
Did TJ Wren have the address for Brice Rhodes?
He did.
Or at least know where he lived?
He did.
And how, so what happened with Mr. Wren?
So he got into my police vehicle and he showed me the address where the defendant lived.
So you all drove over there together?
Yes.
Where was that address?
I don't recall the address. It was off of, I want to say off North Height maybe, but I'd have to refer to my investigative report to.
No, that's fine. What neighborhood is that?
It's kind of like Lower Brownsboro Road area.
And so you and TJ drove over there?
Yes, and Detective Mike Lauder from the homicide unit as well.
Were you all in the same car?
We were.
What were you thinking would happen? Were you just gonna write down, like, note the address and leave?
Yeah, I thought it was important that he, one is identify the address, but once we got to the address, because of the way the multi-family dwelling buildings were kind of laid out, we actually were gonna have to walk into the building to get a address, like an apartment number. So we were in the process of doing that. We were interrupted.
And what was the interruption?
The defendant arrived to his property, his home, and TJ identified the defendant because based off his vehicle. So we got in my police vehicle to not alert him that we were there.
What car was he driving?
It was a Charger.
What color?
I want to say it was black, but honestly, I don't remember. It's been a while now.
What did the defendant do at the residence that you observed?
I think he walked in. I don't recall that as well, but he wasn't there very long. We were in my police vehicle, and it was a very short duration of time. And then we subsequently followed him to not alert him.
And by police vehicle, you weren't in a cruiser at that time?
No, I'm in a unmarked car.
So you followed him with Detective Lauder and TJ Wren?
Yes, TJ was in the backseat.
What happened?
We followed him. He went down Zorn Avenue to get on 71. He took 71 to 65 South, and at that point, I identified that potentially he had observed me because it appeared that he was doing what we would consider counter surveillance. So the way he was driving his vehicle. So he took 75 or 65 South all the way down to Fern Valley over to Preston Highway, went north. He turned around, went south, and then he went back north, which in my experience as law enforcement would be, we would describe that as counter surveillance. So it may just be that he's paranoid. I don't know, but I was concerned because I had a civilian in my vehicle that he thought that we were the police.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is all speculation.
Just stick to, without speculating, what happened next?
I had to drop TJ off at a tire shop. I had to physically ask him to walk into the tire shop for his safety.
And did you continue following the defendant at that point? Did you involve other cars?
I did.
Okay. And were you present when he was arrested?
I was.
Okay, can you describe what happened there?
We alerted other members of the homicide unit, and we made contact with the defendant at the Speedway, I believe it was, but it's pretty close. It's on Preston Highway, pretty close to the Indian Trail intersection.
Did you go back and pick up TJ?
I did.
Okay. Were you also involved in a situation with the victim's phone?
I was.
Can you describe that to the jury?
As a matter of my tour of duty that day, and I don't recall the day that was, but it wasn't the same day as what we were speaking about. I was alerted that the U.S. Marshals Task Force was utilizing a ping location process to locate the victim's cell phone, and that they had located that cell phone address somewhere in Shively. I basically responded to that location.
Did you say it was in Shively?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where in Shively?
I'd have to refer to my investigative report, but I don't recall the address, but it was a family member, individual involved in the case.
So you went to the house? Yes. Was it a house or apartment?
It was a house.
What happened when you got there?
I made contact with the homeowner and her daughter. It was a bi-level house. So when you walked into the living room, immediately to the right, there was the second level was like maybe like 6 feet higher than the level you're standing on. And I had a clear view into a bedroom up a short set of stairs. And I observed an individual on a cell phone. And when he saw me, he took the cell phone immediately, concealed it under the mattress.
Were you able to collect that cell phone?
I was.
Who was that individual?
Imran Carter.
And to your understanding, did the cell phone belong to Maurice Gordon?
Yes.
What did you do with Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter went to the homicide unit office for an interview.
Did you do one more thing with this case?
Yes, I was alerted on another day to come to a location off of, I believe it was in Georgetown Circle over on Berry Boulevard to collect a set of shoes or boots that belonged to another one of the victims in this case.
1 second. No. Let me just. Okay. Judge Mayor, first with us.
Okay.
71 at 2 and 3. Recognize those photos.
I do.
What are those?
They're pictures of the boots that I collected at the location.
Are those a fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 71 through 3.
No objection.
Admitted.
Whose address was this?
I don't recall. I had to refer to my investigative report. I believe it was a friend or maybe a sister of a friend of one of the victims, but I don't recall exactly.
One of the co-defendants?
Co-defendants, sorry.
And is this the boots as you found them?
Yes,
Was this woman, young lady, cooperative with you all?
she was.
Next one, are these the same boots?
Yes.
And what did you do with these boots?
I took them to the crime scene unit lab and had them processed and secured into the Louisville Metro Police Department room for potential examination.
And I know you can't remember dates, but was this all in the same 1 week period or so thereabouts?
This is within days of the initial notification.
Thank you. I have no further
Any questions?
Judge, you said you wanted.
Oh, that's right. I'm glad you said that. I wanted to break for lunch before we did cross-examination. All right, so we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. I will excuse the jurors. I'm going to read the admonition one more time. Before you go on break, please recall my earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. We will come back here at, I'll have you guys please be outside the courtroom doors at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. That catches us up in real time. So I think we've got, I guess, 10 more minutes until the jury is supposed to report back. Oops. Let's see, there was an article which I found amusing. So let's see if I can find that. Okay. The title of this article is Dumb Shoplifter Tries to Stealing $727.86 in items while 75 police officers are in a store for Shop with a Cop charity event. A woman who tried to shoplift $727.86 in merchandise from a Michigan Walmart over the weekend didn't get very far, namely because 75 police officers were in the store for Shop in a Cop charity event. State troopers from the Brighton Post were participating in Saturday's event at the Walmart store in Genoa Township. Police said Genoa Township is about an hour northwest of Detroit. Police said Shop with a Cop gives area children through donations from local businesses an opportunity to partner with police officers and shop for themselves and family. We bring children that might otherwise not have a good Christmas to come to the store, Lieutenant Renee Gonzalez, of the Michigan State Police told JBK TV. They get $100, sometimes a $150 gift card to go and shop for themselves or family. Amid all the good cheer, not to mention all the high concentration of law enforcement personnel, one woman got the bright idea to try to do a bit of shoplifting. Police said a Walmart staff member noticed a trooper participating in the shop with the cop that police notified a trooper participating in a shop with a cop that a female was trying to steal $727.86 in merchandise from the store. The 62-year-old suspect just loaded up her cart and waltzed through the self-checkout, WJBK said. Groceries, clothes, all kinds of stuff, Gonzalez told the station. It wasn't bagged up, and then she walked out the store with it. She ignored the clerk who asked her for her receipt, made her way to her car, and then began putting the items inside her vehicle, WJBK reported. Oops, let me scroll down. Police said the trooper Walmart notified had another officer look after the child he was with, then caught up with the suspect in the parking lot. Police said the suspect, strangely enough, had parked her car next to a gaggle of police patrol vehicles there for a shop with a cop event. I do have to say it surprised me because when I'm driving a patrol car, people slow down, Gonzalez remarked to the station regarding the brazen nature of the caper. When you see 75 cops in a store, I mean, I don't know if maybe they thought you were too busy. While the trooper was able to go back inside and finish up the event, WJBK said the suspect was arrested and taken to the Livingston County Jail. The station added that while she bonded out, she will be charged with retail fraud. Just a side note, I don't understand why it's fraud, because I don't see how walking out with unbagged merchandise is fraudulent. It's theft. Okay. WJBK said court records indicate she has no priors, just some traffic tickets out of East Lansing, and that it will release her name once she's charged. And that's our dumb criminal. Yeah. Can't believe some people, how dumb can you be? So anyway, let's see. Coming up, we've got the Jared Lysick preliminary hearing on December 29th down in Manta, Utah. And I will be going down for that. I hope it's just one day. I guess I should call the court and check and see whether I need to do an overnighter after I'm down there. I'm thinking I probably will have to drive down the night before the hearing because it starts at 9 a.m. and it's a 2-hour drive. Like to get there a little early. Well, I guess it's possible to get down there that day. But it still be a good idea to find out about. I don't think it's going to be more than one day. Anyway, I heard from that Chase Venstra had his preliminary hearing in his domestic violence case in Nevada, and he is out on bond. And the victim is not very happy. But, you know, it is what it is. So, let's see. We have any, let's take a quick look and see what other news stories look like they're going on in YouTube. Let's see, we did get word, I think was it Monday, that the prosecution in the Chad Daybell case is not going to get their wish to have the venue changed back to the local courthouse as opposed to Boise. So I didn't think that was terribly likely. Oops, come on. Okay, this browser is not, or this tab is not responding. Let me try opening another one. Looks like we have the Elijah McClain murder trial is still going on. The two paramedics are on trial for murder. I assume it's like second-degree homicide. Let's see. Trout Time has posted a missing person notice for Allie Shannon out of Greenville, Tennessee. Oh, let's see. Says Supreme Court to hear case that would undo January 6th charges for hundreds. Supreme Court said Wednesday it will hear an appeal that could upend hundreds of charges stemming from the January 6, 2021 attack at the U.S. Capitol, including against former President Donald Trump. The justices will review an appellate ruling that revived a charge against 3 defendants accused of obstruction of an official proceeding. The charge refers to the disruption of Congress's certification of Joe Biden's 2020 presidential election victory over Trump. That's among 4 counts brought against Trump in special counsel Jack Smith's case that accuses the 2024 Republican primary frontrunner of conspiring to overthrow the results of his election loss. Trump is also charged with conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. The court's decision to weigh in on the obstruction charge could affect the scheduled March 4th start of Trump's trial. The justices separately are considering whether to rule quickly on Trump's claims that he can't be prosecuted for actions taken within his role as president. A federal judge already has rejected that argument. The Supreme Court will hear arguments in March or April, with the decision expected by early summer. The obstruction charge, which carries up to 20 years behind bars, has been brought against more than 300 individuals and is amongst the most widely used felony charges brought in the massive federal prosecution following the deadly insurrection on January 6, 2021, when a mob stormed the Capitol in a bid to keep Biden, a Democrat, from taking the White House. At least 152 people have been convicted at trial or pleaded guilty to obstruction and obstructing an official proceeding, and at least 108 of them have been sentenced, according to the Associated Press review of the courts. A lower court judge was dismissed. A lower court judge had dismissed the charge against Joseph Fisher, a former Boston police officer, and 2 other defendants, ruling that it didn't cover their conduct. The justices agreed to hear the appeal filed by 2 lawyers for Fisher, who was facing a 7-count indictment for his actions on January 6, including the obstruction charge. The other defendants are Edward Jacob Lang of New York's Hudson Valley and Garrett Miller, who has since pleaded guilty to other charges and was sentenced to 38 months in prison. Miller, who is from the Dallas area, could still face prosecution on the obstruction charge. U.S. District Judge Carl Nichols found that prosecutors stretched the law beyond its scope to inappropriately apply it in these cases. Nichols ruled that the defendant must have taken some action with respect to a document, record, or other object to obstruct an official proceeding under the law. The Justice Department challenged that ruling, and appeals court in Washington agreed with prosecutors in April that Nichols' interpretation of the law was too limited. Other defendants, including Trump, are separately challenging the use of the charge. More than 1,200 people have been charged with federal crimes stemming from the riot, and more than 700 defendants have pleaded guilty. And that's from the Associated Press. So, interesting. It's always interesting because of the Supreme Court setting case law and how that may impact things in the future. So, and could have some big implications for the election next year. So let's see, what else have we got? Let's see, not seeing anything else new. Let's take a look at, let's see. Other cases that I'm following, Corey Richens, I don't know if she's got a hearing coming up. She was supposed to have some more documents or briefs, memos filed last week, but there's no hearing scheduled in the next 30 days for her. James Brenner has his preliminary hearing on, let me double check that date. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to find it on the docket because that's only for 30 days and we're basically 6 months out. Let me take a quick look at see when the hearing date was last one, because it's basically 6 months from that. So okay, so his last hearing was the on the 13th of November, so the hearing date is about the 13th of May. And that's just seems like watching paint. I mean, it's worse than watching paint dry. It's taking forever to get him to. I mean, we're talking just a preliminary hearing. We're not talking about the actual trial. So, and I will go up for that. Let's see. Hunter Biden defies congressional subpoena as Republicans are ready impeachment vote. They're not going to be able to impeach him. I mean, well, they're not going to be able to remove him from office. They may be able to bring the impeachment proceedings. Ooh, woman fleeing at 124 miles an hour arrested following a 2-county chase. And it looks like Salt Lake City is going to be hosting the 2034 Olympic Games, and they are going to be looking for volunteers. I don't know that my feet would allow me to do that. I mean, we're looking at 10 years in the future, so I'll have to see what what they've got, but it's really fun to be a volunteer. Let's see, I didn't see any other local news stories that are criminal. Let's take a look at the BBC News. It doesn't look like anything is really no big news stories in crime right now. Israel says it'll continue with or without international support. Kiev got hit by a bunch of missiles over the weekend. Wow, this break is running long. Oh, here we go, finally. We hear some ambient noise in the courtroom. Let's see.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Mills. Seated. Detective Vance, you can go ahead and take the stand. All right, and now we'll just under a oath. Anything we need to talk about with regard to the admonition? Excellent. All right, Mr. Griffiths. I did. It's okay.
Sorry. Good afternoon. I'm not going to go through everything that you already talked about again. So if I'm jumping from topic to topic and I get confusing, tell me, okay? Because that's my fault. That's not your. I wanted to start off just by asking you a couple questions about your report. It doesn't look like it's in front of you, but you reviewed it before you came, right? Your report's actually dated 2018. Is that
Oops, I'm not sure what happened there.
because that's the last time? Does it do the thing like where it updates to the most recent edition, or is it something you actually wrote in 2018?
It's something I wrote in 18.
Okay. So the work that you did on this case in 2016 wasn't memorialized into your report until 2018.
In that form, no.
Okay, correct. Prior to that, it was in note form or handwritten form, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And after you wrote your report in 2018, you actually went back and corrected it, did an addendum to it?
I did. I'd left out some information that was in my notes mistakenly.
There's a method that you can go back and do that and fix that right on the computer and add something more.
No, it was an individual report, a separate report.
Okay, so a separate report, but referencing the first one.
I'm referencing the information I left out.
Okay.
Yes.
You did a few different things in this case, and you laid them out. In addition to what you explained on direct, you also participated in the interviews of N1 Carter on the 24th of May in 2016.
If you say that, yes, I agree. I do not recall.
Okay.
It's been some time.
And you participated in the interview of, and when I say N1 Carter, I'm talking about the suspect in this case, N1 Carter. Okay. And you participated in the interview on the 25th of May of Jacory Taylor, also a suspect in this case. Okay. Do you remember participating in interviews, sitting down and questioning the suspects in this case?
I do not.
Okay. Would you be surprised that there's transcripts provided by the prosecution that lists you as the detective actually doing questioning?
It would not surprise me at all.
Okay. You talked about recovering some pieces of evidence in this case. That was part of your testimony earlier today.
Yes.
And you walked through some of the places you were when you were recovering these objects and things like that.
Yes.
When you were interviewing Jacory Taylor, you told him that one of the objects that you had recovered was the back seat of the Mazda. Do you remember doing that, sir?
I do not.
Would you like to see the transcript of that interview that shows you making that statement?
Sure.
Okay. For you guys, page 79 of this one's marked May 26th. I know there's more than one, so I'm not trying to. All right. Let's see. It's a big document, so I pulled out the right page. All right. That's you, Detective Vance, right? There's not 16 different Detective Vances on this case. And I'm not trying to rush you, so you tell me when you've read it. It's in the middle. I'm going to open mine to the.
Are you referencing line 15 on page 79 and on down?
Yes.
I do actually remember this conversation now.
Okay. So now that you're looking at this, you're able to remember the conversation?
I remember that we were called, we as the police department was called to a location, a dumpster, and it was in the south end, which is what prompted, allowed me to recall that memory.
Yes.
In the transcript.
And I apologize because the topic actually begins the page, and I wasn't trying to be tricky. I just got it starts the very next page before 78. If you go backwards, single page, and you went forward. I think it's in the very back there.
What page are we on?
78 is what I should have said. I said 79. So I'm going to give you a second to look at page 78. You let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So you see that you were saying you remembered going to the dumpster, and in that dumpster, do you remember recovering the seat there?
That's what I stated to the person I'm interviewing, Jacory Taylor. But I do not recall that, but I'm reading the transcript.
Okay. And again, I just want to turn to the very front, and I'm not trying to make a mess of it.
You're good.
The transcript is from the May. It says 2015, but it should say 2016.
Right.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions about that. I'm gonna put this here just on the off chance that they have a question.
You're good.
Okay, and I want to ask you about other items that you recovered, some of which you testified about a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. You testified that you recovered a phone,
Yes.
right? And you recovered that from one of the other suspects in the case, specifically Antoine Carter?
Yes.
All right. And that phone turned out to be the property of one of the victims.
Yes.
You also recovered boots from a friend of one of the other suspects, Ja'Cory Taylor.
Yes.
Okay. And those boots turned out to be the property of one of the victims in the case.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And you did not, you participated in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
You did not recover from Mr. Rhodes any property that belonged to the victims in this case.
I didn't take any action to recover anything, so I wouldn't have been in that capacity.
Right, but I'm just saying, you did recover other pieces of property, so you did not, in any capacity, recover property that belonged to the victims from Mr. Rhodes.
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
When you were doing these interviews, were you the only detective interviewing them?
No, I was not.
Do you all sometimes like take turns come in and out of interview rooms?
We do.
Did you go to the scene where the dumpster was?
No,
Do you know which detectives did?
I do not. I just remember that it was a unique situation, so that's what recall when I read it in transcript. It's what made me recall that memory.
So you would have heard about whatever was recovered at the dumpster from other detectives?
Yes.
I have no recross.
All right, you're free to step down.
Judge, may I get my document back?
Yes, please. Someone would like to call their next witness?
Your another Commonwealth calls Chris Middleton.
Middleton. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you.
Did you tell the jury your name?
Chris Middleton.
And where did you work?
Used to work for Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long were you there?
21 years.
And how did you come to leave?
Retirement.
Where are you now?
I'm retired working for a sales agency.
Okay. Were you in the police department in May of 2016?
Yes.
What unit were you with?
He's in the homicide unit.
How long were you a homicide detective?
Altogether, approximately 13 years.
Were you involved in the case where Larry and Maurice were killed?
Yes, to some extent, yes.
Can you tell us how you got involved? What was the first thing you did on this case?
I believe the first thing I did on it was assist in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes, and then in the drafting and executing of search warrants.
Well, let's start with the arrest. How did you get involved in that?
It's been a while, so bear with me. Remember, we had our own radio station. They came across and said, I believe it was that they were following Mr. Rhodes. asked that I assist in it. At the time, I was driving a car that wasn't real common. As a police car, it was a white Toyota Camry, so it wasn't as noticeable. So I followed him, made contact with him at Speedway on Preston Highway, and at which time he was placed under arrest and taken into custody.
Where is that Speedway on Preston?
If you're familiar with Preston Highway, but closest reference I can give you would be Indian Trail and Preston Highway, right across from, I guess it was an old feeder supply or something like that, Staples or whatever, Pep Boys, right there. To give you an idea, I guess that's the closest I can put you.
So how many detectives were involved in the arrest? If you recall.
I know it was, I would feel comfortable saying maybe 4 or 5.
And were you the actual arresting officer?
I was the one that made first contact with Mr. Rhodes, yes.
So he was arrested, and did somebody else take him?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after that?
Eventually, somehow I came to writing a search warrant.
Okay. Was this the same day?
I think so, yes.
And would you recall the date,
I'd have to look at my notes.
if you could?
I guess it would have been on May 24th, 2016.
May 24th. Can you tell the jury what a search warrant is?
Search warrant. Trying to put it in the best way possible. Basically, it's the gathering of information, compiling it together from every source you've got, whether it be other detectives, witnesses, involved parties, sometimes even actually the suspect. Taking that information, gathering together, drafting into a written form, presenting it to a judge for their approval, and if probable cause is found to issue that search warrant, it gives us the opportunity to enter a residence, a car, and sometimes even search a person if need be to more extent than just patting down pockets and stuff like that. But it is presented to a judge. The judge reads it, and if that judge finds probable cause, it is issued, and we execute the warrant. When I say execute, it means we go serve the warrant. We either search the house, the car, the person, or whatever it may be. Maybe it's sometimes something as mundane as just records, but it's a legal document giving you the authority to search for an item of evidence.
What were you searching or seeking to search when you drafted the search warrant?
Taking the information I've given, initially we were searching the residence, I think, to see if any items of evidentiary value, that would be, rather be a weapon, clothing, notes, just anything that showed evidentiary value of any involvement.
And when you say the residence, whose residence?
Mr. Rhodes' residence.
And where was that residence?
It's on Height Avenue.
Okay. And is that in Jefferson County?
Yes.
Do you know what major street is Height off
Brownsboro.
of? After you drafted the search warrant, did a judge sign it?
Yes.
And did you go execute it?
Yes.
What did you find in the house?
Well, we actually did 2 warrants. The first warrant, I think we found 2 knives and a hammer.
Okay. Did you collect those?
Yes, they were collected by the crime scene unit.
What happened next?
We closed out the warrant, exited the house. I made a phone call to Donnie Burbank, Sergeant Donnie Burbank at the time, let him know we finished up the warrant.
So was he like your supervisor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Either immediately or just a short time later, he called me, or we discussed that a second warrant would need to be drafted because we'd already closed this one out. A second one needed to be drafted because of new information gained during interviews and through the investigation.
So was this information you all didn't have when you were doing the first warrants?
Right.
So did you draft a second warrant?
Yes.
Did you all go back in the house?
Yes.
This time, what was the difference? What were you looking for?
This time, I think it was more towards the effect of forensic, more of a forensic style evidence, not actual physical evidence that you pick up and can carry out, but items that would be indicative that something happened at the scene, whether it be body of fluids, minute pieces of evidence, stuff like that, stuff that would take more of a forensics manner.
So what did you do during the second search warrant?
To be honest with you, I sat and watched the crime scene unit.
What did you
see them do?
They provided, I think it was called luminol. It's a reactive agent that they spray, and once you spray it, it reacts with blood and turns a blue color. So they did that. And at that time, it was decided, due to the magnitude of it, we actually removed all the carpet in the living room of the house.
So when they sprayed it, what did you see?
Blue.
On the carpet?
Yes. And actually on some plants too, like some potted fake plants.
And at that point, did you take the carpet? Did somebody take up the carpet in your presence?
Decision was made at that time to remove the carpet from the residence.
What type of carpet are we talking about? Was it
I like
an
it.
area rug or was it wall-to-wall carpet?
Oh, it was like wall-to-wall carpet. It was installed carpet.
And do you recall what times you were what time you were there?
I think I'm reviewing my notes. I think we left like 2 o'clock in the morning. So we were there for quite a while.
No.
Showing you what we've marked as 74. Did you just look at these pictures outside?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly accurately represent the apartment on Heights that?
Yes.
How long is to introduce 74 through
74 to
87.
87.
87.
Okay. Any objection? Admitted.
Excuse me?
What is this picture?
This would be the front of the apartment complex.
And if you go in those front doors, would you get to the apartment in question?
Right.
Is this the living room of the apartment?
Yes.
Into the kitchen, I guess?
Right. That's the
Another
kitchen.
angle.
Mhm.
Let me just turn this one. What room is this?
That's a bathroom. Let's get in the bathroom.
Okay. Is that looking into a bedroom?
Yes.
Oops. Another bedroom.
Yes.
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this also in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this the room where we're about to see some knives under a mattress?
Yes.
Okay. Were those in the same bedroom?
I believe so, yes.
And at this point, do you have any idea if these are connected to this case?
I have no idea. And you know, that's part of the search warrant. You have your known injuries or your known situations. And then part of search warrant, this could be possibly related and possibly could not be, but it's, you know, collected in the effect of that it could be.
And then is this one of the knives you collected?
Yes.
And is that the other one?
Yes.
And were those the only two things you collected during the first search warrant?
Yes.
During the second search warrant, did you like physically have the carpet collected and taken out of the apartment?
Yes.
Also carpet patting?
Yes.
I missed what you said your job is now.
Work for a sales agency, sir.
Okay. I might still call you detective at a reflex.
Okay.
Your involvement in this case was only the arrest and then the search warrant, is that
Yes.
correct? So you didn't go out to any of the other scenes or anything else?
Not that I remember. We were, I mean, just so busy it was help when you can help.
Okay. You initially said that you collected 2 knives and a hammer. I think we saw a photo with 2 knives and hammer. But isn't it correct you actually only collected the knives?
It possibly could be. I think, I didn't look at my notes when I said that. And to be honest with you, these are, it says small knife and large knife, but like I said, they're so, when you copy stuff, it's hard to read. So
Okay, I wasn't sure. You said it's so, but I wasn't sure at the end of the sentence was. So you were, and I think you just said this, but I'm trying to make sure I got it right. You were done with the first search.
we'd finished the first search. Yes.
Search. And when I say done, like you got in the car, you told the other officers to go about their business and you left.
I don't remember if I'd actually got out of the apartment complex or not. I don't remember if I even made it off the road or what. I mean, it was, I don't remember.
Well, if you look, you note when you're done with the first search, right?
Right, but with that being said, you can have a time that you're finished and still have control of the scene because it takes time to draft the second warrant, takes time to get the judge to sign it, it takes time to get it. So you may have a clearance time on here. To give you an example, what's this say the clearance time is? 23:11. And then if you go over here on this one, 23:56. So you're talking a span of 45 minutes.
Yes.
So with that being said, driving from Height out off Brownsboro Road to back to the office, to a judge and back, I would feel pretty comfortable saying that we didn't even make it out of the area because it's such a fast turnaround. It was a computer written warrant. So it's not something I hand wrote on scene. So, it would have been something I feel comfortable saying. There's a good possibility that we never even made it out of the parking lot before the phone call was made. Because I would have called my sergeant as soon as we cleared it and let him know that we're done. So, I feel comfortable saying that he's like, hey, we got another warrant. But because we'd already closed it out, once we draw that line across it, that warrant's closed. It doesn't matter if we stay in the parking lot for 5 days or 5 seconds, we're gonna have to write another warrant because we've shut the door and we've walked away from it.
Are you saying you actually wrote the second warrant? I thought the second warrant was prepared by someone else.
If you look at it here, the first warrant is,
Right. I may not have been clear. I meant the second.
Detective Chris Milton. Both warrants are mine. But
Okay. And you're saying you prepared the second one by computer?
yeah, they're all done by computer these days. I mean, I haven't written a hand warrant since probably '06.
Okay. You do agree, however, that maybe you don't remember. Would you be surprised if we've already heard testimony that the people involved in the first were leaving and exiting the scene?
Wouldn't surprise me at least a little bit.
Okay.
And like I said, the fact of the matter is, I could have released everybody because I wrote the warrant, made the phone call and said, hey, here we are. I got to write another warrant. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know the exact answer, but with such a short turnaround, and it wasn't my habit to leave a house unsecured.
Would you be surprised if we've already heard that the owner was told, you can go back in, we're done?
No, I have not. I wouldn't be surprised, but like I said, it's 7 years later, so.
Sure. You talked about how CSU, the
Crime Scene Unit,
I shouldn't use abbreviations, was present in the second, but they were also present in the first search, weren't
yes, yes.
And in fact, you note in your report that, I'm not going to get this name right. Allgaier, that is correct. That specifically a tech named Allgaier was there in the first. And that person, I think, would have been responsible for any crime scene analysis that needed to be done, right?
Like I said earlier, the first warrant wasn't so much as analysis done, it was a gathering of possible evidence, whereas the second one was more of a forensics gathering of evidence, using the luminol and gathering that type of stuff. So I can't really talk to each person from the crime scene. I can't really talk to each one's position or role.
Understood. Okay. But I wanted to make clear, there were some folks from CSU there.
Right.
First time.
Right.
Were you the one telling them what to do or what not to do in the first search?
As I stated earlier, I try not to. There may be items that I'll point out, but I've not been to, forensics classes and stuff like that. So just like I've never been to law school, I'm not going to tell you your job.
But you were in charge of the scene
I am in charge of the scene.
at both warrants? Luminol, well, you're not, hopefully we have some people from CSU coming and testify. You talked a little bit about how luminol works a second ago. Luminol actually hits on a wide variety of things, doesn't it?
It does, and it's not an end all thing. It's I guess a large majority, I wouldn't put a percentage on it, but a large majority of your evidentiary, you have what's called, I guess, a presumptive, be a fair word.
Sure.
Presumptive reaction. And so with further investigation, further analysis, that proves what you thought. It's, same thing, the old high school science, hypothesis and theory and all that. You get your evidence from doing your proper testing.
You also processed a search warrant on the Mazda in this case.
I did do a search warrant, yes.
So let's talk about the Mazda for a second. When you went and processed the Mazda, were you the one who removed scratch that? When you got there and were processing it, it already was missing its back seat. Is that correct?
Possibly. I don't remember much about the Mazda at all.
Do you have an indication in your report?
I don't think I do. I think my report deals more with the house. I may not have even the house I was more with the house. I wasn't with the Mazda.
But you did do the search warrant for that.
I did the search warrant. And the thing about a search warrant, I can do it. I can walk in, I can execute it. And, I'm part of the homicide unit. I trust the guys that I work with to do their job. So it's not a big thing to execute it and then get called on to do something else, another part of investigation. So, you're not always present once it's done.
Were you, as the author of the search warrant, were you in control of the scene on the Mazda?
I don't remember much about the Mazda. I don't think I had much involvement with it.
What I asked was whether or not you were in control of the scene.
Like I said, I don't remember much about the Mazda. I couldn't tell you if I was there with it or not. That's what I answered.
Okay. So you're not sure?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as what happened to the rear seat of the car, the Mazda specifically, you just don't know?
I have no idea.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Have a good day.
Just to get the search warrant straight, I mean, the first search warrant you wrote,
Mhm.
did it cover the apartment and the Mazda?
Yes.
And would it have been common for you all to split up the duties?
Absolutely.
And would the Mazda have been searched on scene or at the auto garage?
Could have been done either way.
And as far as you remember, you just participated in the search of the apartment.
Right.
What was the difference between the information you all possessed between the first warrant and the second warrant that caused you to search differently?
My understanding was due to interviews that were
Judge,
conducted.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Court approach.
Not quite such a short sidebar this time. I want to know what the story is about that big Band-Aid on the back of his head. I mean,
Were interviews being actively conducted down at the station while you were on scene?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that more information came to light that led the homicide unit to believe that this actually was the crime scene?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
I sat down and looked again at your report, which I believe is the exact document in front of you. You testified a minute ago, I think it's by mistake, that you closed out and finished the first warrant at 23:11.
Like I said, it's hard to read, but it's what it appears to say.
I think it says 22:11, a whole hour earlier.
Got a better copy?
This groundbreaking plant method is helping people lose weight while they sleep. Doctors have developed a method that triggers your.
That's a terrible copy. But that's not the, let me, if I could look. at this
Oh, you're
one.
fine.
Okay. Where I was getting it was there. So what does that say?
Even better, 2211, because that would give plenty of time to write the warrant and get back and get it done. So, I mean, that's still an hour difference. Doesn't make a, I mean, it's not a deal.
Well, let me make sure that it's clear though, what we're talking about with the jury. So you had said it's such a short amount of time that you would just be sitting in the parking lot, but actually the amount of time from when you cleared was not quite 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes.
Possibly so, but I mean, like I said, it's.
Sure, I'm just making sure I got the times.
Right, you're right on the times, but
Okay.
it's not. I was kind of proud of myself, to be honest with you, to get one done in 45 minutes, so it makes more sense.
So, yeah. I did think that was a rather short window right there.
I was kind of proud of myself on that one.
So, and when we're talking about, I'm just, every once in a while, I understand military time, I can do the conversion, but just so it's clear with everybody, you then cleared the first warrant and according to your report, we're done at 22:11. That's 10 PM, 10:11, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next warrant, you began serving, or the next warrant at 23:56, right? So that's 11:56 PM. Okay, just making sure I got that right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Yeah, you're free to go. Thanks. Someone's ready to call their next witness.
Yes, you all call Christopher Jensen.
Thank you. Oh, can you all come up for just a second? All right, you want to go ahead and take a 5-minute break? Okay. We're gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We should be good to go after that. Let's see, it's almost 2:00. Just be back in front of the doors at 2:00, please.
All right, jury.
I wonder how long it's going to be before we get the few others that already have pled guilty who are going to be testifying against him. I'm wondering, defense in opening statement said that Rhodes' fingerprints weren't on anything but the steering wheel. I'm wondering whether this is a case of he was the person who instigated the murders and the other people were acting on at his behest, because that would make him culpable. He's not an innocent bystander.
Sure.
Thank you. So we have been trying to figure out what happened to this second scene video, because it's listed on the CSU report. Detective Snelly's been talking to Dan Lawrence, and where is he with forensics?
He's with our auto forensics.
He just got back to us during lunch today and said they found this video, but it's basically blank. Detective Snyder
Second scene meaning height? Uh-huh.
not blank, but black. It's just
Oh.
black. So Detective Snyder drove it over to us quickly.
They're off the record, so this is curious.
Mr. Cunningham went down and viewed it, and I'll let him speak to it as well.
Okay.
I've made some notations on when you can see some stuff. I mean, somebody was kind of filming in the dark. There's a point in the middle where you can see some flash of red, and then a minute or two later, you can see somebody's hand come into focus, but you have a sense that something's recording, but otherwise it's pretty black.
Well, let me ask this. Was there ever a working video? Like, was it, do we know if it ever worked after it was taken?
It looks like they were trying to film the Blue Star. That's why it's dark. But I don't know. This is the first time that we have had a copy of this, and Detective Tonelli has never had a copy of it. So, Kimmer, who's coming later, CSU to testify, is the one who took it.
Has anybody asked that person about it?
We can bring, she's here.
Oh, I'm just wondering, like, did that person ever watch it and know if it worked or not? I mean, it seems like you do that before you left the scene. It's a little shocking to me. Sure, I understand. I'm just trying to figure.
That's to our knowledge.
Okay.
It's given that they were Blue Starring News. I assume that's what they were trying to film.
Yeah.
And they back then did not film search warrants, so I was surprised when
I gotcha that there was even film at all. Okay. Well, I don't suppose you're planning on showing it if it doesn't show anything.
I'm sorry.
You're fine, take your time.
Oh, okay. So I guess apparently when they first started filming the Blue Star, even the light from the camera itself would bleed out what they were trying to film. So they didn't know how to use the camera to record the process.
I gotcha. But so my question is, I'm assuming you're not planning on showing it.
No, I just didn't want, like, we found out about
Okay,
it, so
that's fine. I think you've done everything that you can do. And you all can have tonight to look at it and decide if you want to make any motions related to it, or if it's just, it doesn't work. We all got it when we got it. Move on. Okay.
I did have one question. The witness who
By the way, thank you for driving it over.
The witness who is involved with the person who was told. Are you currently planning on calling them today or tomorrow?
Today.
Hello, where's the jury? I guess maybe the judge or counsel needed a chance to run to the restroom. That's all I can think. So let's see. I was just looking at Twitter and seeing if there's anything interesting over there. Yep. We got noise again. Sounds like it's the court clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. You want to be seated? Anybody have anything to report? Excellent. All right, Ms. Jones, Brown, the Commonwealth's next witness, please. Thank you. It's for Jensen. Mr. Jensen, good afternoon. I'm going to need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand for me. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thanks. You can put your head down. Go ahead.
Could you tell your name to the jury, sir?
Christopher Allen Jensen.
And Mr. Jensen, it appears you're in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving over in Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it anything to do with this case?
No.
Back in 2016, did you live in an apartment on Height Avenue?
Yeah, North Height, or is it Hyde Avenue Gardens?
Okay. What type of apartment complex was it?
It was it was a condominiums, but some people would rent out the condos to, like people owned them, but they would rent them out to different people. Kind of like subleasing, I guess.
And were you subleasing there?
I wasn't, but I lived with somebody who was. I was their roommate.
Okay. And did you, as a resident there, did you come to know one of your neighbors, Brice Rhodes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And did you all, were you acquaintances who talked and texted occasionally?
Yeah, we weren't really all that close. We didn't know each other for very long. It was just on occasion we would see each other.
Okay. And what type of car were you driving back then?
It was a 2016, I believe, Dodge Charger.
What color?
It was black.
And was it your car?
No, it was a rental car through Enterprise, but it was in my name.
And how long had you had it?
It's been so long, I'm not really sure.
More than a weekend?
More than a weekend, yeah.
Was there a point where he borrowed the car?
Yeah, he borrowed it once and brought it right back to me, and then the second time he borrowed it, it didn't come back.
Do you recall when this was?
No, honestly, it's so long ago. It was warm outside. I know that.
In relation to did the detective question you about this?
Yes, ma'am.
When that was?
I can't really give you dates
Okay.
exactly.
Did detective question? There were a lot of detectives at the scene during the investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long before that had Mr. Rhodes borrowed the car?
It was the day when the car didn't come back. That's when detectives came and knocked on my door.
Okay. And you said 2 days before that was when he borrowed it for a short period of time?
Yeah, it was back to back, one day and then the next day. So he borrowed it 2 times, and then the second time didn't come back, and that's when the detectives were at my door.
Do you recall what day you told the detectives that he borrowed it?
No, ma'am.
If you saw a transcript of your interview, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
You can sit towards the bottom.
Yeah, that's right.
And do you remember now when you borrowed it?
Yeah,
And what day was that?
Saturday.
Okay. And that was the day he had it just for however long he was supposed to have it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second time he borrowed it, you said he didn't bring it back?
It didn't come back, and that's when I talked to detectives.
Okay. And did you ever get the car back?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, did detectives eventually seize the car?
Yeah, it was in evidence.
Did you know Mr. Rhodes to have his own car?
Yes, I believe it was a Mazda. I've seen him drive a Mazda, light blue Mazda 4-door.
Light blue Mazda, okay. And did you tell detectives that he usually drove a light blue Mazda?
No, I don't believe I did.
One second. If I showed you a part of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection? Looks like you're all actually standing in front of a car at that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you let the detectives know which car he usually drove?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the blue Mazda?
No, ma'am.
And did detectives take DNA samples from you and anybody who you were friends with who'd been in your Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Oh,
Let Mr. Rhodes borrow your Dodge Charger, and you were renting that vehicle?
yes, ma'am.
You don't have any idea how many Dodge Chargers are in Louisville in 2016, correct? When Mr. Rhodes picked up that vehicle from you, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
No, ma'am.
And when he dropped the vehicle off, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
First time?
Either time.
Well, the first time there's nobody in the car. The second time I didn't see it because it didn't ever come back to me. So
And you actually received a text from Mr. Rhodes that told you he was in Elizabethtown, correct?
honestly, it's been so long, I can't really recollect that. I don't know. It was in 2016. I don't really remember details like that.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect? All right, we freaked out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones Brown has come up ready to call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Detective Rutherford.
Thank you. Hi, Detective Rutherford. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Please tell the jury your name, please.
My name is Chris Rutherford.
Where do you work?
I am employed by the Louisville Metro Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to LMPD's homicide unit in the cold case section now.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I've been with LMPD since 2008, summer of 2008,
And how long with the homicide?
since the summer of 2015, so a little over 8 years.
When did you move over to cold case?
About a year and a half ago, last June.
So in 2016, you were with active cases.
Yeah, I was on what we refer to as the fresh side.
Did you have some involvement in the case we're here to discuss?
I did.
It looks like initially you dealt with fingerprints to some extent.
Correct. It taken a little while to identify the victims, so I was kind of involved in that process, scouring like records for missing persons, and then I transported the fingerprints, I believe, to the Department of Homeland Security to have them run them through their database to see if we could identify the victims that way.
And as far as you know, that led to no leads, correct?
Correct. They had no record of the victims on file.
And is that common in children?
Yes.
On May 24th, did you become more involved in the case?
I did. On the 24th of May, I was requested to respond over to the Hyde Avenue, I think it's called the Hyde Gardens Apartments, to attempt to locate Chris Jensen. The defendant had been arrested in a car that Mr. Jensen had rented. And so I was assigned to attempt to find him and conduct an work.
And did he tell you whatever you need? Whatever you asked him?
He did.
While you were talking to Mr. Jensen, did you learn what car the defendant usually drove?
Correct. We were able to get a description of a vehicle that the defendant was known to drive and then subsequently located in the apartment complex.
And can you describe for the jury anything you remember about the vehicle?
It was a four-door, I believe it was a Mazda, light blue or silver in color. When I located it upon approaching the vehicle, I believe it was the driver's window was down. There was a strong odor of bleach emanating, like really, really strong odor of bleach emanating that I could actually smell from almost across the parking lot. Looking into the vehicle, the back seat was gone, been removed, and you could see into the trunk compartment too. And it appeared from the outside at that point that everything in the trunk compartment, like to include the carpeting, had been removed from the trunk.
Did you also take buckle swabs from anybody involved with the charge?
Correct. Anybody that we had known that had been in the vehicle since Mr. Jensen had it, we requested buckle swabs for comparison purposes if they were needed.
And why is that?
For the lab to process any testing, for instance, if you're a known person that's been in that vehicle, they would want your DNA sample to be able to rule you out from somebody else's DNA that was located in that car.
So you had to get anybody who might have been in the charger.
Any known persons that Mr. Jensen, who's the renter of the vehicle, knew were in his car, we requested the DNA samples from.
And at that point in the investigation, did you all have any idea of how much or how little the charger would be involved?
I personally did not.
You right?
I'm showing you what we marked as 87 IMDs. The those? As those photos?
Yeah, this would be the Mazda that was identified as one that was had been operated or known to have been operated by Mr. Rhodes.
Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit those as 87 and 88.
No objection. Admitted.
No objection.
Right.
Okay. And is this as you found it in the apartment complex?
That's correct.
Thanks. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Detective, you just testified that the windows in that vehicle were down, and the picture that you said reflects the way you found it, the windows were up.
As my recollection is, the driver's window was down.
There was no back seat in that vehicle when you found it?
Correct.
And you participated in these searches of Hyde Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
What was your,
Just assisting detective on the search.
did you happen to record any of your search
How so?
on video?
We did not have body cameras at that point.
Thank you.
When did LMPD issue body cameras?
I believe our unit got them in the summer of 2020, July, August-ish timeframe.
Any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
All right, Detective Rutherford, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones-Brown?
I will call Rebecca Kimmer.
Hi, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Kimmer, Kimmer, and I'm a crime scene technician with Louisville Metro Police Department, where I have worked for approximately 10 years.
What do you do with the crime scene?
I assist the detectives and officers on crime scenes that they may have. So we document, we go out, we photograph, do video, collect and obtain DNA or evidence from the scene. At that point, we bring it back to the office and do our further testing where the We then package and transport to the property room.
And on May 24th, 2016, did you respond to 763 Hyde Avenue, Unit 2?
Yes.
What were you?
On that evening, myself and technician Stevenson responded. We were responding to do a search warrant for Blue Star, which is a chemical that we are able to spray on. It enables us to see blood that's not visible with the naked eye. So it will fluoresce in a bright blue color with the presence of blood.
And did you do that at this location?
We did do that.
Where did you spray this?
We sprayed throughout the entire condo. We focused on the living room and then a bathroom.
And were you didn't know anything independently about this case, right?
I did not.
Okay, so just whatever the detectives told you to do.
That's right.
And you don't know where they were getting their information.
I do not.
So what, if you sprayed it, what happens? Like
So typically, once we spray, if the presence of blood is there, it will fluoresce in a bright blue color.
And is that, do you have to have the lights off to see that? Or?
We have to keep the lights off, and our cameras go on different settings in order to capture that luminescence. They were not, unfortunately.
So did you attempt to take pictures?
We did attempt to get photos. Unfortunately, the camera was not cooperating. At that point, we decided to try to capture the presence and the positive reaction on video, and that was not successful either.
So what do you do next if you can't memorialize that?
So once we determined that that was not successful, we moved on, and at that point, we just decided to take up the entire rug and carpet, along with the carpet padding throughout.
How do you get a carpet up?
We worked well together pulling it up that night. We just cut and pulled it up, basically.
And was that carpet then collected?
That carpet was collected, and I transported that back to the crime scene unit. At that time, it was 633 West Jefferson.
So how many pieces or did you have to cut it up? Did you roll it up?
So once we took the entire carpet, we took it back to the office, laid it out, and at that point, in a more controlled environment, I was able to get better photos, and then I did carpet cuttings of areas that were presumptive to be blood. And those were then sent off for testing later on.
So how big was did you pull it out in one piece?
We did.
And so we have the carpet
And then the
carpet padding?
Yes.
So is that just two large things?
It was two large things, yes.
And did you have to cut them into smaller pieces?
Once I got back, I did send those off to KSP for testing.
And how do you know what pieces to send to KSP?
You do presumptive testing that show up for blood, and then anything that I could see that was visible, I cut those pieces as well.
And we throw around acronyms so much, I sometimes don't notice when I'm doing it. We say KSP, what are we talking about?
Kentucky State Police. I'm sorry.
And they run a crime lab?
They do, yes.
And is it your intention that they do a DNA test?
That's right.
Yes.
Showing you 89 through 98.
Thank you.
Those photos.
I do. Yes.
No objection.
Thank you. Admitted.
Just go through each picture and you just tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so that's the carpet that we rolled back and then the padding underneath there. And that's the padding. So that's the padding once we removed the carpet itself.
Is this the living room?
This is the living room, yes.
Would we have the kitchen to our backs?
Yes, and then the little hallway to the left up there is the entrance foyer from the entry exit door.
So you'll just move the furniture to the side?
Mhm. I think that evening they, in order, once we did everything that we needed to do process wise, the detectives moved the couch and whatnot out onto the small patio there. Again, that's just more of the padding with the photo or the staining underneath. And in this photo, this is where we started to peel back the padding underneath, and that was just the floor there where it had soaked through. And just documenting the stains. Again, with the documentation of the stains. And just layering, so we just photographed layers as we took each layer off. Again, that's just the base.
Are you all wearing gloves during this?
Yes. And just more documentation of the stains and the layering.
And is this the areas where the Blue Star reacted?
Yes. And then that's just the padding again once more. Again.
And so you said that was, do you have to dry that or?
Yes, so that carpet was saturated. And so at that point, we took it back to the office. We laid down, we have brown paper that we lay down. We laid that down and then laid the carpet on top of that in order to let it dry on its own.
And is that, as far as the carpet goes, was that?
Yes.
Other,
yes.
the next day when you called to another location?
So, yeah. So later that evening, I believe, may I refer to my report?
Are you unable to recall?
I don't recall
that?
the time.
Okay, any problem with that? Okay, go ahead.
I believe it was, so we were called back out at 2:56 in the morning to another search warrant.
So would that have been on the 25th?
Yes,
Obviously May 2016.
yes.
Where were you called?
We were called to 6708 Hackle Drive. It's in the 3rd Division. I believe it's off Cane Run Road, if memory serves correctly.
And why were you called to that location?
We were called to that location in an attempt to collect evidence.
What manner of location was that?
It was the rear of an apartment building. There were 2 dumpsters back there, and they had knowledge of evidence in those dumpsters.
And so were there detectives already there when you got there?
Yes.
And what was your role at that scene?
So my role was again to photograph, document the scene as is. And at that point, we started going through each dumpster and pulling every item out one by one, photographing and documenting what was in the dumpster.
Was it standard dumpster?
Yes. It was a functioning apartment complex, so.
I'm just gonna start with this while he keeps numbering. Right now. All right, I'm handing you what we've marked as 99 through 133. Those photos you took that night at the
They are.
dumpster and at CSU right afterwards.
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 99 through 133.
No objection.
Thank you. So another, did you say 134?
33.
33, thank you.
This is the dumpster in question.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
We're just looking at the beginning of the photos with the top layer of the trash and debris. These are articles of burnt, looks like towels and blankets, or that top layer there. Another blanket or partial towel. And then just more of the burnt evidence. Again, with the burnt, that's one of the comforters that was removed.
Did you all start taking stuff out?
Did. So once we initially looked into the dumpster, realized there were things in there, we started to slowly peel back the layers. So we would photograph, take out, photograph again, and then go back for another, what I would say, like a layer. And again, this is just another photo of once we cleared off that top portion.
So there would have been debris covering this layer in the beginning.
That's right. And then this was the pink blanket that was on top there in the previous photo. We just pulled it out and laid it out as best we could. This is a pillow that we located in there, and at the top left corner, there's a blue latex glove that had been
with new and unique fashion, here is your go-to gift. These are No Goose Fire
photos in a more controlled environment. That looks to be the same as the previous, looks like a fitted sheet possibly. I believe this was a pillowcase if I'm not mistaken. And then just possible staining there that we wanted to document. And this is a pillow that I spoke on earlier. And this was a shoe that we recovered out of the dumpster that we brought back with us. And then this is the cell phone that we recovered. And this is that glove that I spoke on with the rag inside that was turned inside out, knotted in blue latex glove.
So at the time, do you know which of this evidence might have anything to do with this case?
We don't.
So you have to
I don't.
collect everything.
We do.
Did you all collect absolutely everything from the dumpster, or did you make decisions about?
They made decisions on what they wanted me to collect.
And who made those decisions?
The detectives that were on scene.
Was that Detectives Peter and Metzler?
Yes.
So when you collect these items, is this what the wire front is?
Yes.
Okay. Does this case have a lot of boxes of evidence?
Yes. A lot.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two items that we part this one. These are examples of evidence from the case.
Yes. So this is Exhibit 67, which is a burnt blanket that was recovered. This is 64C, Exhibit 64C, which is a cutting from Exhibit 64.
Did you bring gloves and scissors?
I brought a knife.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 134 and 135.
Any objection subject to this prior discussion? Great, thank you. Admitted.
Taking them both all the way out.
If you could just like maybe pull them out. Why are there like bright orange stickers on these items?
So the bright orange stickers indicate that it's a biohazard, whether that be blood, body fluids, it's a biohazard. So that's just indicative for everyone coming in contact with it.
And is that on every piece of evidence that might have bodily fluids on it?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing specific to this case.
No. This is 134. A blanket.
Could you tell the jury what all this tape means?
So once we get back to the office, we will go ahead and package all of our evidence. So we package it, we make a label for it here with the information for each case, case number, name, location, and date. And then we will use the evidence stickers there and the evidence stickers across so that once that seal is broken, it can be signed and then documented down here as to who broke the seal, on what date and time was it broken. And typically there's a location.
And does the blue tape signify something?
This looks like it went to the lab, so they opened it once they did their testing. You want me to take it all the way out?
If you could just show them, I don't know. Yeah, that's good.
So this is part of the blanket that was removed from the dumpster off Hackle Drive.
Just like we're gonna do one tape. And I'm just gonna walk up here and set this.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
This is 64C. And you can see once PSP got it, once they received it for their testing, they then circled it that they tested for DNA. That's just the way that they document, and on the back, they initially. They label by items. They don't go with our exhibit numbers.
Open anymore, but I just want to.
You do not want me to open it?
No.
Okay.
Are these other items, just if you could look at them
Mhm.
and tell us if these are other items collected.
This is 64B, which is another cutting from the padding and the carpet that was collected that evening. This is 63A and 63B, which are more cuttings from exhibit 63, which is the carpet and the padding. This is 64D, another cutting from exhibit 64. Here we have 63E and 63F, which are two cuttings from exhibit 63.
And if you open these, would they look very similar?
Yes.
That'd be great. Thank you, Dr. Snelling.
So from the carpet, the top carpet,
Yes.
did you, when you submitted that to the lab, did you do it in these square pieces?
Yes.
And how, do you have a notation of how many pieces got sent to the lab?
I do not. I wasn't the lead technician, so I was not in charge of sending those items off for testing.
Would the lab have that?
Yes. Yes.
And then, what did you note? Okay, so from the apartment, you all collected carpet padding, and then you may have subdivided that into various pieces.
That's right.
Did you collect anything else from the apartment?
Yes. So along with the carpet cuttings and the padding, we also collected one clear glass vase that had a brown artificial floral arrangement in it that had possible blood. And then we collected a silver mirrored vase with another brown artificial floral arrangement that may have also had possible blood. And those are the only things that I collected from that apartment.
When you went to the dumpster, we saw a lot of pictures, and you said earlier that not every single, like you all wouldn't have collected, I don't even know, something on the bottom of the dumpster that, I won't put words in your mouth. Were there things from the dumpster you didn't collect? That's right. Okay. What was an example of the type of stuff you all were collecting?
We were mainly looking for items that appear to be burned, items that may have had possible blood or staining that could have been consistent with possible blood. We were looking for those type of items. Items that resembled bedding, we were looking for items such as that as well.
And if we could go through and if you could just tell the jury, you don't have to read the whole summary of each item, but just a blanket, no, whatever.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a blanket already.
Okay, so exhibit 67 was a burnt pink blanket, which is the exhibit that I just showed. Exhibit 68 was a burnt brown and green pillow. That's the one with the blue latex gloves that was burned to the top there. Exhibit 69, they were various burnt pieces of a towel. Exhibit 70 was a possible blue plastic tote that was partially melted. It was burned with miscellaneous dumpster items. That included a brown and white White Castle bag. And that I did note down here that had a strong odor of gasoline when we collected that. Exhibit 71 was a burnt blue, blue, purple, green, and white twin bed sheet. 72 was a burnt green and white fitted sheet. Exhibit 73 was a burnt, damaged black and silver Samsung cell phone. That was the cell phone that I showed. Exhibit 74 was a burnt, damaged black HTC cell phone. Exhibit 75 were 3 brown carpet cuttings that were located in the bottom of the dumpster. Exhibit 76 was a burnt white towel. Exhibit 77 was 1 partial burnt white sock. Exhibit 78 was 1 burnt green and white bed pillow. Exhibit 79 was 1 blue latex glove with the white fabric or cloth that was rolled into it. Exhibit 80 was 1 burnt black and silver Nike brand athletic shoe. And it was unknown at that time if it was a left or right shoe. Exhibit 81 was 1 burnt Reebok brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 82 was 1 burnt white towel. Exhibit 83 was 1 burnt white and yellow flat sheet with some type of orange fabric that was attached to it. Exhibit 84 was 1 piece of miscellaneous burnt fabric. Exhibit 85 was 1 burnt Air brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 86 was a cut piece of white knotted fabric. And exhibit 87 was 1 white, blue, and red Murphy USA brand lighter.
And were all those items properly packaged and stored at CSU?
Yes, so they were all transported and secured in CSU that evening. At what point I then photographed everything individually. I was able to get a better look at everything, document anything that I thought could possibly be blood or defects, and they were then packaged and transported to the property room for safekeeping.
Is the property room secure location?
Yes,
And is it from the property room that they're sent to the lab?
yes,
Does the lab then send them ultimately back to the property room?
yes.
And
We actually go pick them up. We transport them back and forth.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Cross-exam. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Griffiths.
We haven't spoken before today.
No.
Okay. I bet you started and I missed how long you've worked for the LMPD.
Approximately 10 years.
Okay. And has it always been in the CSU unit?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that, you worked outside, someplace else? Or
I've
is,
always been in the crime scene unit.
no. I mean, prior to working for LMPD?
Oh, yes. Prior to that, I worked for Norton Brownsboro Hospital. I was a medical lab technician there.
So you started off talking about, I think, photos and things.
Yes.
You may not know this, but I just got, when I say just got, I mean like 10 minutes before you got on the witness stand, just got this video. Do you know what's on this video?
I don't.
Okay. This, I was told, but I haven't had a chance to watch it, is maybe from the scene of the search warrant on Hyde Avenue?
Yes.
All right. When I watch this, what will I see?
It's probably most likely going to be a dark video. That is the video that we took in an attempt to capture the blue star reaction when we couldn't get the blue star reaction on our camera. So then we attempted to do video and we were not able to capture it.
So you said dark video. I just want to make sure what you mean, because
It will be dark.
Like,
There should be darkness. The lights were off. It needs to be total darkness in order to capture those results. And so it will be completely blacked out.
and when you say that, you mean, and I won't see any results either.
No, not on this video. We were not able to capture it on that video. Unfortunately.
I assume that you folk, I mean, I know you're in the CSU, you're in the, what's it stand for? I know.
Crime scene unit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I should know
Yeah.
that. Okay. You guys are made of procedures, right? You have procedures on top of procedures.
Yes.
So when you make a video like this, what's the procedure?
In terms of,
What happens to it? I mean, you don't like put it in your pocket and leave with it.
no, at that time in 2016, our videos then became exhibits. So our video then turned into Exhibit 62, which was scene video. We labeled those, they became an exhibit, and they were secured then.
So did you know that this was something that we just got today, this afternoon?
When you told me just now.
Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was curious. I wasn't sure.
No.
So somewhere along the lines from, were you the one actually holding the camera?
Yes.
Somewhere along the lines of you holding the camera in this courtroom, something did not go right.
Right.
If I'm just getting it now, 7 years later.
Well, not that it didn't go right. We were attempting to capture the results of the blue star on video. We were not able to capture it due to the lighting, and the camera has to have a certain amount of filtering settings in order to capture those results. We thought we might be able to get it on video. We were not able to. It was just an attempt made.
That wasn't the part of going right.
Oh.
I meant that you have procedures set up, so if you record something on the video, everybody knows about it. It goes into the case.
Yes, yes.
Right. So you would assume that if you make a video, it doesn't pop up 7 years later in the middle of the trial, right? That's not the way it's supposed to
Well,
work.
it was still considered an exhibit, so it could, because it's at that point, it's Exhibit 62. So it's still evidence.
Right, but like these are in boxes and labels and we all knew about them and they all came to this courtroom. This was news.
They knew, typically they were on a small cassette. So someone obviously put that onto that disc. I'm not aware of when it was put onto that disc, but back in 2016, when we would finish a video, we would label the video with our name, the date, the time that we did the video, the case information, and then we would secure it, not in a box, but in an envelope with the same labeling as that labeling there that you see, and labeled Exhibit 62.
And you would expect that to go to the officers,
Yes.
the detectives. in
Yes,
this case, right?
yes,
And the.
That we
presumably
would
the
have, yes.
prosecution and defense and everybody.
yes, anyone that needed access to that, yes.
Just like all these other.
That's right, yes.
So you would agree with me that something went sideways if the first time we're all getting it is today. I'm not crouching at you.
No, yes, yes, that's a fair assumption.
You're saying that when I look at this sometime later on today or tonight, that it will be a completely total darkness, black
Yes.
video with nothing on it.
That's right.
I think you said you took photos that also were basically black,
Yes, we were not able to capture it, unfortunately, yes.
which is why we haven't seen those up on a screen, and we have, right?
Yes, probably so, yes.
Okay, you didn't.
It's just darkness.
And this probably is a dumb question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. There isn't a second video, like you didn't have one, when you went in, for example, you didn't have one walking on the
Oh, no.
floor, doing, when you're doing everything else.
No.
At scenes, the CSU does make videos and did make videos back then, right?
Yes.
So at the time that you were there executing, and I know you aren't the one executing the warrant, but you're part of the team.
Yes.
That was not considered a scene worthy of videotaping?
So typically, the videos are done on the initial scene itself. So the very first response location where the actual crime took place, or where they were called initially, those videos are done immediately. So on a homicide scene that we get called out, we will start with scene video, and then we will do our photos. On a search warrant such as this, we typically do not do a video. This video was only done in an attempt to capture the positive blue star reaction. So we went a little bit out of order with that one.
The you may not know this, so tell me if this is outside the scope. Did you know that there were 2 warrants and searches at that location on Hyde Avenue?
That part I'm not aware.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask you about stuff you
Okay.
don't know. You were only involved in a single search of that residence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna pivot to, am I right that there were only 2 locations, I'm gonna say locations, 2 locations you went to?
Yes, for myself that night, yes.
And only 2 locations on this case, right?
For me, yes.
For you?
Yes.
I'm only talking about.
Yes.
So let's talk about the other location. The other location was a dumpster,
Mhm.
and the dumpster was really on the, it may not be the exact opposite side of town, but it's pretty close.
Pretty close. You're
Pretty
right.
close. It's southwest. When you got to the dumpster, you were not the first people from LMPD on the scene.
That's right.
Do you remember how many people were already there?
If memory serves correctly, there were 3 detectives there. Yes.
And do you know how long they've been there?
I do not.
That's not your job, right? You're not
No.
You were, once you arrived, does that make you in charge of the scene, or are other people still in charge of the
They're
scene?
still in charge of the scene.
Okay.
We're an assist unit, so we work at their direction.
Okay. I was trying to give you a promotion, I guess.
Thank you.
And how many people from your unit arrived? I know you were there. Were you the only person there?
No, myself and technician Stevenson. She has since retired, but she was my assist that evening.
Is that a normal 2 people kind of?
Typically, if we work a big case, we typically work together so that we can assist one another.
Okay. If that's the case, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure. Does that mean one person is doing more of the physical handling, and the other person's maybe memorializing with the camera or video?
Sometimes, but typically we pretty much help each other out. It's an equal job. So
While you're there doing that, do you have the detectives pitch in? Are they doing that too? Or are you the only one who's touching?
we are just us. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Typically, we try to keep the fewer hands involved, typically.
When you arrived at the scene, I shouldn't say scene, that location. There was no fire going then.
No.
There was no any fire that was there. It was out.
Yes.
It's a dumpster, so one of the issues for you is you're not sure what items could have been in there before that have nothing to do with you.
Mhm.
I couldn't tell, but it looks sort of like normal size dumpster. It's not.
It was
It wasn't
standard.
some huge industrial size.
No.
Okay. So you were using your best judgment to determine which items were, had evidentiary value and which did not.
That's right.
And you were also getting some input from the detectives there. as
Majority
well.
of the input.
Majority,
yes.
okay. So when you say majority, you mean that they're telling you that item matters. I don't think that item does. I'm not trying, you tell me, is that right or is that wrong?
We were kind of bouncing ideas off of one another. Again, we were going by what we could see visibly with the naked eye. If something appeared to be blood, we really honed in on that. And then burnt items that appeared to be heavily damaged or that were close in proximity to one another that looked like they had all been dumped together. That's kind of what we were looking at, if that helps.
Okay. But an item that had previously been in that dumpster, if there was a fire, would still be burned.
True. Yes, that's true.
Okay.
Some of the things like the latex glove and the pillow, they had kind of meshed together. Some of the things you could tell that were inside that tote, they may have had a little bit of blue plastic still on them. Again, we were working at their direction. So kind of going by what they instructed.
Okay. And as you were taking items out, you're also photographing them, and we saw a whole bunch of photos.
Yes.
All right. For the most part, unless something, I think that one was like stuck, just, for the most part, everything that is evidence worthy gets its own photo, right?
Yes, yes,
Unless they're stuck together or
Yes.
something like that.
yes.
So we saw a whole bunch, I don't know, I think it was, my math is right, 34 photos from the
I
dumpster.
believe so.
Does that sound right? Okay. And there wasn't anything that didn't get photo, right? That's a terrible sentence. Everything got photo.
Yes,
Photograph.
yes.
There is no photo of a car seat, back seat.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Well, I mean, you just saw the
Yeah,
photos,
no,
right?
yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And also you have some, I mean, we all don't have perfect recall from 7 years ago, but you remember the event, right? And the reason there's no photo of a big old car seat is because when you got there, as far as what you saw, you didn't see a car seat.
That's right.
If you had seen a car seat, you certainly would have taken a picture of
Yes,
it.
that's right.
If you had taken a car seat into evidence, you would have
Packaged it.
packaged it.
Yes,
Right. In fact, something as big as that requires a whole lot of extra packaging and making sure, and because you have procedures for big items, right?
yes, yes.
So anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember probably.
Yes.
And you're sitting here under oath today, and you're saying no car seat.
No car seat.
So any car seat that was there would have been gone before you arrived.
Yes, I
Okay.
did not document or collect a car seat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right, Direct?
Yes, just circle back to the video.
Okay.
On that, back in 2016, you took the video, correct?
Yes,
And you're saying it was on a cassette?
yes.
Was that, like, did you have a video camera?
So we had handheld camcorders that actually still used the small cassette tapes at that time. They
So
were
did-
very tiny.
When you got, and were you able to review it on scene?
No, no. I mean, we could see
So
the
you could s-
screen itself that it was coming up black, so, but we didn't actually go back and replay anything at that time.
But you could see as it was filming? what
Yes.
it was?
Yes.
And then you took the cassette back with you and what did you do with it?
Again, once we get it back to the office, it becomes an exhibit. So we then would label the exterior of the tape with the case number, the date, our initials, and the exhibit number that we've assigned, and the description, which was scene video, which then became exhibit 62.
Exhibit 62 listed on the CSU.
Yes,
Is that the CSU report that we've all been working on?
yes,
So everybody's known that it was listed in the report, even though we didn't have it.
yes, it's in my report.
So, hold on, let me let the light come on. Maybe that's it. All right.
That's probably it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just hit play.
Again, in order to capture the results from the Blue Star reaction, it needs to be total blackness. That's why you see this dark video here.
Yeah, they're right over there. You can go move them.
And so is this just gonna be another 8 minutes of this?
Yes,
Okay.
of us just trying to capture the results. Mhm, mhm.
Okay, just for the record, can we see the numbers moving 44, 45?
Yes. No,
Is there ever audio with?
No.
With CSU, see
No.
videos? All right, thank you. I'm gonna stop this so we can turn the lights back on. Has CSU made any changes to improve video?
yes.
Video of Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay.
Typically, we do not capture positive reactions of Blue Star on video. We just attempted that evening to see if we could finagle it in a way that it might work, and it did not work. It was not successful, obviously. That was just an attempt that we made to try to capture those positive results.
So if you went out now to a scene. And
We would not video it.
You wouldn't video it
No.
at all?
We have new
Is-
cameras. We would photograph
Is there a better way to photograph now?
with our new cameras. Yes, seems to work better.
What's different about those?
They're just
cameras?
updated. It's just an updated camera, basically.
No further questions, thank you.
Judge, I don't have any further questions, but due to the new video, could this be subject?
Yeah, that was my plan, actually. Ms. Kimmer, you are free to go, but you're what's called subject to recall, which means that if something arises and we need to call you back to ask questions about the video, that might occur. So you cannot be in the courtroom. You might not have been anyway, but for the
Wasn't,
remainder of
okay.
the trial, you cannot be in the courtroom. But for now, you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
You're fine.
Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you don't? Okay, just 1 second. All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I would ask y'all to be back about 3:20 or at 3:20 outside the courtroom doors.
Okay, they said 10 minutes. Let's see. We've got something suitable. Let's see. I'm looking to see what. There's something about a verdict in a case that I haven't been following. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, it's the citizen's arrest trial. But they've got 6 hours of it, so let's see if we can find a shorter version. Let's see. Okay, this looks like it's. Oh, let's see. That was yesterday. Okay, so that's not exactly news. Let's go take a look over at the Washtenaw County Trial Court, Judge Conlon's docket. Oh, looks like people are just sitting there. That's not. Yeah, maybe we'll skip that. That's the Honorable Judge Kristen D. Simmons. I can't remember where she is. Michigan. Says preliminary exam. Is there any other court streams? Let's
address that objection? Because I don't know what he's testified. I don't know if analysts provided him that information. He's just talking about the information he got from them, or if they provided him the documents that he used to discover this information. I don't know.
I think I can ask some clarifying questions.
Okay, I'll make a ruling after we get some clarifying questions.
Thank you. Now, the information that is tied to that tracking number, is that information that is retained by the United States Postal Service, United States Postal Inspection Service?
Yes.
Now, if someone requests information from you, is there a procedure that is in place for how you would get that information?
It depends on the nature of the request.
Let's just say the nature of the request is just like in this case where they're asking if you can determine method of payment and date of delivery. How would you get that information?
I would ask my general analyst to run the tracking number and make those determinations.
Okay, and then how would you get that information?
He would then email me or discuss it. He works right down the hallway with me to let me know what information he was able to find.
And do you do anything to determine, to check that information, make sure that is accurate?
I can run the tracking number and make sure some of it is accurate.
Mhm.
And if he provided me with the report that he ran, I can verify it.
Mhm.
I do not remember if he provided me with that report, but in the general course he would.
In the general course, he would provide you with the report, and would you also follow up with that report just to make sure it's accurate before you disseminate that information?
At that point, I would just let the person who requested the information know this is what
Your Honor,
I
I'm
was
just,
able to find.
excuse me, I'm going to object because what's being discussed here is what he may or may not do in another case. What's relevant is what he did in this case. And this gentleman admitted he doesn't remember if he checked or verified anything. What he's coming in to talk about is what someone else did. He's got no personal knowledge of that. It's being based on hearsay, and that other individual made a determination. That's what he said. So that's not something that's a record that's kept in the ordinary course of business.
So, Your Honor, the fact of the matter is this information is kept in the ordinary course of business. And so it is readily available to this witness, to his analyst. And even if there's an objection to the form, that doesn't make it any less business record, the information that we're discussing here.
He doesn't know that he doesn't know or remember in this particular case how he got the information though.
No, he says he originally got it from his analyst, and the analyst would usually provide him with a report based on his request to say, can you look into this tracking number?
Or could have called him, he said. Usually, or could have called and he can't recall what happened in this case.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with the court's analysis. He's really saying that he might have got it one way, he might have got it another. He could have gotten it from a phone call, which is a fancy way of saying, I don't know how I got it, but there's various ways. You typically will get information like this, which doesn't cut it here.
Well, Your Honor, I think what we're talking about is the medium in which the information was relayed, but the answer has always been that the information was provided by the analyst. The question is, was it in written form or oral form? And either way, it's still information that would have been kept in the ordinary course of business.
Yeah, but there's a huge difference between the analyst providing him a report, an email that he's reviewing versus an analyst calling and said, yeah, I ran a report and this is what it said. Huge difference.
There is. You don't recall which one?
I believe he sent an email with a report containing a spreadsheet with the tracking number information.
That's different from his previous testimony.
It is different from his previous testimony, and I'm very curious if that email has been provided to the Attorney General's office.
Well, we'll allow you to ask him that on your cross-examination because he has changed it. It does change the nature of this information. I'll overrule the objection, and then you all can flesh that out on your cross.
Now, as it related to payment method, were you able to determine a payment method?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that?
cash.
And when someone pays for a registered mail by cash, do you keep any information about the identity of that person?
No,
And the second question you said you were asked was date of delivery. Was that information still available?
yes,
And what date was that?
January 5th of, I don't remember the year, but it was in the report.
What, do you recall what date the package was sent?
Hello?
It was sent December 15th.
Hello.
2020.
This is. For the record, you're refreshing your recollection using the exhibit, correct?
Calling
to confirm
And does that refresh your memory as to the delivery?
Please
That would
remain
have
on the
been
line until the end
January
of this
5th of
message to
2021.
confirm, cancel, or reschedule your appointment. To
Nothing
receive
further
future
this
reminders
time.
as a text message, by sending
Thank
the
you,
word
Runner.
words of 3,
Did you say
2,
it was Van
3,
Cuddy?
5,
Okay, great. I
9.
just wanted to make
Again,
sure I
that
pronounced
starts to.
No. Well, wait till you hear
5,
mine. It's Chartier, so it's also a
This
tough
is
last
scheduled
name.
on
I have some
December
questions
15th.
for you. I
At
want to talk about the
1
email that you
p.m.
just
Mountain
mentioned
Time
that you believe you
with
got
your
from the
provider.
analyst.
The clinic address
Are
is
you certain you got an email or are you not sure? Where are we?
I would have to double check.
Okay,
Yep.
so as you testify here today, you don't know if you got an email
To
from the
confirm this
analyst.
Not with
appointment,
100%.
press 1.
And what was
Cancel,
the analyst's
press
name?
2. To reschedule, press 3.
Richard
Or
Strickland?
press
Was
9
he
to
the
repeat the
only
message.
analyst who was working on this?
He was the one I requested it from, so I believe so, yes.
And
I'm sorry,
if
I
you
didn't
had
hear your
gotten an
response.
email from him, would
Please
you
try
have forwarded that to the Attorney General's office?
Scheduled on
I did not.
You did not, okay.
at
So when you may or may not have gotten an email from Mr. Strickland, then do you remember if you spoke to him on the telephone at all?
No.
Or did you said his office was right down the hall from yours?
Correct.
Okay, so if you did want to talk to him about this, is it accurate you would have gone and spoken to him face to face?
I could have, yes.
Okay, but you don't remember doing that? Okay, so just to be clear, you don't remember if you got an email, right?
Not with 100%.
Not with 100% certainty. You don't remember if you spoke to him on the phone,
Correct.
and you don't remember if you went to go talk to him.
Correct.
Other than speaking with Mr. Strickland and asking him to do some work, did you do any of the work yourself? Run a report, talk to anyone? The envelope, so you are essentially conveying information that you received in some way, shape, or form from Mr. Strickland.
Correct.
And the envelope that you have in front of you, it has a name on it, correct?
It does.
That name is not John Haggard, is it?
It is not.
And is it true anyone could write any name on that?
It is possible.
Well,
Okay, sounds like we are going back to our trial here. I heard somebody say something, but how long have we been on break here? Let's take a look. Okay, it's been over 13 minutes, and she said 10 minutes. Wow.
Just let me know when we're ready, John.
Oh,
Y'all can sit down. Okay. Oh, okay. Can you come up here or come and talk to you?
Oh, come on. Oh. Somebody needs a allergy pill. Interesting. We've got tape on the doorknob over there, or the door. So ordinarily, I see tape like that. I think it's because they want to prevent the door from latching shut, but seems rather strange to not do that in a courtroom.
Don't want to come up. Not Mr. Britton yet.
Well, come on. Oh, let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably wondering what's going on. Our next witness is actually in custody, like the earlier witness was, but they're having trouble locating him, which is odd. We know that he's somewhere there, but we're going to take about a 15-minute break to try to get that figured out, and not have you all just sit here until then. So go ahead and head on out and be back in front of the courtroom doors at 3:45.
All rise from jury.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll call him. I'll call him.
Let's see, 15 minutes.
She's in corrections. She's calling corrections right now.
Okay. Let's see something. It says panic attack in court while texts read in tortured son murder trial. Let's see.
At some point, there were some cell phones seized from the residence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Including a cell phone belonging to Ms. Vander Ark.
That is correct.
And did you have an opportunity, as part of the investigation, did the Norton Shores Police Department perform an extraction of that cell phone?
Yes.
And it seems obvious, but what is the purpose of extracting information from that cell phone?
Often cell phones can contain evidence of the crime that we're investigating.
Your Honor, for this next portion, we've discussed already that Lieutenant Hooksma and Detective Ong will be reading a portion of the text messages. So I think we're prepared to do that at this point in time. This will be, for the record, this is going to be previously stipulated to be admitted as People's Exhibit number 36, and this is an excerpt of those text messages. And you've had an opportunity to review those text messages, is that correct?
I have.
And these text messages come directly from the extraction of the cell phone that was performed on Sean DeVanda Ark's cell phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've had an opportunity to review these, and did these depict different moments in time from February to July of 2022, a conversation or conversations, I should say, between Sean DeVanda Ark and Paul Ferguson?
That is correct.
So we only need one more chair up there, actually. What we're gonna need.
Mr. Roberts, so Detective Hooksma is going to be playing the part of the defendant, I believe you said, or is it?
No, actually, Detective Alm will be reading the defendant's portion, and Lieutenant Hooksma will be reading Paul Ferguson's.
Paul Ferguson, okay, all right. All right, we just need a chair. I got an extra one, I think. So just so the jury understands, usually a witness can read both parts. It can get a little confusing, obviously, because it's the same voice. So the parties have stipulated essentially that Detective Hooksma will be reading the text messages of Paul Ferguson, and Detective Alm, who is coming up as of now, is reading the part of the defendant. I think we probably should swear her in. So Detective.
Ms. Gilmore just pointed that out.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea for this portion.
All right, Detective Alm, in the matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last is Alm, ALM.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Your Honor, can we get the lights on?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Does that help? Does that get it right there? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, for the record, you'll be reading verbatim the text messages between Sean DeVanda Ark and Paul Ferguson. And we've also taken some lengths to make sure that you're identifying the dates and approximate times where these text messages are being sent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we move to a different day, there's an indication there so the jury understands what days we're talking about, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you could begin.
First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it?
Sorry, I don't know he was up.
What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been?
I don't think we've got a date.
Oh,
yeah.
Of this particular
Oh.
section, so before we get into the date.
The date is 2/18/2022.
Thank you.
First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it?
Sorry, I didn't know he was up.
What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been upstairs against the wall?
No,
What? Why the heck not?
I just didn't.
What the heck has he been doing?
According to him, he's just been setting. I don't know though. I didn't know he was awake.
Find out what he has snuck right the heck now, because I know he has snuck stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been.
I already checked everything. And that correct. That concludes that section. The next date is February the 28th.
And check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home.
Yes, he grabbed chips. I know.
The break there?
Yes, the next text thread starts on March the 4th at 8:59 p.m. KK.
5, maybe 10 minutes. So I'll have you retire to the jury room. Please rise. All right, you may be seated. Just for purposes of the record, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson had a sidebar with the court indicating Mr. Johnson indicated that his client was suffering some distress, specifically a panic attack, and he asked for 5 minutes. I think that's reasonable. So at this point in time, court is going to take a brief recess. Mr. Johnson, just please let the bailiff know when your client is well enough to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess.
All right, well, defense counsel said in opening statements that this case is weird, and here we go. The defendant in this case, who is accused of torturing her son, he ended up dying, is now suffering from distress, a panic attack, according to the judge. And so they're going to take 5 minutes to see if the defendant can compose herself. This happened as the male lieutenant is reading text messages, as well as the female detective. So this is always a little confusing when it happens in court, when you have the people kind of role playing and reading the text messages that were sent. So what was happening here, you had the two law enforcement officers reading text messages that were taking place between the defendant there and her son, Paul. And we're hearing that she's saying, well, he wasn't upstairs against the wall. There have been allegations in this case that they would force him to stand for hours on end. Also about the brownies. Now, if we're going to go along with the defense theory here that he was on a hunger strike, the victim in this case, I don't know why she's asking about the brownies, seeing if he snuck the brownies. Well, we'd be happy that if he's eating something. I don't know. I realize we're just getting into this case, but child abuse cases are just so tough to talk about. We do want to bring in Krista Ramey to discuss this with us. Krista, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think this case is just going to be hard for us all to listen to, quite honestly. You made a really good point about the hunger strike and the food, and it's something that's really incongruent. And I don't know how they're going to reconcile this with the evidence, because they have a refrigerator that they have locked up. And then they're saying that he went on a hunger strike. And clearly the way these text messages are playing out, they're concerned about him eating when he's not supposed to be eating. If my child ever went on a hunger strike, my children never did, I would welcome them to eat anything. If it's brownies, if it's M&Ms, if it's cereal, if it's, whatever. So you're not really displaying, the reaction of what a mother would have if her children were on a hunger strike in the text messages that were happening in real time. So you've got the story that now is going on during litigation that, hey, he was on a hunger strike, but the evidence kind of belies that.
Yeah, and Christina, and I totally understand it from a parent's point of view. Sometimes you do have to limit sugar, limit brownies, limit candy, and sometimes that can be bad for certain children. But again, if he was on a hunger strike and eating brownies, then you would think that that would be something that would be good.
Okay. You're right, Pearl Mac. There are some people in other professions who do, but this guy was running around with two other guys, and they're killing people, or at least that's what the other witnesses and the evidence is supposed to show. So we could, I don't know. Let's see. Do we have anything else? I know that we had, let me find a picture of this guy. There was this guy who was in prison here in Utah, and he had some medical issue, and so he was taken up to the University of Utah for some medical tests. And while he was there, he got the gun away from the prison guard that was accompanying him, and shot and killed him. And then he fled across town and is kind of intending to do suicide by cop, but he went into an Arby's, and the manager of the Arby's was ex-military, or he was reserves. I'm not sure which, but anyway, he tackled him. So the guy ended up being captured, and he was supposed to go to trial, and the court, I think it might have been the appellate court, ruled that the state had to pay for makeup artists to cover his tattoos because they were prejudicial. In the end, he ended up pleading guilty to avoid the death penalty. So let me show you this sweetheart. Oh, wait, let's look at this article. You say, oh, they've got a chronology of his tattoos, but, oh, let's see. Let me see if I can find the end of this. Oh, this is only 2 photos. Okay, let's go back to his mugshot. Or, well, no, let's... Okay, here is Curtis Allgaier, the white supremacist who they thought his tattoos might be prejudicial. Well, the thing is, he chose to have swastikas and other stuff, and I'm not sure, is that one of the In Odin We Trust symbol? Let's see. Yeah, it is. This here on his cheek is that symbol that was on the In Odin We Trust patches that the prison guards were wearing. And here's a picture back when he was early in his tattoos. He only had a few tattoos on his face at that point. And here he is at the time of his booking on the murder charge. Now, why did he kill the guy? I don't know, because, he would have gotten out, and now he's in jail for life. So, we've been wondering that lead 42. I've been looking at photos and so forth, trying to see if we got any shots of the back of his head. And so far, I haven't been able to find it. Let's see if we've got any. Let's go back to the courtroom and I'll look and see if I can find any YouTube videos that show the back of his head. Let's see. Brice Rhodes. Those are from today. I want something a few days. Let's see.
Because it had to.
Oh,
We objected.
sounds like we might be getting serious, or maybe they're gonna talk about the situation some more.
That's not, well, that might just be a local practice thing, but that's not how anybody in Louisville would read that. They would read it as if the judge grants probation, it's this many years. If not, it's this many years, but it's up to the judge and the Commonwealth's objecting.
And we did object, and he went into custody.
Well,
So-
not right. Well, he
And
did.
he went into custody.
I think
for
that's
years
just a
as
local
juvenile.
custom thing. But that is typically how it would read in Louisville if they were objecting and did object. They can. The court doesn't have to follow it, but they can.
I'm not trying to make a big issue of this, Judge.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's safer to just say, just let them introduce it so we aren't creating an issue later.
So can I just refer back to the fact that there is a plea agreement? I'll let them do what they want to do, and then at some point redirect. I'll get into the terms.
Do you all have a problem with them saying that there is a plea agreement at all? Because then it kind of looks like they're trying to hide it or something, if not. Like they go through a whole line of questioning and don't even mention there's a plea agreement, and then you bring it out, it looks like they're trying to hide it. I'm sure they have. Okay, so yes, I will let you ask about the existence of a plea agreement, but no further details, which the defense may bring out. And if you object to that procedure too, you can say so for the record. Now. Okay, thank you. All right, we ready for the jury? Great. He's here.
Okay, 7 months ago, he had a Band-Aid on the back of his head, and at an ordinary court hearing, there's no need to cover a tattoo, so it's not a tattoo that they're covering.
Thank you. Anyone have anything to report? Okay. All right, so as you all might have noticed, there are times during trial when we're dealing with like what's gonna come next and how things are gonna go. I want to just note that if you see court staff or me or even the attorneys using their phones, that's what we are doing. You know, we're not just goofing off or anything, but we need to be able to take care of business while we're in court as well. Ms. Jones-Brown, are you ready to call your next witness? Oh, Ms. Cunningham, I'm sorry.
I do have one more issue.
Okay, sure.
Well, I'm finding lots of clips of him 2 years ago.
Oh, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is going to call Anan Carter.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, as best you can, I need you to raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anan Carter,
And how old are you, Anan?
22,
Where do you live these days?
for the deals.
And were you here in town in 2016?
I understand if you could just speak just a little bit louder.
And that's, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, yeah, you want to move the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
So, you know what we're here to discuss. Let's talk a little bit about how you know different people here. How do you know Chakor?
Good.
And were you all very close?
Yes.
What sorts of things would you do with Chakor when you were here?
Hang out, we used to go find different females to hang out with.
Anything else you all do together?
We used to
I'm sorry, you gotta speak up so they can hear you.
hang out, we used to hang out, we used to smoke, we used to.
I still can't hear you, and if I can't hear you, no one else can.
We used to play sports. We used to find different females to hook up with.
And did you all grow up together? Did you know him for a long time?
Yes.
And what was his life like?
Yeah. He was homeless for a while.
And so, as a result of his homelessness, how would he get by? What sorts of things would he do?
So we used to steal out of people's cars. Sleep over at a friend's house.
And what about you? Did you have people to live with here in town?
Yes,
So how old were you in 2016?
15.
When you were 15, do you remember how much you weighed or how tall you were?
I was about 120 pounds.
So how did you meet Larry?
At school.
And did you meet Maurice at school as well?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with them?
We're the same as Corey. We used to go link up with different females. We used to hang out.
Was there anybody in town that you were closer to than the three of them?
Nope.
And do you recognize Mr. Rhodes in the courtroom?
Yes.
And what did he go by as far as you know?
Rambo,
And how did you meet Rambo?
Maurice and Larry.
And before we get to,
Judge, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that response. Can you repeat that, please?
Through Maurice and Larry.
how long, when we get into May of 2016, how long had you known Rambo for?
Couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, month.
So how many times had you met him before the night of the first shooting?
I don't know. A couple.
So tell the jury, how did the idea of a shooting happen?
We was in somebody's backyard. We was all smoking.
And must slow down a little bit. Who's we?
Me, Corey, him, Maurice and Larry.
Okay. And what happened?
We was all smoking. He said that somebody got some money in their head and we just need a gun.
That's what Brice said.
We need a gun.
And just to spell it out, what does that mean? They have a price on their head and we just need a gun.
We get paid to kill somebody. We just need a gun.
Now, at this time, do you know approximately how old Rambo was? Was he older than you guys?
Yeah, he's way older than us.
I'm sorry?
He's way older than us.
Yeah. Was he bigger than you all?
Yes.
Was he the one that was coming up with the ideas?
Yeah.
So how old
Judge,
were,
objection, that calls for speculation. I'll allow it, overruled.
how old were Maurice and Larry then? Do you know?
Like 15, around my age.
Okay. So when he first proposes this idea to you all, do you think he was serious?
Mhm.
When did you decide that he was serious?
The night we actually did it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. When what?
The night we actually did it.
Thank you.
So how was a gun acquired?
Corey bought the gun.
And when Corey bought the gun, did he know what did everybody know what the purpose for the gun was, or was it just a coincidence?
Everybody knew what it was for.
All right. Had you ever done anything like this before?
Mhm.
Were you nervous about it? Well, what was your feeling about this?
I wish I wanted to get paid, but then I'm on the fence. It could have went either way, either or.
At that time, what did you think would have happened if you would have backed out? Did you think about that? Okay. So
Judge, was there a response to that question?
You nodded your head no, correct?
So let's get to the the day in May, you all get together. How did you first get in touch with the group that day?
We had, see, like me and Corey, he had went over his grandmother's house. While Maurice and Larry, they was at home. So then when we was gonna get dropped back off over Maurice and Larry's house, they was already gone.
Okay. How did you get around in those days?
Yeah. We used to walk, we used to catch rides, people used to drop us off, bikes, everything.
And at that time, did Rambo have a car?
Yeah.
Did you have a car?
I ain't have a car of my own.
So who was it that drove you around that night?
Q.
Q. And how do you know Q?
Q's Corey cousin.
So and we're talking about two incidents, so it's easy to get confused. Talking about the first incident, there was a night where you had a truck, the night of the hit, right?
Yes, yeah. I had stole a truck.
And that was that in order to carry this out, or you were just driving a stolen truck?
I just had a stolen truck.
Okay. So what was the plan for that night?
At night we were supposed to, like, we was in the backyard again. And you feel me? We all linked up. And you feel me? We went from the south to the west. And you feel me?
And how did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
Okay. So you're following a car. What's the car that you're following?
It's a light blue Mazda, I think.
Okay. And who was in that car?
Larry, Maurice, Brice, and Corey.
And where was everybody seated in the car?
Maurice was driving. Larry in the passenger seat. Brice in the behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
And who had the gun?
Brice.
And who knew who the target was?
Judge, speculate, call for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that.
How did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
So how long did you all drive around?
30, 45 minutes.
And did anything eventful happen during that time? So
Besides murder.
Besides what?
Besides murder. Besides somebody getting shot.
Yeah. Okay. So you're driving along. The car in front of you stops around 41st Street.
Something like that.
Stops somewhere in that area.
Sure.
Does the car in front of you stop?
Yeah, stop at the end of the block.
And what happens?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street, bitch."
And I'm sorry, but we got to have you enunciate clearly so everybody can hear. What was it that happened?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street, bitch," and the shot went off.
Who was the somebody that said that?
Brice.
Could you see Brice at that time?
I ain't seen about the position that.
Sorry, please repeat.
I didn't see him, but I know where he was positioned at.
And you heard or saw the gun go off?
Saw it.
Was it inside of the car, or outside of the car?
It's like his arm was dangling out the car.
And who was he shooting at?
Somebody in the street.
Had you ever seen that person before?
No,
Did you know anything about that person?
no,
Did that person talk or engage anybody?
that I know of.
Was he facing the car or facing away from the car?
Facing the car.
And after the gunshot, what happened?
Shit, we peeled off. Then we had like 5 to 8 houses down, and he shot at somebody's house.
See, he shot the gun more.
Yeah,
And what did you do?
just driving.
You just continued to follow? And where did you go that night?
So went back to Maurice and Larry's house.
Was everybody at Maurice and Larry's?
Mm.
What'd you all talk about?
And
Do people talk about the shooting?
no,
Why not?
that ain't how I talk. That ain't how I get my problems up. That ain't how I express my problems.
So you don't talk about stuff like that after it happens?
Just let it go.
Why do you not talk about it?
Just let it go. Just
Did you expect to get something as a result of participating in this?
yeah, I want some money.
And how was that supposed to happen?
So you're supposed to break us off,
And who was supposed to break it off?
right?
How was that going to happen?
We didn't get that far. I just think he's supposed to break us off. Supposed to get the gun. He's supposed to break us off.
And when you say break us off, you mean share the money?
Share the money.
Come on up.
So did he end up giving anybody any money as a result of that? And how do people feel about that? How did you feel about that?
So they really care.
You didn't care that you didn't get paid?
So I didn't think he got paid. So.
Were other people upset about not getting paid?
If you know, you can answer that.
I don't know.
Okay. What did you end up doing with did you do anything with your truck that night?
We burned it.
And why did you burn it?
He said in case it was on like camera or something.
And who's he?
Right.
And so how did you burn the truck?
We put gas in it. Then on fire.
Were you ever around? There was a phone call that you overheard between the boy's mom and the defendant, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you could hear, what could you hear? Where were you?
Objection, hearsay.
What was the question?
I'm asking where he was when he overheard this phone call.
What did you overhear?
Okay, don't say what somebody else said. If you want to re-ask the question.
Who was talking on the phone?
Shit, it was Larry and Maurice's mama and Brice.
It was who and Brice?
Larry and Maurice's mama.
Larry and Maurice's mother? Okay, thank you.
And what was the tone of the conversation?
It was about the shooting.
And when did this conversation happen?
Whenever Maurice had told her about it.
Was she angry?
Objection.
You don't want to come up?
All right, so now let's jump forward to the night that you were talking about on the 24th. So on the 21st, late night, how are you traveling around that night? The truck's been burned. How are you traveling around?
Getting dropped off.
Okay, and so who was dropping you off? And
On the 21st, I don't remember.
okay. Earlier, when we were confused about which night we were talking about, you said that Q was driving you around.
Yeah.
So that's the night that we're talking
Okay, yeah, Q dropped me off.
about. Okay. So Q is dropping you off. Who's with you?
Me and Corey.
And where does Q drop you off at?
Drop us off over his house.
At Brice Rhodes' house. Had you been anywhere together before his house?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
First, when Maurice and Mary's house, it was already gone.
How did you know they were gone?
We walked in the house.
And they
It was already gone.
they weren't there.
So we called him.
Okay. So where'd you guys get dropped off at?
Over his house.
Over at his house? Had you been to his house before?
Yeah.
Who else? What time of day or night is it?
It's nighttime.
Nighttime? Who's at the house?
Just what? Larry, Maurice, me, Corey, him, and like 3 other people.
All right. Who are the other folks that are there?
I don't know. Tyron.
Okay.
I don't know.
Had you've explained the people that you know that were there. Had you met Tyron before?
At night.
Just then? And there was another person there that you didn't know?
No.
And you don't know who they are now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me what was going on that night?
We was all smoking, drinking. And you feel me? Larry and Maurice got into an argument. Not Larry and Maurice, but Larry and Corey got into an argument.
Was it common for people to get into arguments when you all were hanging out?
Yeah.
And what happened with this argument?
Maurice grabbed a knife.
Okay. So Maurice picked up a knife. Did he wave it at Corey?
I ain't gonna say he waved at him. He picked it up in an aggressive manner.
And what happened next?
So we take it from him, and he smacked him.
You say he, do you mean Brice Rhodes?
Brice took it from him, he smacked him.
How did he take a knife from him?
He went to do that with the knife anyways.
And what, can you describe the knife?
It was like a big combat knife.
And what did Brice do after he took the knife?
He's like he gonna violate him.
Okay. Brice is going to violate Maurice. And can you explain in general terms, what does it mean to violate somebody? What's that term mean?
Really means like if it inflict pain, like he could have just hit him in the chest. He could have did a range of things.
It's like a disciplining of the person.
Yeah.
So did that alarm Maurice? How did Maurice respond?
He was gonna go with it. He thought it was just gonna be a punch in the chest.
And why would he go along with it?
That's his big homie.
I'm sorry?
That's his big homie.
So is there a time where you
I just want to make sure, did you say because he's
May we
big?
approach?
Yes.
All right. So is there a time where people in the house separate from Maurice?
Yeah. We put both of them in the bathroom and we took a vote.
Both who?
Larry and Maurice.
They're in the bathroom. And where are you guys?
Living room.
And what happens in the living room?
So we took a vote.
What's this vote on?
If they should die or not.
If they should die or not? Who's calling the vote?
Brice.
What was your vote?
I'm the one that said no. I just said yeah.
And did your vote win? Did your vote win? Did you think about what would have happened to you if you tried to leave at that point in time?
I had nowhere to go. He lived too far out.
So what happens after the vote's taken? What happens to Maurice?
He put a sock in his mouth, tied his hands behind his back, and put a hat over his head.
And where did he do this?
Living room.
And what happened after that?
He started hitting him in his chest at first.
With an item, with his fist? How was he hitting him?
We hit him in the chest with a fist first, hit him like 3-4 times. And then Tyron passed him the knife. He started stabbing him.
So Tyrion handed him the knife. Was he making a noise?
He couldn't. He had the sock in his mouth.
Was he trying to make noise?
Yeah.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab him?
So no,
Where did he stab him?
the torso out up here.
Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
He was on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest?
Chest, stomach, around there in the general area.
In the what area?
In his chest, in his stomach. on his torso.
Did he stab him other places?
I don't know.
How long did this go on for?
Until he stopped breathing.
Do you have any idea the time?
I don't know.
Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah.
Where was the blood going?
In the carpet and sheets.
Were the sheets set out to catch the blood?
Yeah, sheets was really there to move him.
Who got the sheets?
Price.
And where did he put them?
Shit, like we had dragged Maurice by the door, and then Larry bring Larry out.
Now, these guys are your best friends, right?
Yeah.
What's running through your mind?
Make sure I get out.
What's that?
I gotta make sure I get out. Try to save somebody else. Make sure I'm safe.
And what would have stopped you from getting out?
Probably if I didn't go along with it,
What would have happened?
probably been with him. Probably same situation, same fate.
All right. So they bring Larry out of the bathroom. Does he have? When does he get the sock?
He already been like he had the belt, he had a hat, he got the sock. He had the sock when it was his turn.
Okay, when you say he had the belt, what do you mean?
His hands was already tabbed in his back. He had a hat over his eyes, so he couldn't see.
And he had a sock in his mouth.
He got the sock when it was his turn.
Is he making noises?
That's it. He started making noises when he started getting stabbed.
Was he on his knees?
Yeah.
Did he know what had happened to his brother?
No.
Was there blood in the spot that he was at?
Yeah.
Did he respond to that?
Yeah, he started like trying to kick everything off, get his hands untied, get his hands free and stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
Brother already did.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know. A lot.
Who was stabbing him?
He stabbed him till he was dead.
Brice did?
Yeah. Then he passed the knife around.
Who did he pass the knife to?
He passed it to me.
Why'd he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
Yeah, both dead, but we all, he said, so we all gonna be in it. So it's on all of us now.
So you would participate?
Yeah.
So what did you have to do with the knife?
I stabbed him.
Who'd you stab?
Larry.
How many times did you stab Larry?
Like 3.
What'd you do with the knife?
Passed it back to him.
What'd he do with the knife?
Passed it to somebody else.
Who was the next person up?
I don't remember.
Where was Jacory?
Corey's right there with him. Corey's in there.
Was Jacory handed the knife?
Yeah.
Before or after they were both dead?
After.
Do you know what he did with the knife?
He stabbed him a few times.
Who'd he stab?
Larry.
All right. What's the next thing that happens?
We put him in totes. You feel me? Took him like with him, Rice, Tyron, and somebody else. They were supposed to take him to like a abandoned house and burn the bando.
The 3 older guys were?
Yeah. They're supposed to take it to a abandoned house and burn it.
And when you say totes, what most people know, but what's a tote?
The little thing that you put clothes in.
Like a suitcase?
No, not no suitcase. It's like a Like little things that you put the like Christmas stuff in.
Like a bin?
Yeah, bin.
So, the bodies got put in a bin. The plan is the three of them are gonna go get rid of the bodies. Do you help carry the bin? How did the bins get down?
We all helped take it to the car.
And which car was it you took them to?
To Sky Blue Mouse.
And did you help load the bins into the car?
Yeah.
Did you see the inside of the car?
Yeah.
Do you remember, was it a normal looking car?
It was a regular car.
So the three of them are gonna go do this. What are you and your cousin supposed to do?
Stay back, clean the blood up. Just scrape the blood out of the car.
And how was it decided that that's what the two of you were gonna do?
There wasn't no room in the car.
Did someone tell you to do that?
Yeah.
So they left. You're up in his living room. Did you think about leaving?
No,
Why?
because I knew he was gonna drop us off eventually.
So what was the process for cleaning up?
We had some bleach. We just scrubbing the floor.
What were you scrubbing the floor with?
Rags.
How long did it take you to do this?
We went from that night to like next morning. We didn't go to sleep.
So you worked through the night cleaning it up? And how long after did Brice come back to the house?
Yeah.
How long was he gone for?
He's gone for a while.
Did he say anything about what had happened? Did he help you clean up?
Yeah.
Once you all had the house cleaned up, what's the next thing that happens? What do you do with the stuff?
We took it to various dumpsters.
Okay, so you hopped in a car. Which car did you hop in?
In the blue one.
And where'd you put the stuff?
Stuff in, which mean we put the stuff?
So the stuff you cleaned up, you put it in, how'd you carry it out of the apartment?
In the bag.
Okay, and then the bags, you put them in the car?
Trunk.
In the trunk area? And one of you all was in the front seat? Where were you?
Front.
And then did somebody sit in the back seat?
Corey.
So where'd you go in the car? And who's driving the car?
Brice driving the car.
All right. And where do you go to?
We went to like different dumpsters and set the dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
It's just to spread the evidence.
So it seemed like spreading the evidence was a good idea at the time.
I was just in the car.
So did you end up, so stuff gets dropped off, gets burnt. How was the stuff set on fire?
We put some gas in the dumpster and on fire.
And then drove off? Where'd you go that night?
I went to Park Hill.
And what was going on in Park Hill? Where'd you go?
Shopping train.
I'm sorry?
So it was over. So I was trying to trade shoes.
Okay. Were you wearing the same clothes that you had on earlier in the day?
Yeah.
And so you're changing out of those clothes? Who's giving you clothes?
I know people.
And did you end up with any items that belonged to either Maurice or Larry at the end of that night?
Yeah, I had some shoes and I had the phone.
Okay, whose phone did you have?
I had Maurice.
And why'd you have Maurice's phone?
So I picked it up
Where'd you pick the phone up?
at the house.
And were you able to use that phone?
Yeah.
What time was it when you were done for the night, when you were back? Was it all through that Saturday? Was it, or all through that day? Was it late afternoon now, or was it nighttime?
It's like late afternoon.
And did that phone ever ring?
Yeah.
It did? And who was on it?
Different people. I would use the phone. I'm calling people.
Was there anyone related to Maurice or Larry that called you on that number?
Yeah, his mama called.
And who did she want?
She was asking where they was at.
What'd you tell her?
They was in the store.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, I'm calling.
Were you worried about what she was gonna think at that point? So what'd you do with the phone?
She kept using it.
And then later on that day, did you get a visit from somebody?
Yeah, U.S. Marshals.
And what happened?
She got booked. They took me in for questioning.
What were you thinking when that happened?
Panicking.
And had you not thought about the phone might be traceable?
That's before I even know they can do it.
You didn't know it? Because how old were you then?
15.
Okay. So that night, do you talk to police?
Yeah.
And do you end up telling them what you've told the jury?
Yeah.
And do you have a plea agreement with the police that night, or is that something that happens later?
Later.
So you told what happened before you had any sort of deal?
Yeah.
So after you dropped after you did the cleanup, after you went to the dumpsters, after you set the bags of stuff on fire, what'd you all notice about the car?
It had blood in the back seat.
And so how was that handled?
Cut the back seat out.
And who cut the back seat out?
Brice.
What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
We put it in the back of somebody's garage.
Was it somebody you knew?
In the person.
Is it somebody that he knew?
I don't know.
I don't have any further questions.
You'll approach. defense your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pull it down a little.
Mr. Carter, you gave an interview on May 24th, 2016, 2 days after Larry and Maurice's death, correct? And you sat down at the police station with Detective Tonelli. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. If you could give an oral answer where the jury could hear you, please. And you were alone during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
I didn't see your parents there, but the detective was questioning you, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask for an attorney at any point?
Yes.
But did they keep questioning you?
He left. And then he still came back and questioned me. He without an attorney.
And you talked to the police several times that I can tell, right? And man, you told a lot of lies. Didn't you?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Please refrain from testifying.
I'm asking if he told a lot of lies.
Right, but before that, you made a statement, and I'm asking you not to do that
Yes, ma'am.
again.
I'll be glad to. Did you tell a lot of lies to the police?
Yeah.
Thank you. You even lied about knowing Brice, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you first told Detective Tonelli that I promise I'm telling you everything, but I don't know Brice, and I've never been in a car with him. Did you say that?
Not to my knowledge.
If I told you that I have a transcript, word for word, of what you said in that interview, would you believe that you had said that?
Yeah.
And approach on.
You know,
And we're going to have a sidebar. Who could have seen that coming?
Did you tell Detective Tonelli that you hadn't heard anything or didn't know anything about Maurice and Larry's death at first?
Yeah.
And then later you changed your mind. Is that correct? At some point, you said I think you just said this, you were speaking to a detective and a different one came in. Is that what you said, Mr. Carter?
No.
Did you, at some point, when you first spoke to Detective Tonelli, did you at some point stop speaking to him?
Yeah. And I asked my attorney.
Okay, when you asked for your attorney. And then at some point after that, did you start speaking to him again? And was that an hour and a half later?
I don't know. It's the same night though.
Do you remember promising this officer who was speaking to you now that you would be telling the truth?
Huh?
When you started talking to the police again for the second time, do you remember telling them, I'm telling you the truth?
I don't know, probably.
You told, is it true that you told Officer Tonelli, or whichever officer you were talking to at that time, that Larry and Maurice stole money from Brice's closet? Do you remember saying that to the officer?
Would you please answer out loud, yes or no?
I don't remember. I don't remember saying that.
If I were to show you a copy of the interview, do you think you would remember saying that?
I don't remember. I don't remember me saying it. But I probably said it.
But what?
I probably said it. I don't remember me saying it.
Did you tell the detective at that point that you weren't close to Rambo?
Yeah.
Did you tell the detective that Rambo didn't hang out with Maurice and Larry?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling Officer Tonelli that you were not involved in the crime?
Yeah.
Could you answer? Yes. Eventually, you changed your story again for a third time, correct? And at that point, did you admit to killing Maurice and Larry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Mr. Carter, do you remember during the interview, Officer Tonelli telling you that Rambo was throwing you under the bus? And at that point, could you answer out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it became Rambo this and Rambo that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And now you tell the detective that Rambo stabbed Maurice and Larry. And that you participated, but he made you do it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. You also told the detectives that Rambo had shot Christopher Jones, correct? But then, at some point, the officer tells you, actually, let me back up. You didn't offer the information about, or you didn't offer any information about the 41st Street shooting, and I'm referring to the murder of Christopher Jones, until Detective Tonelli said, Rambo's blaming you for that too. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You remember telling the officers that you saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun?
I ain't see him buy the gun. I know he bought the gun though.
How do you know?
He don't know has money.
Were you present when the gun was bought?
No. I was there, but I didn't see him get it.
How did you know he got it?
It was in his pocket. He the one that's told it.
It was in Ja'Cory's pocket.
Yeah, he the one that was told it.
Do you know where he got the gun?
Mm-mm.
You said you were present. Where were you?
We was all over. We was in my trailer park.
Mr. Carter, do you remember telling law enforcement that Brice bought the gun? Excuse me, that Jacory bought the gun while you were there in the home of Larry and Maurice's mother?
I don't remember.
And then today, you've come to court and told this jury something different again. Is that correct?
Object. Question.
What's the issue with the form?
What is? It's not a specific question. What is he saying that's different?
Have you
What does
told?
she reference?
You want to try to rephrase it?
I will rephrase. Have you told this jury anything today that you didn't tell Detective Tonelli before?
Not to my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Tonelli that you stabbed Maurice 3 times?
Probably.
And you stabbed him in his side? Did you tell that to Detective Tonelli?
Probably.
And did you also tell Detective Tonelli that Jacory stabbed Larry?
Probably.
And today, you told this jury that you stabbed Larry.
Yeah.
Which is it? Is it both?
Ain't both.
Could you repeat that last answer?
No, it ain't both.
I'm going to go back to the purchasing of the gun. Today, your testimony was that the gun was bought for the purpose of murdering Christopher Jones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But yet you told Detective Tonelli when he spoke to you that Jacory had bought the gun for his own personal protection. True?
Probably.
You weren't in the Mazda, correct? Your testimony was that you were in a truck that you had stolen, a pickup truck, is that correct? And you were behind the Mazda. Was there anybody in the car with you?
Huh?
And tell the jury again, you had said that who was in the Mazda?
Maurice was driving, Larry in the passenger, Rambo behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
What time of day was it that you guys were driving around?
It's nighttime.
So you couldn't actually see in that car. And you didn't actually know who had the gun at that point, did you? Because you were in the truck behind.
I was in the truck.
And you also testified that the shot came from the blue Mazda, correct? But yet you burned your truck and not the blue Mazda. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next incident, I'll call it, later in May. You said that someone named Q was driving you around. Was he charged with anything, to your knowledge, related to this? You also testified that there were let me back up. I want to stay together with the different dates so that you can stay clear. Before you burned that truck and you were following behind the blue Mazda, someone shot Mr. Jones out of the window of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
And you told Detective Tonelli that you ran over Christopher Jones in your truck, didn't you?
Yeah. And
that was really one of the things that you told him every time. I think you were consistent on that, is that I ran over Christopher Jones.
I felt the bump underneath when I was driving past him. So I felt the bump.
You remember telling the officer during your last interview that you weren't scared of Brice?
Yeah, probably.
But yet, you also told the jury that he made you do all of this. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you also told this jury that even when Brice supposedly left you alone, you still didn't leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Brice didn't point a gun at you or anything like that and say, I want you to stab Larry and Maurice. Did that happen? Yes or no? I'm sorry?
No.
Your interview on May 24th, you told detectives with the Louisville Metro Police Department that there were 3 other people at the home on Hyde Avenue. Who were those people?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You don't know who they were? There were 3 other people present, is what you're telling this jury, at Hyde Avenue that weren't charged with anything in this case?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
That's correct? But you don't know who they were?
Mm-mm.
You told the police, I think, that there was, let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was a white woman and 2 other black men that were present there. Is that correct? That showed up at one point. Do you remember saying that?
You know, 2 black people, 2 black dudes.
You remember, you said, I think you testified also, Mr. Carter, that it was actually Maurice and Jacory who were in an altercation at Hyde Avenue.
That's it.
Brice wasn't in an altercation with anyone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you said that Brice even took the knife away from Jacory at one point. Is that correct?
To Maurice.
He took the knife away from Maurice. You admitted to stealing Maurice's shoes after he died, correct? And you admitted to stealing Ann Juan Carter's phone? I mean, I'm sorry. You admitted to stealing his phone as well. Who all do you remember being in the room at Hyde Avenue?
Me, Corey, Maurice, Larry, Rambo, Tyron.
And you had told the police that there was also a light-skinned male there, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that person ever charged?
No.
How old are Tyron Coleman and the light-skinned man?
Older than me.
Were they adults?
Yeah, probably.
So there were at least 4 people over the age of 18. We'll say, I'll even say over the age of 15 in that room at the time. And nobody stood up to Brice. Nobody tried to stop this from happening. You didn't try to take him down.
No.
You stabbed your best friend. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you now. You told the jury that you are living in the custody of the Florida DOC. Is that what you said? And what is DOC?
Department of Corrections.
Department of Corrections. So are you in prison right now?
Yeah.
Where are you in prison?
Hamilton County.
Hamilton County, Florida. What are you there for?
Burglary.
What else?
Burglaries.
Burglaries, more than one. Were you also charged with being a convicted felon in possession of a gun? You don't remember that?
They charged with.
Were you accused of violating the terms of your probation for being a convicted felon in possession of a gun?
Yeah.
You were. And so you admitted to having a gun, correct? Down in Florida? Did the court ever have a hearing about whether you had a gun or not?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And what did the court find? That you did or you didn't?
I didn't.
And what were you being accused of? What kind of gun was it? Do you remember?
Can we approach her?
Right.
This groundbreaking plant method is helping people lose weight while they sleep. Doctors have developed a method that triggers
Mr. Carter, you are a convicted felon, however. You said that you pled guilty, or I'm sorry, you might not have said, did you go to trial, or you were ultimately convicted of several burglaries, is that correct? And isn't it also true that down in Florida, you were also convicted of dealing in stolen property, providing false information on a pawnbroker form, and multiple counts of thefts from buildings and vehicles? Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, in October of 2016, about 5 months after the deaths, maybe not even 5 months after the deaths of Maurice and Larry, do you remember entering into a plea agreement with the state of Kentucky regarding this case?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Judge, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1. Mr. Carter, can you take a look at that document and see if you recognize it?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be?
Plea agreement.
And whose plea agreement is that?
No.
I'm going to flip to the second page here. Whose signature is this on this page?
No.
And whose signature is this?
Elizabeth Brown.
Whose?
Elizabeth Brown.
And is she the prosecutor? What does it say that the charges were?
Murder.
How many counts?
3.
What does it say is the maximum penalty for those?
20 to 50.
Or
life.
or life? Is that what you said? What else were you charged with?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Judge, I'm going to move to enter this as defense exhibit.
Any objection? Admitted.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you about the details on that plea agreement. You pled guilty to the murder of Christopher Jones.
Yes.
You pled guilty, and you admitted to running him over with your truck. And you pled guilty to the murder of Larry Ordway.
Yes.
And you pled guilty to the murder of Maurice Gordon.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up. Oh, can you all come up? I just want to ask you another thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just talking about timing. We're trying to just finish this witness before we break for the day. We think we can do that by 5:30. Is there anybody who absolutely cannot stay until 5:30? Okay, wonderful. I'm sorry for the interruption, Ms. Wallerstein.
And finally, you pled guilty to tampering. I'm sorry, let me see. Pled guilty to tampering with physical evidence as well. The Commonwealth, the plea agreement says the Commonwealth actually amended the charges. Did they do that as part of your agreement? And it says that it was amended to facilitation to murder on the 3 original charges. Is that what you pled to?
Yes.
I'm going to read the recommendations by the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count, 3 counts of facilitation to murder, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated, with the sentences running concurrently or consecutively respectively. The Commonwealth objects to probation. The defendant agrees to give a full and truthful proffer as to these events and to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings on these events. Any question about the veracity of the testimony will be determined by the judge by preponderance of the evidence. Should the defendant fail to testify truthfully, as determined by the court, the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him on the original charges under the indictment. Any and all statements made by the defendant can be used against him. You understood that when you signed it, right? So you only got the offer if you agreed to testify against Brice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why you're here today, to get the benefit of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you told me you remember talking to me on the phone and my investigator? And you told me I don't even want to come. Is that true?
Yeah.
But yet, the Commonwealth made you come, correct?
Yes.
They made you come and testify against Brice. Yes?
Yes.
Did you meet with any members of the prosecution or talk to them prior to today?
Yes.
When did you do that?
This morning.
And you understood that this plea agreement says that the Commonwealth is going to evaluate your testimony here today.
That's not.
You don't want to come up?
I think she said
Uh-huh.
come up. This deal says that the Commonwealth, the prosecution has the right to revoke your offer if you don't testify the way that they want you to today. Is that correct?
If the objection's been overruled, you will be able to deal with it on redirect. Go ahead.
And if they're not happy, it says they could reinstate the charges, right? And give you life. So you don't actually get to tell the truth today. You're here to make the Commonwealth happy. Is that true?
Probably.
Thank you. Judge, let me give you this.
Thanks.
All right, a few questions. First incident, you're in the truck. Were you trying to run over Christopher Jones?
Yeah.
That you wanted to hit him?
Yeah.
And why do you think you hit him?
I felt the bump under the tire.
Did you, in previous statements, say that it was an accident that you hit him?
Probably.
But you intended to hit him and you felt a bump under the tire?
Yeah.
Do you know what the bump was?
No,
So why do you think you hit him?
because he was the only thing that was in the street that I've seen.
You were asked with respect to your role in the stabbing. I think your response to the defense question was, it ain't both. Is that what you said? So by that you mean you stabbed one person?
Yeah.
Who was the one person?
Except Larry.
Stabbed Larry? Was Larry alive when you stabbed him?
No.
All right. At one point, the defense asked you, they said 3 other people in Brice Rhodes' house. Other people, let's break that down and make sure that we all understand what that means. At the time that the stabbings were going on, name everybody who was in the house.
It was me, Larry, Maurice, Corey, Rambo, Tyron, and the other dude.
And one other guy that you don't know who he is. Did that other guy participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Did Tyrion participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Was it afterward or before?
Afterward.
All right. As far as Florida goes, how long is your sentence in Florida?
About 4 years.
4 years? And you're serving on that right now? Now, on the day that you got picked up by the police, I want to talk just a little bit about the interview process. Were you surprised that the police picked you up?
I was surprised. I was panicking.
You were panicking? So you go down to the police station. Was it your plan or your intent at that time to just sit down with the first police officer you saw and tell them that you and your cousin stabbed and killed your 2 best friends after you saw someone else stab them after seeing that same person shoot and kill someone? Was that your plan?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I don't even understand what it was.
Was your plan just to come in there and just lay everything out on a platter for the police right at the start, as soon as you sat down?
No.
No. So did you tell them other things at the start of the conversation that weren't true?
Yeah.
Now, when you first showed up, did the police read you your rights like happens on TV? They never read you your rights? Is it possible that in the last 7 years you've forgotten that they did? So they start talking to you. Did they give you anything to drink? Did they give you any food?
Yeah.
Were they being, describe how they were, what their demeanor, how were they acting toward you? Were they being mean? Were they pressuring you?
No, that was nice.
Were they telling you what to say?
No.
Were they just asking you questions?
She was asking questions. She said, "Like, in the use bathroom."
And at some point, did you ask for a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then, did you have family show up?
Yeah.
Who showed up?
My mom and my sister.
Your mom and your sister? And did police give you all privacy to talk?
Yeah.
And what happened after you talked with your mom and your sister?
I didn't tell them everything.
You went ahead and told everything? And when you told everything, did you tell the police the truth?
Some of it.
What'd you leave out?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police what you told the jury today?
The first time.
At the end, after you talked with your mom and sister and talked with the police officer came in and talked to you after your mom and sister showed up. Was he a different police officer than the first one? Do you remember if the police officer you talked to tried to relate to you?
Judge, objection, that's speculation. Asking whether an officer tried to relate
Yeah,
to you.
I think it's a statement objection.
Okay. But the bottom line is, that same day that you first started talking to police, you told them what you told the jury here today, right? And you didn't have a plea agreement in place at that time, right?
No.
You had no deal at all, right? You just told the truth. How old were you?
15.
All right. Now, your plea agreement, you didn't plead to murder, did you?
No.
What'd you plead to?
Facilitation.
And what is facilitation?
You got something to do with it, but you're not utterly responsible.
Okay. And as part of this agreement, the Commonwealth said, if you got probation, it would be 20 years worth of probation. Is that right? And if you had to serve, if you had to go into custody and serve, it was going to be 10 years. Is that right? And the Commonwealth objected to your being probated, right? The Commonwealth wanted you to go in and serve time. Is that right? So you're 15 and you enter into this agreement. Did you end up getting sentenced to serve time?
I did 3 years in DJJ.
Okay. And for people that don't know, is DJJ the juvenile prison system?
Juvenile justice.
And so you did 3 years. Then you came before a judge when you turned 18, and the judge has had a chance to re-sentence you.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth again objected to your probation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, in this agreement, is it your understanding that the Commonwealth can just anytime we want to walk away from the deal? Does the judge have to determine that you were dishonest here today before the Commonwealth can take your deal away?
Yeah.
So it's the judge that decides what happens to you, not us. And we've never made any promises beyond what's in this deal, right?
Yeah.
So you got 10 to 20 years. We objected. We sent you through the juvenile system and objected again.
Judge, please testify.
Bringing it up.
This is Doug.
If I showed you a copy of the transcript where the police went over your rights with you, would that maybe refresh your memory? All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
So, are you able to read okay? Yeah. All right. So right here, this is.
Yeah.
That part is what so at some point in time, did a police officer say to you, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you and all that stuff? Okay. That's what I meant by read you your rights. So do you remember a police officer going through that with you? No further questions.
Mr. Carter, did you just tell this jury that you served only 3 years for
Yeah.
pleading guilty?
Yeah.
And then you were probated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One last reread. Right? So
Hang on. Come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and end for the day. Tomorrow we have something that I have something else, another court matter I need to take up in the morning. So I'm going to have you come in a little bit later than normal tomorrow. I'm going to have you come in at 10 o'clock a.m. And also I don't think tomorrow will be as long of a day. So we will have you come outside the courtroom doors at 10 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm once again going to remind you that you are not to do any research, post information about the case, or discuss the case with anyone. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it to our attention immediately. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Also, in case it isn't obvious, you all can bring water or whatever you want to drink in with you.
Okay, well, it looks like we are done for the day. I forgot, what time did she say? I was busy.
Tomorrow will be as long of a day. So we will have you come outside the courtroom doors at 10 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm once again going to remind you that you are not to do any research on them.
Okay.
Stay on point. Is there anything we need to deal with before we come back tomorrow? Yeah.
Yes.
9:15. But
We'll
you're
see
here by
you
9:15.
tomorrow, Dave.
I assume he's still in the jail as far as you know. Okay.
Mm.
All right. So he should be here tomorrow at 9 and we'll be good to go.
Oh, 9. So that would be 7 my time. So I'm going to have to set the alarm early. Okay, well, we are done. And looks like he lost his tie at some point today. And the tie was helping to hide his cats. Trying to decide if that's a tattoo on his left, on his cheek there, or if that's a port wine stain. Let's go look at his tattoo history and see. Okay, well, we'll do this again in that's, well, it'll be 7 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. Eastern. So, thank you very much for joining me and have a pleasant evening. And I think I'm going to get recruited into cleaning up. So, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.